Good afternoon and evening, everyone. Welcome to another Canadian weather live stream. We are going to jump right into this one. Tornado warning going out in Alberta. So I'm going to jump right on our radar and get things going. So we do have a storm to the west of Edmonton. This is up in the hills near Edson. This is producing a lot of large hail, but it just did go tornado warned, which has brought us on here. So you can see the track is somewhat northeast at this point. Our tornado warning by Environment Canada obviously extends to the south a little bit, but this is heading northeast at this point towards Whitecourt area. So I wanted to get on here and get the word out to people as quickly as possible on this one. And if you are out in that area, you definitely need to be in shelter. There is a rotation on this storm. We've had quite a bit of smoke today. Some areas are clearing out. So let me just show where we're talking about for shelter. Let's just do this, box out this way, and we'll produce it up that way. So anywhere in this orange box, that is where the storm is headed. If you are in that orange box, we recommend you are in shelter. If best place is obviously a basement. If you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub in a bathroom is a good option, gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then a small mattress or something over top of you to cover you for that. So again, we are talking just west of Edmonton at this point, and the storm has come. It's still on the foothills somewhat, but it has gotten tornado warned, and that's what's brought us to where we are right now. So moving slightly northeast at this point, and we will update this as it comes in. I see a lot of comments in the chat there. I'll jump in there as soon as I can, but for now we're just going to pay attention to this storm. This is the only real storm that has gotten going. The smoke has kept most of the rest of it tamped down somewhat. We will see if that continues to be the case. Some smoke is clearing out. However, our one storm here definitely getting its act together. Not only is it tornado warned, but this is putting out some significantly large hail. Environment Canada has warned this. Let me just pull up our tornado warning here. Just at 4:37 p.m., Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall also possible. This thunderstorm is 45 kilometers to the northwest of Edson and is moving to the east at 45 kilometers an hour. So that gives you an idea what they're saying as far as tracking. The severe warning on here at one point. Let me just see if it's still here. No, that's the watch. They've taken the severe away. I think they had this up to tennis ball sized hail at one point, but that is gone now, replaced obviously with the tornado warning. So this storm is tracking somewhat east but northeast at the same time with a slight drift on it. So again, this is the storm that has brought us online here. So what have we got in the comments here? Angie, good to see you from Alberta. Sean saying the smoke has rolled out of the Edmonton area, nothing but clear skies. And so I was seeing that on satellite imagery that we had quite a bit of clearing in some areas, but others are still quite smoke filled. So we'll see whether how that plays out at this point. So what else? Perfect. Good to see a whole bunch of people on here. Hello, happy budgets. Glad that you're jumping on. And definitely just got the tornado warning for Edson area, and you can see where that storm is currently located. So we will walk you guys through this as this storm progresses. Still showing some rotation on this storm, and we'll switch quickly over to that. We can see that tight wind velocities in the area there. They're showing 80 kilometers an hour across from about 20 kilometers an hour. So we'll see if this continues to show that rotation. Again, if you're just jumping in, the orange box is our orange polygon. That is the area we are recommending shelter. And that would be in a basement if possible. If you don't have that as an option, then an interior room between you and the the outside, with as many walls between you and the outside, sorry. And bathroom is a good option in a bathtub, a little extra protection, and maybe a small mattress over you, you know, in case the worst case scenario, just to protect you as well. So this is where we are dealing with. Again, we are just west of Edmonton at this point, northwest of Edson, and this is tracking slightly northeast at this point, more of an easterly track on it, but still northeast. So what else have we got going on here? Right now, True Game's asking about Calgary area. Not seeing anything down in Calgary at this point of any significance. We will monitor to see if storms can get established as they come off, but you can see where our severe thunderstorm watches are kind of west and east of Edmonton, and then stretching a little bit south down to just around Bowden, Innisfail, in that area. And to the north, we are going all the way up to Athabasca. Just north of there is where our severe thunderstorm watches are at this point. You can see there are a couple of little storms that are trying to get going down to the south. So far, I've been watching radar for the most part, and the smoke has definitely inhibited things somewhat, but we are still early in the afternoon. Currently, we are sitting, 4:51 p.m., so still lots of daylight left, still lots of time for storms to try and get going. But right now, the only storm of any significance whatsoever is obviously our tornado warning storm here northwest of Edson, as you can see here as I drag that back and forth. We'll see when our next scan comes in here, and we'll jump onto that and go from there. So Connor is out on his way driving out west. If anybody knows Connor from the channel, he is trying to chase some setups over the week here. So he's currently driving out west through Ontario today. So it's me, myself, and I on the channel today, and I'm not sure if I have any moderators in here. It looks like Melissa's in here, so thank you, Melissa. I see that. Appreciate you being here Saturday. You know, I know people have lives, so let's just take a look, see what our next scan here is. We're about 5 minutes into this scan, so we get our scans every 8 minutes. Right now, we're 5 minutes into that 8-minute scan. We still have strong rotation on this storm. I'm going to monitor a couple of things here. Let me just see if there's anything on social media that I can find. Nothing right now in terms of any photos. Everybody posting the same radar information that you're seeing right here on the screen. So far, no images, which is sometimes a good sign, but not the most densely populated area. So not as often that you're going to get those social media posts right off the bat. Just taking a look at a couple of these things here. But we'll continue to monitor it, and if anything jumps up on social media, we'll do our best to get people notified of it. So just reading a comment there. Okay, so we'll get back at this again. We are expecting possible more storms later on, obviously where these severe thunderstorm watches are in place, which are our yellow boxes, as you can see. That's where we have everything set up. I'll bring up our main page here so that you guys can see our legend down in the bottom corner. Yellow is severe, red would be tornado, whether it's a watch or warning. The only difference is the watch has a thin yellow line, the warning has a thick yellow line, or red line or yellow line, depending what you're looking at. My apologies. So okay, thank you, Grifter, for hitting the like button. Appreciate it. Chris, thanks for being in here as well. What else? Just seeing here. So far, we have no confirmation of any tornado on the ground, folks. The only thing we have is a tornado warning storm. I'm seeing some questions in the chat, so I just wanted to answer that or address it. Right now, Environment Canada at 4:37 p.m. said possibly producing a tornado. So that means they do not have confirmation of it. It's based on a rotation. And if I switch over to our velocity scans, you can see that bright green area with red next to it. That that is tight rotation. So that's why this is tornado warned. We also have very large hail in this. You're probably talking almost up to tennis balls, I would say, probably between hen egg and tennis ball sized hail. So another reason to be cautious of the storm, not just because of the possible rotating winds on the surface, but the large hail as well. Again, still not seeing anything on social media right now. Monitoring all my chats as well. And if anything does pop up, we'll let you guys know. So there's nothing right now for Ontario today. The only area with any kind of severe potential was Alberta for the most part. And there was a little chance in Manitoba. I think tomorrow we've got a chance there as well, depending on the smoke. And there was a lot of smoke. I will pull up actually a smoke forecast, or not a smoke forecast, but satellite. So give me 1 second here. And I'll show you guys the smoke that we're dealing with these fires. So let me zoom into Alberta here, and I'll share this up here. So this is an app that we call Zoom Earth that we use, and that grayish smoke, even almost brown at the top from Prince George going through Peace River up to Fort McMurray, north of Grand Prairie, Slave Lake. But you can definitely see that that smoke that is throughout all of Alberta at this point, but the heaviest obviously to the north of Edmonton, to the north of Grand Prairie. But that is what influences how our storms behave. They kind of reinforce the cap, and so they kind of put a lid on things when for storms to get going. So right now, a little bit of a storm kind of south west of Red Deer, but this is just a rainmaker at this point. Nothing concerning. That is just an average storm. Doesn't even have lightning on it yet. So this storm does have a bit of lightning, but not as prolific as you would normally expect with these storms. They tend to, because of the smoke, might be keeping that lightning down as well, but we'll see how this progresses over the next little while. It is a fairly young storm, has not been on radar for very long. So again, these can take a long time to mature and then continue throughout the evening. So we'll see if it has that ability. This could be, if it's one storm, we may have a short broadcast here, but we'll stay with it as long as we have to. And again, right now we're still calling for shelter in our orange polygon here. So if you're south by Edson and further south of there, you don't need to worry about it. This storm again is moving east northeast. It is drifting slightly northeast from where it started. So that is where it's headed right now. So not headed to Edmonton at this point. Seeing a question about that. This is to the north. Even if it went due east at this point, it would be to the north of Edmonton, but we're still quite a ways out from those areas. I will give you an idea of how far all of this is. Let me bring it up. So this is currently at this time on this scan, a little over 30 kilometers northwest of Edson. It is 72 kilometers away from Whitecourt. That is where this storm is currently located. And again, we only jumped on about 15 minutes ago. So this is continuing to progress. It is again throwing not just the rotation for the radar side of things in terms of winds. There is large hail within this storm. So that's another danger that's associated with it. Obviously, when you have hail of this quantity, you've also got heavy precipitation associated with it. So this has kind of all the factors in it at this point. So that's why we've jumped on. So what else? Yeah, that's okay. So just getting a comment here from JT Machette. That's in the Simonet River area, worked in that area and seen some bad storms there. And definitely this is one of those storms that has the potential to be bad for multiple reasons. Like I said, as far as, you've got your tornado warning, but you've also got very large hail on this. So this will do some damage, unfortunately, with hail that big. Kevin asking, do I know how long the smoke is going to stick around? Unfortunately, until the fires are out. And that is anybody's guess at this point. Those are pretty strong fires. They've gotten pretty intense today. So I really, unfortunately, can't give you a timeline on the smoke, and we're getting some from the US as well. You can see here, I'll show you guys what the smoke looks like just in Oregon and Washington. Let me share that up. So this is another factor that you can see how they exploded today. So not a whole lot of smoke, and over the last few hours you've just got these intense plumes of smoke from those wildfires in Oregon, near Bend, actually, so northeast of Bend, Oregon. So yeah, no way to tell you whether the smoke is going to be out of here, you know, what time frame we're talking about, and I would say it's going to persist for a while now at this point. So but again, prevailing winds have a lot to do with that, and whether they can get ahead of those fires, whether they can get some of that under control as well. So cannot give you a definitive timeline on it. Okay, let's take a look at our latest scan. Hail has gone down a little bit. We've still probably got ping pong ball sized hail or smaller in this. Let's take a look at our wind velocities. Still some tight rotation showing on here with some higher wind speeds. So definitely still calling for shelter again within our orange polygon. That is the area that we've tightened up here for the rotation on this storm. And I'll do a reset actually. And it's moving a little bit more east, but still with a slight northeast tangent on it. Not moving very quickly on the last few scans, but again, right in this orange polygon is where we would recommend that you take shelter. What that means is basement if possible. If you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do recommend a bathtub for a little bit of extra protection, and then a small mattress or something over you just in case the worst case scenario does happen. So again, all of this is kind of west of Edmonton and still quite a bit of distance, but it is northwest of Edson, probably 25 kilometers northwest of there, and then southwest of Whitecourt, which would be about 65 to 70 kilometers away at this time. So still trying to monitor to see if anything's happening on social media, but so far I'm not seeing anything for photos. We're just all posting the same thing with radar imagery as far as the storm is concerned. So Sean asking if that's a tornado. We do not have a confirmation of any kind of tornado at this point. It is on the ground. We just have a tornado warning, but no actual tornado has been confirmed. I'm just going to double check that the wording has not changed on the warning from Environment Canada. Still from 4:37 p.m. So that is 26 minutes ago. Just the wording says possibly producing a tornado. So they don't have confirmation either. They threw the warning out, obviously, because you can see the velocity scans here. When you see those reds and greens tightening up, you can see that that's where you have an area of rotation, and it could be reaching the surface, which then at that point you do have a tornado. So again, nothing confirmed, but definitely strong area of rotation on this storm as it kind of tracks east northeast at this point. So that's what they're watching, and that's what got us to be prepared to jump on here. We always are monitoring, regardless of whether we're on the stream or not. I'm always looking at our radar app to watch how things are developing, how things are unfolding, and whether we need to jump on. So again, right now, no confirmation of any tornado at this point, and the storm is just moving east northeast at this point. So it's traveling towards Highway 43, but it's still quite a ways from that. There's another road 32, or Highway 32 is in between there, but right now not yet towards 43 at this point. So should I be charging devices in Edmonton? I would recommend that. There are storms possible today, so I would have your stuff charged if possible. I think the likelihood of strong storms is tamped down a little bit just because of that smoke. However, part of the Edmonton area and southwest of there, some of that smoke has kind of moved out of the area, so that could change the prospects at this point. So you can see that all this yellow box around everywhere, west of Edmonton, east of Edmonton, and north and south, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. Those severe thunderstorms can cause havoc. Edmonton has had 3 really bad storms rolling through there over the last several weeks, and we've been live streaming all of them. So you know, I would definitely recommend to have your devices charged just in case. It's better to have them charged and not need it than not have them charged and need it. So definitely would be my recommendation at this point. So Kat asking, Kitchener be affected? In Ontario, no. We are out in Alberta at this point. This is not going to be affecting anything in Ontario. There is possible severe weather there in southwest Ontario tomorrow. If that happens, we will be live streaming for that as well. So what else here? Yeah, very good comments here. Obviously, if you're out in the wilderness backpacking, camping, it's tough to find shelter, and especially from such a strong storm, as you know, throwing that large hail. It is definitely one of those situations that you need to take seriously. So hopefully people can get out of the way of this storm, and hopefully they can get those warnings. I definitely suggest they heed them. We had a tornado here in Quebec only 4 days ago, and it went through a campground area. Luckily, nobody was injured or killed, but we have, if you go to our Facebook page, you'll see that there's a ton of trailers with trees down on them, vehicles with trees down on them. So a lot of people got very lucky. So definitely you need to heed these storms with when they get these warnings on them. Lightning is starting to pick up on this storm a little bit. I'm seeing a little more lightning strikes on this. There's a little more hail on this. The rotation has broadened out right now, but still going to call for shelter on this one within the orange polygon. Again, if you have an option, go to the basement. If you don't, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then a small mattress or something over top of you, just in case the worst case scenario happens. So that is our recommendation at this point. Again, we are just to the west of Edmonton with this very strong storm. I'm going to keep an eye on other storms to the south. Right now, no significant storms at this point, so we will see whether this continues to be the only storm in play or whether other ones can get organized. So Sean, good to see you in the chat as always. Sean Barnes. What else is here? Vegreville is quite a distance away from this, folks. We're still on the opposite side of Edmonton, and the tornadoes don't tend to. The average tornado in North America, or on the planet, actually, 90% of them are on the ground for 2 minutes or less. So to have any kind of long track tornado, it is possible that that kind of thing happens, but it's very rare, is what I'm trying to show you guys. So right now, again, we do have large hail within this storm. You know, we're talking ping pong ball sized hail, maybe even up to hen egg with this kind of velocity showing here, and with our signature here on reflectivity for that density. So definitely some very large hail in this. And again, it is northwest of Edson and fairly remote area. You can see, I can see that based on the roads. There's very little out there, but obviously people still out in the wilderness, and those are the ones that are usually most at risk because there's not much to take shelter from, as we were talking about. Sean making a comment here in regards to that. So right now it is just northwest of Edson and tracking east with a slight northeast drift on it possibly. So what else? Yeah, when it starts to turn purple, that's where you're getting in that dark, dark, dark hail colors, and that means very large hail at this point. So it's not good at all. So So the entirety of Ontario is not going to be getting a severe thunderstorm on Tuesday. Ontario is an extremely large province right now. The only thing we're watching is southwest Ontario, so southwest of Toronto down to Windsor area. That's where we're talking about severe thunderstorms for the most part, but not all of Ontario. That's for sure. So, oh, here we go. Yeah, this is, we're just getting an update here from Environment Canada, so let's take a look what they're showing here. 5:10 p.m. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. So again, we don't have confirmation from them. So that is good news in that respect, but we still have to take it seriously. Again, we are west of Edmonton at this point in Alberta, and this is moving east, northeast slightly. So again, within that orange box or orange polygon, you want to be in shelter. That is what we are recommending at this time. So I'll show you guys that. We're waiting for another scan here. We should have one in about 2 minutes, and I'm continuing to monitor social media just to see if anybody has posted anything. So far, no posts of anything in terms of any kind of visuals, and they just severe warned a storm by Swan Hills. Let me just take a look at this. This is moving east-northeast, I bet. So this is a new storm that has just gotten itself kind of going right there in the last 2 scans. So some rapid intensification. Literally in about 3 scans, we went from nothing to having a hail core. This is to the west of Swan Hills on 33 and 32 where they meet. This is going to be moving. Let me just take a look here. It's so new, maybe a little bit east, but it's still new enough that we don't have an exact travel of direction, but that is severe warned. I'll read the warning here. They're calling for up to quarter-size hail and heavy rain, and when I say they're talking Environment Canada. So, and then we have some storms brewing. These are more broad and broken up, but this could get organized. This is down southeast of Hinton, which is southwest of Edmonton. There's some storms coming off the foothills, and we have this little tiny bean here by Red Deer, just southwest of there. It has very heavy rain on it right now, not showing hail, but the next scan, that could be the case. This is moving northeast, so this will come into Red Deer and cross that Highway 2 area. So, oh, there you go. There's our next scan, and there is some purple showing in this. So this will be severe warned very shortly by Environment Canada. So if you are in Red Deer and you're concerned about anything as far as getting damage from hail, I would more than likely pull it in. It may stay kind of west, but it's too close to call. So again, if you've got anything you like, pull it inside to shelter. That includes vehicles, farm equipment. If you've got a livestock that you can get in, pets, you know, all that kind of stuff. So let's just take a look here. Storms are definitely starting to get active. We're seeing a bunch of them fire. We still have that very strong rotation in here with the storm. Again, remote area, so we don't have a visual confirmation anywhere. And if I'm just going to double check here. If anybody does see anything, you can throw it in the chat. I will do my best to check it out just to make sure. Point me where you've seen it, and we'll take a look and verify it. There are a lot of people that post fake photos, so please keep that in mind. We don't want fake photos in here whatsoever, because that does nothing to help the situation, and it actually makes it much worse, because then we have to spend time verifying whether the photo's legit or if it's some kind of AI concoction. So let me reset our box for our warning here and our shelter. And again, this storm is exhibiting some strong rotation, so we're just going to move our box out like this and then put it back. And anywhere in that orange box, we are recommending that you are in shelter. Again, that means being in the basement if that's an option. If you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we do recommend a bathtub, because it gives you a little bit more protection, and a small mattress or something over top of you to give you a little protection in the worst case scenario. So again, in that orange polygon, that is where we've narrowed it down. ground. So if you were to the south and you're to the west, you are no longer in danger. This is moving again east with a slight northeast track on it. So that is where this storm is headed. We do have a severe warning storm up here again by Swan Hills. That is another storm that's gotten just going here, moving same kind of general path, and probably moving a little bit east with a northeast drift on it. And then we have further storms trying to get activated here to the south coming off the foothills. So we'll see whether how things progress over the next little bit here. But you can see that we went from one storm and we now have four kind of areas that we're worried about. So obviously northwest of Edson, southeast of Hinton here on 40. And then by Red Deer area, again, I expect this storm to get severe warned here shortly if that hail continues to pick up on it. And then obviously this one is already west of Swan Hills, severe warned. This is going to be toony to maybe ping pong ball sized hail in that at this time. So all around the Edmonton area, we are talking west, northwest, southwest, and south essentially. Obviously still quite a bit of distance between those areas, but that is what's going on here. So what else? Okay. Central Oklahoma. Wow. Mezzo Melissa, thanks for tuning in. That's where I used to storm chase a lot, but now I'm in front of a computer and a monitor and a camera and on YouTube at this point, and Facebook as well. So definitely good to make it an international flavor here. So yeah, there's definitely been some U.S. chasers that have made their way up to Canada. I know we've been seeing a few of them out there across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. So we trade off. We go down there, they come up here. That's basically what's going on. So what else have we got here? Breezy, I put the chat in here because we also have Facebook, and that doesn't show up in the chat like it does on YouTube because we multi-stream on multiple platforms. So it's just what I use when I'm by myself on top of it. That's the other thing. I've got Melissa here helping out, but we've got no Connor, and so it's just two of us tonight covering the storms. So it just helps me to be able to see things and review it after the fact, so on and so forth. So appreciate it, but right now we're going to keep that on the screen. So let me just take a look here. Just going to drop down. Our next scan 511, we're about 2 minutes out. Bit of a CC drop. I've just seen a comment in there, but CC drops are really tough on Canadian radar. There's been a little bit of a showing in there. It's hard to say right now. I still wouldn't be able to jump on that and say for sure that I'm confident that there's a CC drop. And what that means for folks is that indicates that there's debris being lofted up, which obviously the only way that happens is if you have a tornado on the ground. CC drops in Canadian radar are a little bit temperamental. For example, we had that tornado in Quebec, Harrington, Quebec, about 4 days ago, and there was a very obvious debris ball on that one. So we definitely were using that for information, but right now it's still not as obvious as I would like it to be in terms of showing on the radar itself. We're still got very strong velocities in here. This is our latest scan at 5:17 p.m. so 1 minute ago. Very large hail in this. Starting to see a possibility. There is very large hail in this. We also have what's called a TBSS on this storm, which is a 3-body scatter strike, just indicative of large hail and a lot of hail. And that is, again, one of the threats that's on with this storm, just for the sheer fact that it is throwing very large hail, ping pong ball sized hail, maybe to hen egg at this point. So that will cause a significant damage. It is still west of 32 and still northwest of Edson, so it is not moving very quickly at this point. It is a bit of it's slowed down a little bit, so not tracking at a high rate of speed at this point. So Yeah, Freddie McKinney was up here. I'm just seeing that in the comments as well. So it is something that we watched some of his footage, actually some of his photos and footage in Saskatchewan and stuff. He's a great chaser. You know, if chasers are making the drive from that far a distance, it has to be a decent setup with the cost of gas these days. Okay, Swan Hills, west of there, this storm is moving kind of slightly east. At this point, I'll show you that there's still a significant hail core on it. It would be probably toonies to ping pong ball sized hail in that storm roughly. Let me take a look at anything else here. Red Deer storm, very heavy rainmaker. Does not look like a strong hail core on this. It is going to pass just to the west, the stronger part of it between Sylvan Lake and Red Deer, and it's probably going to have pea-sized to maybe grape-sized hail based on this scan, because we've only got 2 pink pixels on this at this point. So still not severe warrant, so that's the good news for anybody in that area that it has not gone severe yet, but we do have storms kind of getting organized at this point. So and these are moving north east at this point, but only slightly. It's more east with a northeast drift on them. Chris, good to see you in the chat as always from upstate New York. Always appreciate seeing you. What else have we got here? Yeah, if we get a question here, if a chaser does give us permission to add their live to our stream, we would show it, but we don't until we have permission. We're one of those platforms that does respect the chasers. Being a chaser myself and having my stuff stolen and put up on platforms without permission, it just happened to Connor this week. Yesterday or the day before, CBC stole a bunch of his stuff and put it up, didn't even ask for it, and used it on their platform. So that's you know, a no-go or no-fly zone for us, and we wouldn't do it to other chasers. So I always make sure I've got permission first before we take anything and put it up on here. So it costs a lot of time and money to get the footage, so we respect chasers for that. So still showing quite a bit of rotation again on this storm. We're waiting for our next scan here. We're about 3 minutes out from it, so I will update you guys on that. But right now, those are the 4 kind of areas that we've got. Very obvious here to northwest of Edson along 40, Red Deer, and then by Swan Hills we have that one little severe warning storm up there. Just going to pan back out just to see if anything's happening further south. Don't see anything right now around Calgary. There's minor storms trying to get organized, but so far not able to. And again, this is the only area that we have of any significant weather. They do have a severe watch on the Saskatchewan side, just east of Fort McMurray. Right now, there is that watch out there that is available for another 4 hours. And just saying that there's a favorable, conditions are favorable for development of severe thunderstorms, maybe capable of producing heavy rain. So this watch is primarily for slow moving storms producing heavy rain, meaning overland flooding. We don't have flood warnings in Canada. We use severe. So that's why that severe watch is out there again. So that is more for heavy rain than anything else based on what I'm reading there from Environment Canada. So let's just take a look at our storms and I'll show you what they're doing here. And we'll keep that in play at this point. So yeah, so if you need to submit anything to us, you can do it at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. The email address is right below me here on the screen. You can also scan the QR code at the top of the screen. That will get you to all of our social medias. So you can submit photos that way. So that's another way. And then I'll just bring this up. This is just a contact card that we have. You can pause the stream and you can get the information there. But our email, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, X, and our merch store are there. So So these are the places you can currently find us. We continue to expand things and work on it, but right now that's where we're at. So again, email is probably the easiest. I try and keep up with email. I'm just going to take a look here. I do have some pictures here, so I'm just going to take a look at this. Sorry, I'm just obviously Connor or the rest of the gang are usually looking for me, but it's just myself and Melissa tonight, so bear with me on that one. Just going to take a look here. This is a photo from Miller Lake. So, and if you guys do send us stuff, obviously if it's a town that is very recognizable, I'm just going to see if this is Alberta. Yeah, so if this is from Miller's Lake, sorry, I was saying if you guys are sending stuff to us, please put the province in there just so I know exactly where it is. It does look like Alberta, so I can kind of see the base of this storm, I believe. So we'll keep an eye on it, but nothing right now, no confirmation of anything underneath this storm. I haven't seen anything on social media yet. I keep monitoring a few channels just to make sure, but right now I'm just seeing radar posts of everything, the same stuff that we've got on the screen. People are just posting that there is a tornado warning out west of Edmonton, and nothing confirmed photo or video wise underneath this storm. So still very large hail on this storm as well. So not just tornado warned, but also very indicative of large hail. This scans at 5:23 p.m. Still showing that rotation in there. So again, still calling for shelter in our orange polygon. We narrow it down from that large red box, which is from Environment Canada, and then we kind of condense it down. So if you're anywhere in this orange polygon, we recommend that you are in shelter. Basement is ideal. If you don't have that as an option, then our interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do recommend a bathtub for a little bit of extra protection, and a small mattress or something over top of you to provide protection in the worst case scenario. So still got our 4 areas that we're watching. Swan Hills, that is a storm that has a little bit of rotation on it as it's getting developed here, so we'll monitor that. Some rotation is normal within storms. That is what most storms will go through, especially supercells, and you'll get some rotation, but the question is, where is it rotating, how tightly it's rotating, and how quickly? Those are the 3 factors you have to look at. Just because you got red and green next to each other doesn't always mean that there's anything dangerous happening. So still got these storms sitting out here by 40. This has gotten into a much larger cluster. As you can see, they were kind of broken up, but look at the lightning pickup on this storm. So there was barely any lightning as it was broken up a little bit, and then a ton of lightning right now. So this is a storm that is intensifying. It is moving, it looks like it's moving northeast as it comes off, still on the foothills, but it'll probably turn east once it comes off those foothills. Right now, not severe warned, but just very heavy rain and slow moving. So that'll cause some issues with a bit of flooding. Let's just take a look at our storm from a little bit of hail on this, just between Sylvan Lake and Red Deer. You can see that brighter pink. This is going to be grape size or smaller, and it's going to move over 11 and then heading northeast somewhat across Highway 2. I'll show you how that's progressing here, so you can see how the storm is moving at this point. So it's going to head just skirting Red Deer somewhat with the more intense precipitation, but it will be raining in Red Deer there shortly. Still not severe warned, so and they just severe warned the cluster that coming off the hill here. So they have put out a severe thunderstorm warning, just saying tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. And again, this is southeast of Hinton, probably due south of Edson, and right now moving northeast as it crosses over that 40, and then we'll continue from there. So 5:23 p.m. We should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes. So again, 2 severe warned storms, one by Swan Hills, one down south of Edson, and then our tornado warned storm up to the north of Edson, still indicating quite strong rotation on that, with a very strong hail core on this. So this is going to be, again, throwing very large hailstones at this point. So that is the other concern with the storm as this continues along. So let me just take a look here. Just getting this question, you can check our Facebook page is where we post our outlooks, watches, warnings, that kind of stuff. So that's definitely a place you can find things. And I see Connor is in the chat by the looks of it. Probably from the road here, so Connor might be commenting in the chat as well, helping out. So thank you, Connor, for jumping in. Chris, thank you very much for the donation as well. Really appreciate that. Goes a long way towards helping us out. So we continue to grow and expand this platform. So here's our latest scan that just popped up. Let's take a look at our tornado warned storm at this point. Still showing strong winds in here. We're probably over 85 kilometers an hour in spots here, across from about 30 kilometers an hour. There are some spots with 70. So again, still indicative of very strong rotation. I'm going to flip this over and move our box ahead with this storm. So let me just do that. Towards 32. So we are still west of 32 at this point, directly north of Edson. So if you are anywhere in this orange box or polygon, we are recommending that you are in shelter. We have been since we got on here about, what are we now, 50 minutes ago. We don't have a confirmation of anything on the ground, and Environment Canada saying the same thing, that it is possibly producing a tornado. The warning has gone out because the rotation is quite strong on this storm. So that's the main reason that we have all of this going on. So what else? Okay, getting some comments that Miller Lake is west of Edson on Highway 16. So thank you for that. I did find Miller's Lake on there. So the photo doesn't show anything underneath it, which is good news. It's always good to have a view underneath the storm because the radar is always blind for the last kilometer usually. And that obviously where a lot of stuff does happen. So what else have we got here? Unfortunately, Liala, I don't look at the U.S. side of things, so unfortunately, I can't give you an update on Minnesota at this point. I haven't done any forecasting or looking at anything out that way. So Max Velocity is who I recommend you check out on YouTube. He's phenomenal as far as his coverage is concerned. It's who I watch down for the U.S. coverage, Max Velocity. You can look him up on YouTube, and if there's anything going on, he should be live streaming for it. So okay, so good news. We've got Braden Morrisow's out on this storm. I'm just going to take a look at it here. He's got a view of this storm, which is good news for us. Let me just take a look here. And I've got a video here. So Braden is out chasing with his mom today, from what I know. So we'll see what today produces. I'm going to share this. This is the storm, again, from Braden Morrisow. And let me just look at the comments. Dangerous supercell north of Edson, Alberta. He posted this about 2 minutes ago, so let me bring it up. This is a short video, so you can see obviously quite a bit of rain. It is a large storm at this point. Does not look like there's anything currently underneath the storm, but it has heavy precipitation in the center here. So you can have circulations that do get buried in rain. But Braden so far not making any comment on that. So he's, again, if you don't follow Braden, I'll bring up his channel and just share that because he allows us to share his stuff on there. We have permission. So you can find him on X and Facebook. He is based out of Cochrane, Alberta. Phenomenal friend of ours. And most of you probably know the Green Jeep and Braden Morrisow, but if you don't, this is where you can find him. You can pause the live stream and grab that info. And he's the same name on X as he is on Facebook. So those are the two places you can find them right now. And let me go back here. So right now, we're not showing anything underneath this storm. However, it is a very strong storm at this time. So again, if you're in the path of this, I would recommend, if you have anything that you care about from the hail side of things, you definitely want to be putting it into shelter, whether it's livestock, pets, vehicles, farm equipment, that kind of stuff. This is your warning to get in shelter if you have that option. Again, this is north of Edson at this point, and I'll just show you the track of it here. Sean asking if this storm on the screen is north of Edson. Yes, that is the storm that we are talking about. This is, again, just to the west of Edmonton. We have several storms organizing themselves. Swan Hills, we have a little bit of a storm that is just severe warned to the north there. Our tornado warned storm right here north of Edson, throwing very large hail as well. And then we have our cluster of storms coming off the hills. This is just due west of Drayton Valley, and there's an update on the tornado warned storm, so bear with me for a sec. They just pushed the box further out, so when the box shape changes, the red box that they put out, it re-puts out a tornado warning. So even if you're back to the west of this, I'll stop this here. If you are back to the west of this storm, you're still getting a tornado warning that is to your east and moving east. And that's just the fundamental issue with our warning boxes in Canada. Whenever they update things and the box stays the same in terms of the back to the west, you're going to get another tornado warning for that same storm, unfortunately. So that's why we try and narrow it down with our orange polygon. That is the area you need to be concerned about. So let's just take a look. Red Deer, a storm that may have some hail on it. Here's our latest scan. It definitely weakened on this last scan, folks. Probably interacting a little bit with smoke, but it could be, a couple of things here. It could be cycling, that kind of thing. So Red Deer just getting very heavy rain, maybe tiny hail on that at this point. Just going to switch back over. Our storm still continues west of Drayton Valley. No hail indicated on that yet, just a very heavy rainmaker. And then our tornado warned storm up here, still showing a very strong rotation in this area where we've got our reds and greens, and we're showing 110 kilometers. This is off the surface, folks, so this is higher up in the storm. It doesn't necessarily mean it's making it down to the bottom of the storm. Like I said, we are generally blind at the last kilometer of the storm, and that's why it's always good to have chasers or spotters underneath it or out in front of it that can report to us and let us know what is happening right at the surface area. So no updates yet from Braden, but he's tracking it, so we should have some good information from that as far as things go. So just gonna take a look here. Okay, so we're good on emails. Definitely some dark purples in here, folks. This is chucking some very large hailstones. We are going to be talking almost up to tennis balls at this point, would be my take based on these velocity scans. And so again, could be doing quite a bit of damage as this continues to move kind of east at this point. So still west of 32, due north of Edson, and this is all west of Edmonton at this point. So our storm up by Swan Hills. Let me see if the other... no, it's still going to be the same radar. Swan Hill's starting to get purple on it as well, so this is chucking some very large hail in a smaller, tighter hail core to the northwest of Swan Hills. This is continuing on. It has been severe warned for the last little while, but it's almost basically moving due east at this point as well. So both of our stronger storms moving east with a slight northeast drift on it. So but this one is Swan Swan Hills is just severe warned at this point, and that's it. It looks like something's trying to initiate off a boundary here by west of Edmonton. So let me take a look at what's unfolding. You can see this boundary that's been sitting there, and we now have a storm that has interacted with the boundary and may get strong as it crosses over that boundary. So that is an area here. Where are we? This is northwest of Lakeview and kind of southwest of Yellowstone, it looks like, on 43. So I'm going to watch these storms that have just initiated. They've only shown up on the last real scan there. So lots unfolding right now, unfortunately, folks. So we're still, again, 5:40 p.m., long time before it's the sun sets. And, there's still lots of potential for storms. Just going to check something here. Okay. So that's where we're at, folks. Just going to take a look down towards Calgary. Still not seeing anything. There's like garden variety showers trying to happen down further south. And again, smoke is at play. So I think a lot of the storms won't be able to get going as if there was no smoke. Then I think we'd be talking a little bit higher end severe. And in fact, yesterday there was a higher risk put out by Environment Canada, which downtrended this morning because of all the smoke that was in play. What smoke does is it kind of enhances the cap, which is kind of like a lid on storms, and keeps them from being able to get through it. Some storms do get through, as you can see, but it does have overall effect where it weakens the chance for storms to get going. But obviously we do have some on the go at this point. So yeah, Chris, I think if you're talking about the storm by Harrington, Quebec, we were actually live all the way from southwest Ontario. That storm formed, I want to say, somewhere around Peterborough area, then kind of traveled through eastern Ontario. We were live that whole time, so we kind of saw it from beginning to end. And there's been a second tornado confirmed in Quebec by Saint Donat after the fact, 50 kilometers northeast of the original tornado. So I just saw that today for the Quebec side of things. So there was a second small tornado. It was an EF0 basically, but still obviously caused a bit of damage. So okay, so yeah, our email is at the bottom of the screen right below me, folks. canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. That's where you can send photos, and I'll do my best to get them. So yeah, this would be one of the scarier things. Nocturnal tornado warnings, those ones, visibility, you don't see what's coming. I've storm chased for 12 years, and I'm uncomfortable with nighttime tornado warnings, and getting a little too close, you can get yourself into trouble. So you definitely have to be cautious of it. And if you're getting that, while you're asleep, being woken up to that, that's not fun. So, okay. Helix, good to see you here from Australia. Always love seeing you in the chat. So very international at this point, crossing the globe here. But yeah, another busy day it looks like for storms across Alberta at this point. So our tornado warning storm again is north of Edson at this point, within that orange polygon. That is where we are recommending shelter. And we do have some more storms trying to initiate throughout other areas. So this could get a little bit more intense as the evening picks up here. So what else? It's very windy, according to Alicia, in Edson at this point, with all the storms ongoing. And there's some to the west, to the north, and to the south. So especially with that strong storm to your north, that let me just take a look here. That could be ingesting a lot of air. It is a very strong storm with all that hail in it. And to have hail in a storm, you need a very strong updraft to hold that ice basically floating up there. The larger the hailstone, the stronger the updraft basically is. There's somewhat of an equation for that. Rotation has broadened out on this a little bit, so that is good news in terms of the rotation aspect, but this may be just a cycle where it downtrends a little bit and then might pick up, but we are still going to say out of an abundance of caution within this orange polygon, we are calling for shelter at this point. So let me take a look here by Swan Hills. Large hail on this to the northwest of Swan Hills. Don't know what's up here. I don't see any names or anything, but these look like very remote roads, possibly. Yeah, I'd be guessing as to what's up there. You folks probably know better, but northwest of Swan Hills, very large hail. This is going to be probably the same equivalent down to the southwest. We're probably talking up to tennis ball sized hail possible out of this storm, and it is not moving very quickly. It is moving east at this point and chucking very large ice out of this. They just updated it, so from Environment Canada. So let's take a look. They're calling for loony to ping pong ball sized hail is what they are saying on this one. So large hail may cause significant damage and injury, and that's what we're getting from Environment Canada. There is a bit of rotation on this storm, but it is weak and it is broad somewhat, so that is still not a danger in that aspect. And then we have our storm south of Edson coming off the foothills. Lots of lightning, heavy precipitation within this storm, not really indicative of any hail at this point, so that is good news as it comes off the foothills. At least we're not dealing with hail. And our storm by Red Deer has weakened dramatically. We went from dark reds and even some pink in there. You can see that on this scan, and now it is definitely gotten a lot weaker with just those oranges, a little bit of red, so that storm is weakening. And the rest of it around the Calgary area, there's just isolated rain showers at this point. Nothing concerning out of those storms at this point. So we're still saying shelter in our orange polygon though. So I'm going to jump back into the chat here and see if I can answer anything. Sherwood Park, Danny Sullivan, just saying starting to look cloudy, and that's obviously a part of Edmonton. I've learned that much. I try to learn as many areas as I can, so give me a sec here. God. Okay. So we're going to keep an eye out if these storms do make it into Edmonton, because I guess there's a big concert in Edmonton tonight, Post Malone and Jelly Roll. So I just got a comment from, I think I saw something about that flying through the comments, and I can't get to them all, folks. I apologize. Again, it's me, myself, and I here with obviously help from Connor and Melissa. But if the 6 p.m. start time for that show, which is in about 13 minutes. So right now, storms are not heading towards that area, but definitely if you are heading to that concert, be weather aware, stay weather aware, have a way of getting your alerts. And if you do get one, take it seriously. We will be here live on this as long as we've got weather to talk about of any severity. We will definitely give you guys the information as that happens. So again, anybody going to the concert, stay weather aware, because their storms could come into Edmonton, and we know what the last 3 weeks have been like for storms going through Edmonton. So, you know, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst is the best way I can put it. So, what else? Yeah, right now this is just for Alberta, folks. These are the only storms of any concern with these severe watches that we have out, which is your yellow, light colored or thin outlines. Those are watches. When you have the darker, brighter yellow, thicker lines, those are your warnings. So watches, I always compare this to tacos. Taco watch is when your ingredients are on the counter. You can see that all the ingredients for your tacos are there. When the taco arrives at your plate, all the ingredients inside it, that is your taco warning. Tacos are happening. So it's the same idea whether you're talking severe or tornado. Watch is always the first thing that comes out, telling you to, hey, heads up, possibilities are there. Environment is possible for severe or tornado. And when you do get the warning, all the ingredients have come together and you possibly have that situation unfolding. So always something to keep in mind when we're talking about this. So 547, this is our latest scan that just came in here. Still very large hail on this storm northeast of Edson. We are still going to say stay in shelter at this point, anywhere in the orange polygon at this point. I'm just going to double check not Connor, I'm going to check social media to see if we've got anything happening elsewhere, any photos. So far, no other photos since the video we showed of from Braden Morriso of the cell. Obviously, it's a serious thunderstorm. This is putting out very large hail and heavy precipitation and winds within this. So Swan Hills still continues to have large hail to the northwest of it, and that hasn't moved very quickly through the area. So this is probably dropping some significant hail through that area as well. And then our Red Deer storm, I'm just going to take a look at it from Strathmore. That's a closer radar. On the east side of Red Deer, just very heavy precipitation in this red and dark red area. The rest of it, orange to yellow, green, and blue, is on the light end of the precipitation scale. So just showers with a couple of lightning bolts, non-severe warned, meaning there's no severe warning on it as of yet. And then we do have some storms trying to get going around the Calgary, Alberta area, but they so far are just garden variety showers, nothing concerning at this point. So our two strongest storms are literally northeast of Edson. That is the tornado warned one with the orange polygon where we're recommending shelter. And then Swan Hills, just because it's throwing very large hail at this point. And you can see how this is unfolding right now, where the storms are kind of moving at this point. So Alberta storms saying, I can see, comments jump too quickly here sometimes. Towering cumulus starting to form over Edmonton and southwest of Edmonton. So that is indicative of storms trying to get their act together possibly. So we will continue to monitor that. Thank you for the heads up. I always appreciate getting that stuff. What else? So is there a debris signature on the radar for the tornado near Edson? CC drops in Canada are kind of difficult. They are fundamentally not the best compared to when we look at US radar. I do not see any kind of debris ball. I do see some data in there, but again, when you compare it to, for example, the Harrington, Quebec tornado, there was a very clear indication of a debris ball. CC drop is just not very obvious on Canadian radars most times unless you have a strong tornado ongoing. So right now, nothing that I would jump on to say that there's any kind of significant CC drop to indicate debris being lofted or anything like that. So, okay. Good. Yeah, if you guys do want to send us anything, again, our email is right below me. You can catch it there, or canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. Just give it to you guys verbally. If you guys are new here, this is a channel that started a little over a year ago, and we cover severe weather. We are based out of Eastern Ontario, but we do cover as much as we can across Canada. We are essentially Connor and myself, two people running it, and then we have help from a lot of people, moderators and some chasers as well. So, but this is what we're doing, and we look to be expanding it even more as time progresses. So right now, the dangerous storm northeast of Edson at this point, continuing to move eastward. And then we do have a couple of storms trying to get organized kind of northwest of Edmonton. You can see them kind of initiating here just south of Barrhead, for example. There's one there, and you can clearly see on this radar scan some boundaries, interacting here, which is sometimes a trigger for storms that can get get pretty strong. Again, smoke is at play today, folks. So smoke does usually keep storms from going too crazy. However, some of the areas, like I said, we got looking at satellite imagery, and a lot of the smoke has moved out of certain areas. So again, depending where the storms are initiating, if there's smoke, it may keep it a little bit on the lower end of things. And we've only had 2 really strong storms at this point. So Swan Hills to the north, just for hail, and then our tornado warned storm that has been there for the last, well, we've been on since an hour and 15 minutes or so. So it's basically, we jumped on as soon as that tornado warning went. We were monitoring the radar. We jumped on the live stream just so we could get information out to folks. So that is where we're at right now. We continue to see these storms. They are moving east. If you are, the hail core has extended south to Edson. This is interesting on that last scan. Rotation has broadened out. Give me 1 second here. I need to look at things for a moment. Okay, I'm going to delete my box there, and we'll continue to look at this, but we do have more hail on this around the Edson area and northeast of there. So let me switch over here and just look at my velocities. Yeah, I'm going to say, okay. I'm going to put out my box. Extend it out like this. So if you are anywhere in this orange polygon, that's where we are going to recommend shelter. It does look like it's going through a merger or transition here. Storm kind of expanded to the south towards Edson. You can see that on the latest couple of scans. There's an updraft that kind of popped to the south of the initial storm. And so that is something that's ongoing right now. And we're starting to see a lot of storms popping, folks, here. So again, west of Edmonton, we've got that boundary interacting with things north of Highway 16, a few storms starting to get going. So this could get very busy very quickly. And again, orange polygon is where we're recommending shelter at this point. And what that means is a basement, if at all possible. If not, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do recommend into a bathtub, gives you a little bit more protection just in case, and put a small mattress over yourself for extra protection if debris was worst case scenario starts happening. So storm to our south here where we have our tornado warned storm. I'm going to just bring it up to our latest scan. There is some hail on this starting to show on the southern end of it. So we also have some rotation up to the north. So we're going to have to watch this storm west of Drayton Valley. It is currently severe warned and moving northeast as it comes off the hills essentially. We'll see if it slams into the storms to the north. So this is all stuff we are going to monitor, and we will walk you through it as that happens. Red Deer storm, again, significantly weakened. It has just heavy rain in a small core to the east and northeast of Red Deer. Nothing significant in that regards. And Swan Hills just to the north of it, large hail about to come on to 33 around that Swan Hills area. So again, if you have anything up there that you care about, this is moving eastward at this point and will cross 33. Farm equipment, vehicles, livestock, animals, pets, whatever, that is going to be chucking some large hail. So I definitely would get whatever you can to shelter. Same thing with our tornado warned storm. It has 2 pockets of very large hail as well associated with it. So I'm just going to double check here. Okay, just checking to see if there's anything else. Nothing else posted right now that I can see. And I'm just looking down by Calgary area. Just garden variety showers, folks, right now around the Calgary area. So again, nothing of concern. This is all to the north currently. So just a large storm to the west and to Swan Hills, and then we have that storm coming back in west of Drayton Valley. That one we're going to have to see. It looks like it's going to slam into our storms to the north, and we'll have to see what comes out the other side. Sometimes that can kill things off, other times it can enhance it. So it's one of those things hard to know up front exactly what's going to happen. So and yes, so questions I'm getting is, what Edmonton going to get worse? There is a chance that Edmonton gets worse. Right now, everything is to the west and moving northeast or east. And it's going to be close to Edmonton, but still can't tell you if Edmonton's out of the woods. We are still only 6 p.m., folks. There's still another 4 hours of daylight, roughly, and storms can initiate anywhere, as you can see. Not just the storms that are ongoing. We now have storms out in front that have initiated to the northwest of Edmonton. They are moving northeast, so they won't come into Edmonton, but that doesn't mean nothing will happen to the southwest of Edmonton as well. So you just need to stay weather aware if you are in the Edmonton area. I know there's a big concert there. We've talked about that a little bit. So it is, you know, where have a way to get your warnings today. If you are anywhere in these yellow severe thunderstorm watches, that is your heads up that bad weather is possible today. So there's no definitive answer, but right now you can see a lot of storms trying to get organized here over the last hour and a half, roughly. So our initial storm is the one in the orange polygon. That one was tornado warned and is still tornado warned. We are still recommending for shelter in the orange polygon. That narrows down the area of where you have to worry about. And here we go. So this is our next scan. Just taking a look at this, there is some very large hail northeast of Edson at this point on 748. Still some wind velocities in there that are concerning. Again, this is going through a bit of a transition, this storm now, and we are still recommending shelter in our orange polygon at this point. Let's take a look at west of Drayton Valley. A little bit of hail on that, still on the southern tip here. Again, somewhat northwest of Brazo Reservoir, so not a lot of population there, but we still want to get the word out for that. Couple of smaller storms here by Red Deer, but these are non-severe. They don't even really have lightning on them. One here southwest of Wetaskiwin, kind of no longer, right now is not severe warned, doesn't have any lightning, and it's just heavy precipitation on that storm. And we do have a cluster right up here. You can see these little cells trying to get themselves organized. They've popped or initiated off a boundary. We will see if they do anything or if they kind of just mosey on with not a lot of intensity. So 3 areas that we are watching quite closely is by Swan Hills. That hail core continues to be up there to the north of Swan Hills along Highway 33. This is large hail in that storm, and again moving eastward at this point. And then our large hail core, this just to give you guys an idea how large this hail core is, we are talking 25 kilometers across, folks. So wherever you see this pink, it's actually even more if I go north to south from the very tip. We're about 28 kilometers across where that hail is falling as this moves to the east. So significant swath of hail on this storm, and some of them will be large in there. You're probably talking ping pong ball or smaller, depending where you are in relation to that hail core. So we're going to see what happens here as far as that storm is concerned. So again, still calling for shelter at this point. Just seeing some footage of the storm. Not seeing anything underneath it. So I've got a social media post here. I can't share this right now, but I can. It gives me eyes on the storm and lets me know what's underneath it. Right now, I don't see anything underneath the storm, but it is going through a transition right now. And what I mean by that, I'll zoom in here and bring it up so you guys can understand what is going on with this storm. If we go back, the storm had a intense hail core on its own, isolated in a small area, and over the last number of scans, stuff has popped or initiated to its south and is kind of interacting with it. So we have a much larger and wider hail core. The rotation did go down on this, but there are a few pockets where it's still significant. So that's why we're still calling for that shelter. Just checking to see if Environment Canada has updated the tornado warning, just saying that it is possibly producing a tornado. This was issued 29 minutes ago, just so everybody's on the same page. And again, this is north of Highway 16, heading eastward. So if this continues to expand southward and moves eastward, this is coming at Edmonton, folks. So be weather aware. Again, as far as being in the Edmonton area, anywhere around there, you guys have had some bad storms, and you know what can happen with these. So currently the distance to the storm is 170 kilometers at this point. So it's still quite a ways away, but it is not looking like it's weakening. So this is your heads up in the Edmonton area. Be prepared. Put your stuff away, get ready for a strong storm. Hopefully it doesn't make it there, but this is your early warning at this point. So, okay. And it looks like I've got Rick in here as well. Yeah, I saw that one, Rick. Thank you. Watching, he's highlighting some social media posts for me. So, Rick, really appreciate that. Thank you. And I guess there were some comments about parking under underpasses or under bridges, that kind of thing. That is the biggest no-no you can do with severe weather, is parking under an overpass, blocking a highway. That is the most selfish move. You literally leave everybody else out to get impacted by the severe weather, and you prevent first responders from being able to get to folks that need the help. So if you park under an overpass, it's the biggest pet peeve I have with storm chasing. You can't just park on a highway or a roadway and block road traffic. Extremely selfish move of anybody who does that. So do not do that. And when winds pick up, you're actually sitting in an area where winds are stronger because they get funneled under that overpass. So definitely don't do that. Okay, so what else have we got here? Good comment here, or good question, I guess. If you are in a hotel and things get bad, you definitely want to go to stairwells. They're generally concrete for the most part. So you want to be somewhere where they can, whether it's cinder block or concrete stairwells, they are much stronger, and that will provide you with some solid protection. So again, just reading, I'm in a hotel upper floor, so I'll probably have to head to stairwell if anything, and with crap at the end. Yes, I definitely don't envy that fact, but it's a good choice if you are in a building, a hotel, anything like that. Concrete stairwells are very strong in that regards. Just checking some more social media. Nothing there yet. Let's take a look. I think our new scan just came in here at 6:05. So let's take a look at our tornado warning. The rotation on this storm is not significant at this point. It still does have some rotation, so the threat level is gone down. I'm just going to do something here just to see. We still have our tornado warning from Environment Canada. Just was double checking that. Has not been updated in 32 minutes. And again, from what I'm seeing on my velocity scans, which is our red and greens, red is moving away from radar, green is moving towards radar, and the brighter those colors are, the stronger the winds are. And so that's what we use to look for rotation on storms. This is throwing very large hail north of Highway 16. This is northeast of Edson, and it continues to move eastward at this point. So you can see how that storm broadened out, and we do have our storm west of Drayton Valley coming up into that. So they will probably impact interact here shortly, and we'll see whether the main storm or the initial storm absorbs that storm from the south, and then see what comes out the other side. But right now we don't have, it's not possible for me to say exactly what's going to happen, but we do have strong storms west of Edmonton marching due east at this point. So definitely something to be concerned about. And in Edmonton, you need to stay weather aware. I've literally live streamed all three of those bad storms that came through Edmonton over the last 3 weeks or whatever. So I know what you guys have gone through, and I'm telling you that that possibility is on the table with this storm just moving east. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I want you guys to be aware, and I want you to be ready for it, because this has the potential to come through Edmonton. So just taking a look elsewhere. Sorry, I'm going to go up to Swan Hills. I haven't updated on that storm. So northeast of Swan Hills, some significant hail just moving eastward, and it is on 33 moving east from there. We do even have some purple in there. So that is going to be throwing some large hail as well. And that's why it's severe warned. No other storms right now. Just looking around the rest of Alberta to the south. Nothing around Calgary that's concerning. Storm by Red Deer. These are just showers at this point and of no concern or issue. But if something does get strong, we will let you guys know about it. So. Okay, Connor just sending me some photos. Thank you, Connor, for helping out on your drive. He's literally driving out west at this point to storm chase from Ontario. Just taking a look here. Wow. Getting a status update here from something. So bear with me for a second. Make sure I'm on top of it. Oh, God. Okay, Braden's gotten into the big hail. This is what I was talking about, so bear with me for a second here. I'm going to pull this up, and he's getting ping pong ball-sized hail falling out of this storm right now. And it's prolific at this point. So you can see that there's a ton of hail, and it's significantly going to do damage at this size. So this is off our storm that is by the Edson area on Highway 16. So, you know, this is what we were talking about, that this will be putting out significant hail. And that is our storm right here to the northeast of Edson, north of Highway 16. So that hail is heading eastward. So if you're out in front of this, again, if you have pets, you have livestock, you have farm equipment, cars, whatever it is, and you can get it to shelter, I highly recommend you do that at this time. So, oh, they just expanded the severe warning up north, so they've pushed the box further east. So it is now east of 33 where that hail core is moving. So that's why that box has been updated for that storm. And then let's just take a look at our Edson storm just to see rotation on this. I'm less concerned about it currently right now. It is still tornado warned from Environment Canada, but I'm definitely less concerned. There's not any real tight rotation in the right areas on this storm, but out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to say that we still call for shelter out of this. Let me just flip over here. And so I'm going to say from about here and shelter from not only rotating winds but large hail. And that kind of hail, the way it's coming in and bouncing like that, that can shatter side windows on a house or a building. So there's multiple threats with this storm right now. The rotation is, you know, on the low end of the scale. I'm not as afraid of it. For you folks in front of it, it's definitely subsided, but we're going through a merger a little bit here in terms of just an interaction with multiple storms around the area. Hail is the bigger threat at this point, but anywhere in this excuse me, orange polygon, we recommend that you are in shelter. Let's take a look at our storm. This is just kind of southwest of Drayton Valley. A little bit of hail out here, obviously not very populated, but there is some hail in here. This is going to be Toonie sized or less for hail down in that area. Let's just take a look at our storms excuse me, by Red Deer. Red Deer are just regular rainstorms at this point. And our Swan Hill storm, that's the other, that has a lot of purple starting to show up in there. So this is throwing quite significant hail. This is northeast of Swan Hills and has been doing that for quite some time. You saw the hail coming out of the storm that Braden is on by Edson. This has got a bigger signature, meaning those purples, those darker purples, that is larger hailstones. So if that was ping pong balls, expect larger than ping pong on Swan Hills more than likely. And let's take a look. We still have a cluster of storms trying to get going, but these are just showers at this point by Barhead. And near Legal, this is north of 43. These are just showers at this point with maybe 1 or 2 lightning strikes, so still not too concerning. If you are in the Edmonton area, again, I'm telling you to have your plan in place, because this weather could head your way. It is looking like that currently, and we know what the last 3 major storms have done going through Edmonton area. So just giving you guys all the heads up at this point that I can. It is still significantly far from Edmonton, so just using downtown Edmonton as my distance marker right now. The edge of the storm is still 160 kilometers away. A lot can change in that time, but this is your early warning. Pay attention. This could be headed that way, especially with Post Malone and Jelly Roll having a concert. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be in a small area. This could be headed that way. So still long ways off, but just be prepared is all I'm going to say. So just seeing here. Some of the storms are moving east. Some of them are moving kind of northeast. So currently, right now, we have a storm moving from the south of 16 that is moving northeast. Has been for the last little while. You can see how it's tracking up. And then our storms around Edson are going to get impacted by this storm. And we'll see whether everything continues to move east from there. Our storms north of 16 are moving east at this point, essentially. So those are all what's happening at this point. And our Swan Hill storm to the north is moving east as well. So we're not sure how this is all going to unfold, but we're going to walk you through it and give you guys the real deal as far as what is going on at this point. So just watching a couple of things here. Yeah, definitely some very large ping pong balls falling out of this storm. So what else? Timbit sized hail. Yes, that's definitely another way of describing it. Maybe a little bit bigger on the Timbit side, but yes, lots going on at this point. So this is still, like I said, west of Edmonton at this point, but all the storms are starting to line out, meaning connect or reach out and touch each other, another way of putting it. And it is moving along 16, it is moving east. South of 16, it's moving northeast. So the question is, what happens after this collision? That's going to be the $1 million question that we're going to try and answer for folks. So this is still 160 kilometers from Edmonton, but this is your early warning that there is bad, severe weather to your west. We still have a tornado warning storm out that way. The rotation definitely was looking better on the last few scans. We'll continue to say that you need to be in shelter in the orange polygon. That's what we've been saying all along here. That means in a basement if you can. If you don't have that option, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then a small mattress or something over top of you is what we recommend. So let's just take a look here. 6:11. We get our scans every 8 minutes or so. So we've got 2 minutes till our next scan shows up. I'm really curious what this is going to look like once our southern storm, which is this one right here, this is going to slam into these storms to the north where I've drawn that arrow. And again, sometimes that can kill off storms, other times it can enhance them. So we'll have to see what's going on and take it from there. But right now, that is what I'm curious as to what unfolds. Very large hail in the storm northeast of Edson, north of Highway 16. And that we were showing ping pong balls basically bouncing around all over the place. I can bring that up if anybody's just jumping in. This is from Braden Morriso. Let me pull it up here. I'll share it with you folks. So you can see that they not only are ping pong balls, they're bouncing pretty good off the surface there. So, and you can hear it impacting the vehicles. So, definitely going to cause damage. And again, that is from Braden Morriso on X or Facebook. You guys can find him there. So let me pull back up our drawings here, and we're going to see when our next scan comes in. And we should have it. Oh, this is our next scan. I was going to say I should have it any second. There's a tight area of rotation right out in front of this thing. I don't like that. So we're still orange polygon, take shelter, not only from possibly rotating winds, it's going through an merger, or, you know, the storm from the south is starting to interact with it. So you never know what that can trigger. And orange polygon, be in shelter. There is large hail. So again, that will smash side windows of a home or a business. Stay away from the windows with that kind of hail falling at this point. So let's take a look up by Swan Hills area. Still got a bit of a hail core up there. It has gone down a little bit when it's made its way east of 33. I'll show you. We had some purples or dark purples, especially on this scan prior. This was at 611. So the hail has gone down, so it may be cycling down. And storms do cycle, meaning going up and down, up and down. So we'll see if that continues to sustain that hail core. And right now you can see this wall of precipitation to the west of Edmonton. And it is, again, still far away from Edmonton, but right now you need to be prepared for bad weather in Edmonton at this point. So it's still hours away from this current position. However, other storms can initiate closer, which would obviously shorten that gap. So again, I'm giving you guys as much heads up as I can for this kind of thing to be going on. So yeah, there's definitely some chasers out there. Just seeing some comments as far as chasers out in Edmonton and Alberta area, because they are out trying to get to these storms and warn people and, you know, post on social media. So definitely there's chances of things happening out that way, and that's why we have Braden Morriso's out there. We have additional chasers. There's always tons of chasers out in Alberta area. So what else? Okay. Yeah, there's definitely no tornadoes that have been confirmed on this storm anywhere. We've just had some very tight rotation, so that is why this storm got tornado warned. It started out an hour and 40 minutes ago, way back to the west, and you can see how this has progressed at this point. The hail did go down a little bit on this last scan because, again, the storm from the south that's slamming into it is going to interfere with it for a few scans. The question is whether one bigger storm comes out of it and intensifies or maintains some strength, or whether this kind of kills things off, because you never know with collisions. So okay, just getting some emails here. I'm going to try and get into them, folks. Okay. Just getting pictures here. Bear with me. I'm just checking a few photos. Okay. We jump back into the chat here and we'll go from there. So right now, obviously west of Edmonton is the area to pay attention to, just with how many storms are ongoing, how many are colliding, and large hail, heavy precipitation all around the Edson area at this point. You've got storms to your west, to your north, and to your east and south. So all around you, essentially, around the Edson area. So that is our hot spot with all of this. Anybody who's new to the channel, anything that's pink, bright pink, those are hail. That's when you get into hail. Anything dark red, that is very heavy rain, like somebody turning on a faucet and walking away. Connor just helping me out with stuff. And I appreciate that. And Connor is doing this from the road. So again, thank you for jumping in here, Connor. Obviously, you know, we normally have a few moderators in here, but tonight it looks like it's just myself. Maybe Rick is in here. I know Melissa was here for a bit, but bear with me, folks. Obviously, a little bit of a lighter crew today helping out. So let's just take a look. Here is our scan at 6:23. This just came in. That rotation definitely starting to be concerning. This is northwest of Knighton Junction. Let me, why isn't this flipping over? Give me one sec. There we go. So we do have some rotation, so still going to call for shelter in our orange polygon, and that again means a basement if possible. This hail core has gone down on the storm. You can see it's more broken up than it was previously, and that again is due to the fact that the storm from the south, you can see how they've slammed into this storm. So over the next 2 to 3, 4 scans maybe, we'll see what transitions here and what happens with this merger or collision as far as those storms are concerned. This is again due west of Edmonton, and right now looks to be marching east. Once we have those storms from the south get absorbed, we'll see if that path continues to be eastward at this point. And there is a boundary out in front of these storms, which also can enhance storms. So a lot of stuff that we have to pay attention to. Still got lots of hail in a small tight core, but large hail here to the northeast of Swan Hills, east of 33. That's why it's severe warned, and it continues to move eastward. As you can see, that's what the path has been over the last hour and a half, roughly. So. Okay, so again, kind of west of Edmonton at this point. Crane camping west of Hinton. Right now, nothing in Hinton area is concerning. All these storms are northeast. There are a few other storms behind that could possibly become an issue, but right now in the Hinton area, nothing at this point is concerning. Everything is kind of east of there. So you can very clearly see where all of our bright colors are, and that's indicative of where that heavier precipitation is, where that large hail is. All of that is bad news as far as folks in front of these storms for that bigger precipitation with the hailstones. We're watching some rotation on this, and we're tracking social media as well to see whether anything is happening underneath the storm at this point. So just seeing another photo here on social media. This storm is getting its act together. It's definitely a strong storm, even going through this merger right now, or this collision. Just again, looking at some social media posts. I can't share them because we don't have permission, so we don't steal stuff. But at the end of the day, it gives me a view of what's underneath this storm, and it is a very strong storm, needs to be taken seriously, even if we take the rotation aspect out of it at this point. So just your heads up at this point, if you're east of all of this, have your plan ready in terms of if you need to take shelter from this. And again, large hail and lots of precipitation associated with that large hail, meaning heavy rain, so some overland flooding. We know that Edmonton can't handle heavy rain for sustained periods of times. We've had plenty of street flooding. We've had plenty of that kind of stuff going on. Cars getting swamped by water. Like I said, this is your heads up in that area, and hopefully nothing comes your way or it dies off before it gets there. But at the end of the day, this is kind of your early warning system. So getting a question if this will come to St. Albert, which is on the northwest side of Edmonton. There you go. They've changed the box size, just so everybody knows. We are still calling for shelter in that orange polygon. They have taken the box and shrunk it back from the west because it extended in that kind of triangle back up to the northwest. They have minimized or shortened the box. That's why that warning goes back out again when they change those dimensions. So just watching some rotation in here. We're waiting for another scan here in about 2 minutes, and we'll see if this rotation picks up. We do have people out in front of this storm, and as soon as I have something I can show you guys, I will. Right now it looks like a very strong storm. This has definitely got danger written all over it for wind, rain, and the possibility of some large hail, and obviously rotation is also a strong possibility on this storm at this time. So yeah, we were talking about St. Albert. St. Albert being part of Edmonton, basically. This is not going to discriminate. Our storm right now, if you go from where we have our oranges down to the south, is 64 kilometers across, folks. This is a pretty wide swath. And again, it is still quite a ways away from Edmonton area, but it is heading eastward at this point. We'll see if that changes over the next few scans as this merger happens from the storms from the south. You can see how that storm on the bottom end of the screen is now slamming into it. There's an additional cell that has kind of gotten off the hills and turned east towards Drayton Valley, but part of that storm went north and slammed into all of this. So we got to see how this unfolds over the next little time period, but so far everything looks to be moving eastward at this point. So, and I'm watching the boundary that is out in front of this drifting south at this time. So the boundary I'm talking about would be this portion right here. Let me highlight it. This is kind of a boundary out here, and it is currently drifting south. It was moving due west essentially, but now it is drifting south. So we'll see if this comes into play with some of the storms at this point. So let me kill this off. And I'm watching that intently just to see what lays ahead for these storms possibly. And our storm by Drayton Valley, I'm just going to look if there's rotation on this. There's a little bit of rotation. Again, rotation is normal on storms to a certain extent. It's where it's rotating, how tightly it's rotating, and how quickly it's rotating. That's always the part that we have to decipher, myself or meteorologists at Environment Canada, in terms of tornado warnings and that kind of stuff. So it's not just red and green together and then you've got problems. So let's just take a look here. Here is our latest scan. Definitely still seeing some tight rotation in this. So I'm going to move my box up here. Let me adjust that. And we'll update this and continue to call for shelter on this storm. So anywhere in our orange polygon, that is an area that we would recommend that you are in shelter, basement ideally. If you don't have that as an option, then interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have the option, a bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then a small mattress or something over you to protect you in the worst case scenario. But this is how things have unfolded over the last hour and a half on our radar scans. And you can see that that is a sizable storm to the west of Edmonton and looks to be continuing eastward at this point. So Let me move our map over, and you can see Edmonton due east of this, and obviously still quite a bit of distance, but that gap is starting to get shorter and shorter. We're still talking well over 100 kilometers. I'll measure it here for you folks to let you know what the distance is from downtown Edmonton, and that'll give you some kind of idea of how much distance there is between you and the storm. So right through downtown Edmonton to the edge of this storm is about 150 kilometers. So that's a rough idea of how far it is. It is currently, again, moving. Looks like it's going to maintain an easterly track at this point. And it is a strong storm. Just looking at some more photos of this storm. Yeah, very heavy rain in this. Is that this storm here, Lodgepole? I want to say that's right here. So, yes. So this storm definitely has a slanted updraft on it, which is also indicative of a storm that might be trying to get organized. Again, this is kind of west of Lodgepole, west of Drayton Valley. We're keeping our eye on that storm just in regards to it could get itself organized here. Still large hail northeast of Swan Hills, moving east of 33 and just continuing eastward at this point. Not much I can call out in front of this. Just taking a look, there's not a whole lot there that I can kind of pinpoint, but if you guys know Swan Hills, again, this storm is moving east, just coming away from Highway 33 at this point. A couple of minor showers here by Barhead with a bit of heavier precip, but barely any lightning on it. Those are non-concerning compared to what we're seeing to our west here by the Highway 16 corridor, essentially west of Edmonton. Let's go down to the south here, take a look at our Red Deer area. A little bit of hail coming in on to Red Deer, possibly here on this last scan. You can see this is moving northeast. These storms initiated southwest, so it's going to be raining in Red Deer, possibly with pea-sized to grape-sized hail. At this point, it is not severe warned, so still on the lower end of the threat level at this point. So just going to switch back here, and you can see what we're dealing with right now. And again, I'm giving Edmonton the heads up at this point. All that's been unfolding, it does look like it's heading towards Edmonton. So obviously a very populated area. Melissa, thanks for jumping back here. Appreciate you being in. We're still talking 150 kilometers away from Edmonton as it's tracking down that Highway 16 corridor. These are not moving very quickly, so that 150 kilometers, these things can continue to move at a moderate pace. It's still hours away from Edmonton, but the problem you have is if additional storms initiate out in front of this, then that shortens the gap. So that's where we're at right now. Again, we are looking at Edmonton, Alberta area. You can see all these yellow light boxes. Those are your thunderstorm or severe thunderstorm watches. Those are your heads up that bad weather is possible. And when you have a warning, which is the thicker colored lines, whether it's red or yellow, that means you have a problem ongoing, whether it's a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warned storm. We're just waiting for our next scan here west of Edmonton. Let me swing back here and let's go on our latest scan. So this is 6:35 p.m. This just popped up. Rotation is far more broad on this scan, so again, not as concerned at this point because it is going through a merger or transition. Again, that tends to weaken the storm somewhat from the rotation aspect. We will have to see over the next few scans. You can also see that the hail has gone out of this storm because it doesn't know what it's trying to do at this point. And that's very clear right here as the storm slammed into it. All that pink and purple has come out of the storm. So right now it is weakening the storm. That does not mean that it's going to pick up and re-intensify after it sorts itself out. So this is always that scenario where we're watching it to see what is going to happen with it. Going to take a look at my storm here down by Lodgepole or west of Drayton Valley. I believe Lodgepole's, this is due west of Lodgepole or Drayton Valley, if that helps. But right now it does have hail on it, not any significant rotation at this point. And so, but we are monitoring that storm just because it does have a bit of a look to it on some of the photos that I've seen from social media. And then I'm just taking a look here. That's pretty funny. Somebody posted a picture of the storm and it's got Braden Morrisseau in the picture as he's driving past. But anyways, so I'm just zooming in here. Where does it say? Yellowhead. Oh, I assume, maybe that's Yellowhead is the Highway 16 maybe, and I'm not out there, so bear with me. I'm just seeing a comment about Yellowhead, and I think that's the name of the highway, so not 100% sure about that, but just seeing a photo of it, and we're going to continue to monitor it as it goes through this transition. But it looks like all the chasers are heading eastward out in front of this very strong storm at this point. So let me just click on something here, getting another thing from Rick, one of my moderators. Okay, let's jump back into this. We're going to wait here. We've got 6:35 p.m., so we're only 4 minutes in. Still got large hail up by Swan Hills to the northeast of there, still continuing to move eastward. Some regular storms back to the southwest. Those are pockets of heavy rain, very little lightning associated with those, so they're not really picking up that intensity. And then by Lodgepole was the other storm we were paying attention to. So right now, those are our main areas that we are monitoring. Around Calgary, we have some showers, is the best way to put it. Nothing severe warned, nothing to be concerned about at this time. Our severe watches are to the north. Right now over Red Deer, we're getting some rain. Doesn't look like there's any hail in this storm. It has indicated a couple of small pixels on that. So moving through the Red Deer, Alberta area, we're going to have some very heavy rain. Let me just take a look at wind velocities. Nothing strong on winds at this point, just a regular storm at this time. So let me just swing over here and switch up to that. Okay. So we're just going to wait here for our next scan, and hopefully we'll have, yeah, Yellowhead is Highway 16. Perfect. Okay, I kind of made that assumption, but I figured I remember that name as well. So, okay, we've got a video here. Let me pull this up. This is just very heavy precipitation coming from Ashlyn Martin, sent via email to us here. Let me blow this up. This is out of the Edson area, so let me share that. This is a video that we just got in here. So you can see obviously extremely heavy rainfall, and Edson is kind of back to the southwest. Or to the west, I should say, of this storm. So not even, and there's a little bit of hail, as you can see. That looks like pea-sized hail in the storm as well. So thank you for sending that in. Really appreciate getting that stuff from people on the ground. Again, Ashlyn Martin sending that in to us at our emails right below me, canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. That definitely is where you can send stuff in, and we are monitoring it here as best as we can. So yeah, definitely getting Yellowhead, the underpasses flood. So that is another reason not to hang out under underpasses. They definitely, I've seen photos over the last several weeks with stuff happening along there and cars getting, inundated and, basically even almost floating at times. So a lot of rain and precipitation falling with that. So let's take a look. Here's our latest scan. Just going to double check here. And broad rotation on this storm, meaning it's very wide, not very tight, but there is some rotation. I'm not worried about the threat as much from the rotation aspect. You can see the hail has come out of this storm as well. It has not re-intensified, so the storm is going through a transition right now. We're going to see over the next few scans whether it will pick up intensity, but it is definitely looking very different than it was earlier. You can see this back to the west. This is about 5:40 p.m. We have north of Edson, very intense hail core, isolated storm on its own, and then it started to expand south, and then storms slammed into it from the south. Right now it has weakened the storm, but that does not mean it can't pick up intensity again over the next few scans while it gets organized. But the rotation aspect is definitely on the lower end of things, and we're still, again, calling for shelter along Highway 16. I'll put our box back in there just to get that up. And let's just take a look here. Anybody along here at this point right now, just out of an abundance of caution, is why we're calling for shelter in that orange polygon. If you're back to the west, northwest of this, you are out of trouble. You don't need to worry about it. Even southwest, this storm is tracking east. Chris, thank you very much for donating 5 of the Sunshine Club memberships. Really appreciate that. Goes a long way towards helping us. So thank you again from Connor and I. So again, in the orange polygon, we are recommending shelter at this point, but the danger or threat level looks to be weakening at this point. So that is good news. From the rotation side of things, we still have very heavy precipitation in this, and we're going to see if this will pick up intensity over the next few scans. Let's take a look up here. Swan Hills to the northeast, that hail core has gone down a little bit, just slightly, but still continuing to march east from Highway 33. So if you're up in that area, you need to pay attention to it. And our storm that is near Lodgepole or west of Drayton Valley as well, that has lost a bit of intensity on it as well. It looks like most of the storms just lost some intensity for one reason or another, so we got to monitor that to see what's going on. Storm right over Red Deer, non-severe. This is just a rain shower at this point with 1 or 2 lightning strikes, and you can see what I call popcorn storms. You've got all these little storms initiating all over the place. These are just minor rain showers with maybe a little bit of thunder and lightning, but they are non-severe. Do have some storms popping east of Edmonton around Fort Saskatchewan. You can see a couple of them starting to try and get organized as well, but these are so far have been kind of kept down, and I suspect smoke is at play somewhat, and it's keeping the storms from going too crazy at this point. So what else have we got here? Okay, just going to check. I've got another post here. I'm going to see what Braden, I think, just put something up here. So, yeah, bear with me. I've got another post I can share again from Braden Morisseau. So let me bring this up. This is on our main storm, Highway 16. And this is he's to the east of it, so you can see this storm. This is what's coming at you with this storm. So again, Braden Morisseau, he helps us out immensely with this, so you can find him on X and you can find him on Facebook. He's a phenomenal storm chaser, so thank you, Braden, for that and helping us with that information. Looking at anything else here so far. Thank you, Deborah. Really appreciate the donation. Thank you so much. Goes a long way towards helping us out. So again, most of the storms on the last scan definitely had a bit of a weakening. So we'll see what causes, whether that continues to be the case or if something picks up intensity here. So we'll stick with this. We'll walk you guys through it. Our tornado warning hasn't been updated. I think the last time was 20 minutes ago when they shrunk the box back, and they still have the wording possibly producing a tornado. That is from Environment Canada. So 2 minutes to our next scan. We will see what that's doing and update you guys on it. I'm just zooming back out to see if there's anything else anywhere I need to be concerned about. Nope, that is it. That is all right now. We're just focused on around the Edmonton area, kind of northwest and south of Edmonton at this point. But the big cluster of storms is obviously just to the west along that Yellowhead Highway, Highway 16. And just looking at our times here. So we're about 1 minute out from our next scan. So I hope this dissipates and doesn't make it into Edmonton. That's basically where I'm hoping for things to be. Again, it is... you guys have had 3 really bad storms over the last several weeks, and I feel for you. Let's put it that way. So I don't like reporting on a bad storm. Going into Edmonton, it's not what we look for. So Melissa, thank you very much. You're going out of your way to give us or donate 10 memberships to people for the Sunshine Club. You already moderate for us, so thank you. You already do plenty is what I was going to say. So we really appreciate it. Here's our latest scan, 6:47. The storm is weakening again. There is some strong broad rotation on this, though. You can see some brighter greens and brighter reds, but they are over a larger area. So still has rotation. We are still going to say at this point, stay in shelter in our orange polygon. Again, ideally in a basement if you have that option. If you don't, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit of extra protection, and then a small mattress or something like that over you to give you protection in case the worst case scenario happens with debris. That is our recommendation at this point. We are going to watch how this all unfolds. I'm going to take a look at our storm down here by Lodgepole. No real rotation, and this has continued to stay weak on this last scan. Had a bunch of hail in it for a while, and then now it has lost the hail. So that is again, Barb, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that, and I'm glad we could help you out in the Edson area. The most severe stuff is to your east at this point, so you're on the very edge of that western side of things. Just moderate to mild precipitation as this continues to move eastward. Let's take a look north. The hail core is going down on this Swan Hill storm, and I'll show you what I mean. You can see how big and pink and purple the hail core was, and now it's slowly dissipating. We're down to light pinks and a much smaller area, so that is good news. This storm is weakening somewhat over the last several scans, and they've just pushed the tornado warning further east. You can see that red box. Obviously, they've pushed it further east at this point. They are seeing the same kind of rotation that we are, and so that is Environment Canada pushing the box eastward. I'm just going to read that to you folks. So they are just saying it's 6:50 p.m. Mountain. Updated a tornado warning for west central and north central Alberta. They are tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Again, that keyword always in there is possibly producing a tornado. So our orange polygon is much tighter or smaller area. This is where we would recommend a shelter. And it is, so if you're back to the west of this, again, you don't have anything to worry about. If you're out in front of our orange polygon, you need to start preparing to have an idea of what you're going to do if this continues to come eastward with that rotation. So it is definitely your early warning if you are out in front of this orange polygon. To the south, you are pretty good, and the rotation is along 16 and kind of north of there. And I'm just going to look to see if there's any updates on social media right now. So nothing yet, but again, the good news is that, you know, this has weakened a little compared to what it looked like earlier. I'm hoping it continues to do that over the next few scans, but you never know when these storms merge. They can do some weird things. You can have some quick spin ups. That is always a possibility. So we are still calling for shelter. We have been for 2 hours on this storm because it has exhibited quite a bit of rotation in certain areas. So again, still far west of Edmonton. Just to give you a heads up, again, I know there's a concert going on, obviously, and Edmonton being a very populated area. The edge of the storm is about 129 kilometers away. The more intense precipitation and winds are about 140, 150 kilometers away. But again, this can change quickly, so we'll see what unfolds here. And just going to look if there's anything else going on. Nothing else going on. So we are just concentrating on this area currently to the west of Edmonton. And I'll zoom in a little bit just so you guys can see a little better what's going on. And if you're new to the channel or you just subscribed, thank you for becoming a member with us at Canadian Weather Live. Make sure you do turn on the notifications so you do know when we go live. We cover across Canada. We try to cover as much as we can, but again, we're essentially a two-man show. I do all the most of the live streaming from running the platform, and then Connor does our storm chasing on that end. So we, like I said, we try our best. We can't cover everything, but we do get a good portion of it. So again, thank you for subscribing to the channel, and anybody who's donated, thank you very much. That helps us a lot. And if you've become a member of the Sunshine Club, thanks again as well for that. So okay, so we are just waiting here to see what this storm does, and we have definitely lost a lot of that pink and purple, which is again good news. We were showing ping pong ball sized hail from Braden Morrisseau bouncing through fields. That is not currently happening because the hail has worked its way out of the storm while it's going through this merger. So we will see what transpires here over the next couple of scans. Oh, Alberta Storms saying he saw the Dominator 3 out that way when Reed was up this way. Yeah, Dominator 3 used to actually be based out of Saskatchewan. Sean used to be the owner of that vehicle, and it was always cool to see Saskatchewan plates roaming around Oklahoma and Texas and Nebraska, where I used to storm chase. I've done 12 years of chasing. I've seen almost 100 tornadoes, and Connor's been chasing 12 years as well. So that's what we bring to the table as far as this platform. But the biggest thing that we do is we turn the volume down. We will give you guys the straight goods. We're not here to scare people. We're not here to hype anything up or fearmonger, any of that kind of stuff. There's plenty of platforms out there that will do that. That's why we started this one, was to kind of turn the temperature down on stuff like that when it comes to severe weather. What is this? 6:53. So this is our latest scan. Still quite broad rotation on this, folks. A couple of areas that could quickly spin up. So we are still saying rotation is a factor, but the overall look of the storm looks like it is weakening. I hope that continues to be the case. This is still tucked just to the north of Highway 16, moving eastward at this point. What's a close? Knighton Junction is kind of right. It's to the north of it, or going through Knighton Junction, but the meat of it is just to the north. Daza, thank you very much for the donation as well. Really appreciate that. Again, that goes a long ways towards helping us do all sorts of things. So just taking a look here. The rotation again broad, so I'm not as concerned from the tornado aspect on the velocity scans here. And again, I'm liking the look of the storm in terms of it is not picking up intensity, and I hope that continues to be the case. Our storm to the northeast of Swan Hills, also kind of weakening here. It has only 1 pixel of pink, so very heavy rain. Not going to think there's any hail making it to the surface, so that is good news for anybody east of 33 by the Swan Hills area. And our storm by Lodgepole also dying off. That has no lightning on it. Let me just take a look. No real velocities on it. That is non-concerning anymore as far as a storm based on the last few scans. And let's take a look down by Red Deer. These are just regular rain showers, folks. Nothing concerning down in that area. So things are definitely looking good on these last few scans. Still obviously very heavy rain with some hail associated with this storm, but it is far better than it was like even half an hour ago. And like I said, you can see where all the pink on the left hand side there, as that's moving through, you're losing that as the storms are kind of colliding and interacting with each other. So interesting to see what comes out the other side here. Bear with me for a second. I'll look at satellite for a minute, see if something's happening on satellite that I can see here. I think it's the smoke. Let me just take a look here, because I'm seeing that most of the storms are weakening, and generally there's a big factor at play for that. Let me share this with you. This is satellite imagery over the last several hours. Look how much smoke is in Alberta and even into Saskatchewan, but I'm going to zoom in closer here a little bit just so you guys have a view there. But I think the smoke is what is kind of causing these storms to have an issue right now. If I zoom in, look at all that smoke. You can't even see the surface barely in areas. So that could be what's at play here with these storms. We'll see if they continue to weaken, but I'm trying to figure out what factors are at play here. So that is definitely a good sign. Smoke is, it's kind of a catch-22 with smoke. It kills off severe storms, or it limits severe storms sometimes. But obviously then breathing is an issue as well. So definitely can be a problem there. So yeah, Connor's going to look at a few other things on the back end as well, just to see what's killing them off. But I suspect smoke is definitely a big factor in it. So again, it sucks for the breathing, how it impacts people that have sensitivity to bad smoke, animals, that kind of stuff. But in terms of severe storms, it does usually choke them off or keep them from getting really bad. So that may be what's happening at this point, just based on what I'm seeing on satellite imagery. So again, could be a good thing for everybody in Edmonton at this point. So let me just take a look. Here we go. We've got our next scan that just came in. Still not a lot of hail indicated on this storm. We're still keeping, wow, we do have some areas of rotation tucked in here. So we are still going to say with this storm, rotation is there, and I would recommend being in shelter in our orange polygon. So the red one is the one from Environment Canada. That's just the way the warnings work. We narrow it down by hand drawing in a polygon to give you guys a better idea of where you need to be in shelter. So this is just to the north of Highway 16, anywhere in this orange polygon, be in a basement. Ideally, if you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we do recommend a bathtub, gives you a little bit more protection, and a small mattress over top of you as well, just in case the worst case scenario happens. Swan Hill storm has a little bit of hail still showing on it on this last scan, so hail did pick up a little, but it is a very tiny hail core at this point compared to what was there earlier. This is between 33 and 44 right now now northeast of Swan Hills. A bunch of isolated storms ahead of all of this. These are non-severe storms. I'm just going to look around here by east of Fort Saskatchewan. Again, these are by Lamont. These are just rain showers at this point. You can see there's a whole bunch of these trying to get going. But with that smoke, I think that's what's keeping things on the low end. And we're just going to monitor that as well. So give me a sec here. Okay, so right now, though, those are the only storms to watch out for are west of Edmonton at this point, which we've been watching since the beginning of the broadcast, and along Highway 16 to the north of it. And that is where our more intense precipitation is, but we do have a lot more orange, yellow, green, and blue in this storm than we did earlier. So again, that is a good sign. It doesn't mean it's over with. It just means that right now it has lost some of its kick or intensity. So okay. We're just going to see what we've got going on here. So Environment Canada just bumping their thunderstorm watch for around the Edmonton area. I just saw a comment in the chat here. They're obviously saying conditions are favorable for dangerous thunderstorms that can be capable of producing wind gusts, damaging hail, torrential rain, and there is a small risk of a tornado. They're talking about the storms specifically have developed over the Edson region and will move to the east this evening. Some of these thunderstorms will be severe. So that is the wording from Environment Canada currently for that watch that is around the Edmonton area. So again, anywhere that you are with these yellow boxes, those are severe thunderstorm watches. That means be weather aware. Doesn't mean something's going to happen. You just need to be weather aware. And if you do get a warning, which is the next step, then you need to take it seriously. Okay, so we are really just concentrating on this one storm. You MacMe, thank you again for your donation. You guys, you support us so much. Always love seeing you in the chat, and I can't keep up with all the comments in the chat, folks. I'm apologized. Just, you know, there's a lot of you, and I'm doing my best to just make sure we've got the information out. So, what else? Yeah, showers in Lamont County are from the storm I saw developing over Sherwood Park. That's now moving off. Absolutely. And again, those are just rain showers at this point, nothing concerning. Our only storm that is still severe warned and tornado warned is our along Highway 16. This is right by Knighton Junction. And the storm to the north that was by Swan Hills has no longer severe warned. That has disappeared. So it's no longer severe warned. Obviously still heavy precipitation throughout pockets, but no longer considered a severe storm at this point. So I'm really hoping that this next scan here within the next 2 minutes continues to show this storm weakening. And let's hope that that's the case, because I don't want to be reporting on another strong storm coming into Edmonton. This would be the fourth one in less than a month. And we know how much of a battering Edmonton has taken. So again, I've got my fingers crossed for you folks anywhere between this storm and Edmonton area. Don't like reporting on bad weather. You know, it's an unfortunate reality of the position we are in, but that is our hope is not to have this be bad. That's basically, you know, what I like to do anyways. That's pretty funny. I appreciate that people are keeping up with the analogies for tacos versus watches versus warnings. So yeah, absolutely. If you've got all your ingredients on the counter for your tacos, in comparison, that means there's a watch for tacos because they're possible. And then when the taco arrives at your plate at the dinner table with all the ingredients in it, that is your taco warning, meaning there's warning happening because tacos are happening. So the same thing applies to severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches. When you get that first, hey, heads up, something might happen. And this is looking fairly good, folks. The purple has come out of this storm. I'm liking what I'm seeing here right now. There's still rotation, though. As this dies off, you can have these weird things happen. So still calling for shelter within our orange polygon. So that's narrowing it down from the big red box that gets put out by the warning system that we have in Canada. But you'll notice all of the purple is gone out of this storm. So we went from this thing to the west. This was chucking ping pong ball sized hail at times. And now we've gone to nothing as far as pink pixels in the storm. So this is, again, still very heavy rain within this, but this is good news. This looks like it's weakening somewhat from scan to scan to scan, which is, like I said, that is what I like to see. Storm by Lodgepole, Drayton Valley, that is a non-existent, it's just a shower at this point. It is nothing concerning. And let me just take a look south towards Calgary. Again, these are just garden variety showers. They'll water your lawn, water your plants and vegetables, but that is basically it at this point. So things are definitely taking a downturn in terms of intensity, which is good news for everybody that's out in front of this. We will continue to watch to see if that's the case, and hopefully soon we can you know, bring down the threshold as far as the rotation is concerned on this tornado warned storm. So Daza, thank you very much. Stay safe to anyone who's in Alberta. Let's keep ourselves safe from storms. Absolutely. Always have your plan ready to go, and you're ready to go, but you hopefully don't need it. That's the idea. We always want you to be prepared than panicking at the last minute and trying to figure out what you're going to do. Just have your plan in place at a moment's notice that you can deploy. So definitely looking good, folks. We'll see if that continues to be the case. And that's what I was talking about with storms when they get slammed into or merge. Sometimes it can enhance the storm and make it go absolutely crazy. Other times it might kill it off. So you just never know what's going on. So that's awesome. I'm actually getting tacos tomorrow night for supper because of all the taco talk. Love it. Appreciate it. What else have we got going on here? So getting a question about the weather radio or weather alert radio system in Canada. They shut it down here back several months ago, and we actually posted a petition on our page. There's a MP out of Alberta that's trying to get that in front of Parliament to reinitiate it. I think that was one of the biggest mistakes that Environment Canada has made. We are such a remote country that if you have no cell service, you can't get your warnings essentially in a reliable way. The weather alert radio system was phenomenal. I actually have one sitting in my display case back here. It's still in the packaging because it's no longer good. I was going to give it away, but at this point it's a paperweight. So we actually put out on our Facebook page, if you folks can go on there, it gives alerts to people, whether you're in a provincial park, you're extremely remote, where there's no cell service, which there's plenty of places that don't have cell service. It gave you an alert and they killed it. That needs to come back. That's not a luxury item. That is a necessity or mission critical as far as I'm concerned, and so many others, that we get alerts out to Canadians. Cell service is just not everywhere, and especially in Canada. So anyways, so the update is that we still have till the 30th or 31st to sign that petition. It again is on our Facebook page. So if you go, I'm going to bring it up here, Canadian Weather Live on Facebook. You can go in there, do a search. We do have a petition on there, and please sign it, because the more signatures that get in there, the better chance that somebody actually listens to this and pays attention to it. So let me swing back to the broadcast here, but thank you for that question. So let's jump in here. We've still got another 2 minutes before we get our next scan on this storm. So just looking to see if there's anything rotating anywhere, anything concerning. Who's this? This is still a very strong storm, that's for sure. I still would not ignore it just from the sheer fact of what its history has been, and still has some rotation in it and very heavy precipitation. So again, just marching kind of, it looks like it may be drifting a little bit northeast because of those storms that slammed into it from the south, which obviously would be good news for anybody, around Edmonton, St. Albert, and, any of those communities around Edmonton. So that may be good news as far as what's unfolding right now. So we'll see in the next few scans. I think that's our next scan right there. Yep. So let me stop this and update it. Storm has got a really weird look to it at this point. It's definitely still got a lot of precipitation in it, but not. I'm just going to move our box here. Bear with me for a second. Let me kill this off. They have now put a severe warning to the north because this is starting to drift a little bit north of Highway 16. So I'm going to throw a box out. Actually, no, let me correct that here. Sway and make it a little bit larger like that. I think again that this looks to be drifting northeast slightly, just from the impact or forcing from the storms from the south over the last few scans. And yeah, you can definitely see that transition to a more northeast trajectory. We'll see if that continues to be the case. We do have a couple pixels of pink in here. There is some rotation still in this. So just with the way this has unfolded, definitely would still call for shelter in our orange polygon, which again narrows it down from this very large red box from our warning system. So again, moving northeast slightly at this time, and there is some winds in there that still could do something. So, and I'm seeing photos on social media, so it's still not done and over with, but it is definitely looking much better than it was earlier. And I think, I still don't want to call it yet, but I'm feeling positive about the track of this storm, that it is now going to be moving not into Edmonton and will be going to the north of Edmonton. So still people in the path of this, but right now we're definitely looking better for things. So let me just flip over here, and I'm just going to check. Just going to reissue that box. I'm just double checking that the tornado warning is still out from Environment Canada. And I'm just going to reissue that box that we had here. So that's the area right there. So again, if you're in the box or anywhere near it, we are still calling for shelter on this very strong storm. It is weakening over the last number of scans. So I'm just going to take to keep an eye on it and go from there. So okay, perfect. So I guess let me just have a look around elsewhere. Storms to the north by Swan Hills, those are regular storms at this point. They are non-severe, no lightning associated with them. Again, I think the smoke is definitely coming into play, folks. We did expect that today, and it does look like that's what's unfolding right now. And most of these storms are pretty weak. Anywhere else, there's nothing to be concerned about. There's barely lightning on any of these storms, and we're seeing mostly yellows and oranges and greens and blues, which is the light end of the precipitation scale. When you get to dark orange, red, purples, and pinks, that's on the very high end of the precipitation scale, as we've been seeing with this one storm that started kind of west all the way back to the north of Hinton area is where this originated from, where we jumped on about 2.5 hours ago. So again, right now things are looking much better over the last 30 minutes to 40 minutes, just with the intensity of the storm, and then it's drifting away from Highway 16 Yellowhead to the northeast a little bit. So that is good news for everybody east of there in Edmonton, St. Albert, and all of those, Leduc, and all the other areas that are around that particular city. So thank you, Tim, for jumping in and being a subscriber to the channel. Really appreciate that. And that's what we're here for, is to try to get the information out to people ahead of time so they know what they're facing. And, you know, more often than not, it's whether you have to worry about something or whether you don't have to worry about something. We will tell you both scenarios. And again, we will not hype stuff up just for the sake of getting clicks and shares and all that. So again, thank you, Tim, for subscribing to the channel. So just looking here. Okay, so Braden has just posted 2 minutes ago, so let me bring this up again. Braden Morso, let me show you guys this video. Let me bring it up. And this is obviously the storm that we're talking about. Braden is speaking about that it's interacting with the boundary. Obviously nothing underneath it right now, but still very heavy precipitation. And we'll see how this all unfolds here. So still a storm to be paying attention to, but the threat level has definitely gone down somewhat on it. So that is the good news again. So we'll watch this. We'll see what happens and whether this, sometimes boundaries can, you know, enhance the storm. So that's what we need to watch to see what it's going to do here. So, Tammy, thanks for being a new subscriber as well. Really appreciate that. Okay, here's our next scan. So let's take a look. Interesting. Down here on the southern end. That is way out in front of the storm, but what the... With me for a second on that last scan. Huh. Just zooming in here because we've got some bright winds here. This is southwest of Evansburg. Just watching this to see what this scan is showing here. 75. We've got some 50-kilometer-hour winds, and we've got... Okay. To the north, I'm going to put out actually a second box down here. Just don't like the look of this as it's going through this. So I'm going to say another box out here at this point. So they're going to kind of overlap. We don't have that happening too often, but there may be a new circulation trying to form down here to the south, and that's why I'm watching what's going on here. Yeah, there definitely is something trying to happen. So I'm going to say these two boxes, both orange polygons, you definitely need to be in shelter. And you can see how the storm reached back across the Yellowhead Highway, and most of the storm was to the north, and you can see how this has kind of back built on the southern end of it. So we got to watch that. Sometimes that southern end will try and do something sneaky. So again, Highway 16, Yellowhead, kind of west of Evansburg, southwest of Evansburg, with a little bit of rotation picking up in that area on the last scan. So anywhere in these two orange polygons, you need to be in shelter. That's what we're recommending at this point. It narrows it down from the very large box, but again, we have two areas that possibly are an issue. Right now, the southern portion along Highway 16 has my attention more than the box to the northwest. That one's out of an abundance of caution, but this definitely, southern one along Highway 16, right by Evansburg, to the west, I mean, of Evansburg, has my attention. So again, we're going to say for taking shelter at this point. Let me just have a quick pan around. Just going to look at any other storms, but right now we are it's just this one area at this point. Still to the west of Edmonton at this point. The rest of the area, just very minor garden showers. You might have some heavier precipitation in areas. They just severe warned this storm over 40. This is southeast of Hinton. Let me just take a look here. There was a tornado back there about a week or two ago. We had a tornado that happened out here in this area. Right now, this is just severe warned. That is it. We'll take a look. It's got heavy precipitation. I don't see a marker of hail on it right now, but it could on the next scan. Environment Canada at 7:21 p.m. is tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail maximum, and heavy rain. That is what they're calling for right now, folks. So again, this is southwest of where our main storm that we're paying attention to. This is to the southeast of Hinton, kind of in the foothills, tracking. What way is this moving? Is it northeast? Yeah, it's moving northeast as it comes through the foothills, and then once it comes off the foothills, it might turn eastward, but we'll track that with you and just walk you through it. We still have a severe warning through Whitecourt and Mayerthorpe. That is for the bulk of the precipitation on this storm right in this area in the center of your screen as this kind of drifts northeast. We do have 2 polygons out because there are 2 areas of rotation on it that are questionable, and then also the polygon to the northwest I'm less concerned about on that scan. The one to the south I definitely has my attention a little bit. So continuing to monitor social media channels and my chats, making sure that we are on top of it. And I'll get back into the comments in a second there. So, okay. What else? Okay, let me see here. Edson is west of Edmonton, just so everybody knows. Again, I'll zoom it out here just so we can see what's happening because we are covering a bit of an area, but we're watching that southern portion looks to be trying to latch on to that boundary that I was highlighting west of Edmonton. And again, that can sometimes be problematic. So we'll keep an eye on it and update you guys. So it is moving a little bit north, but it is still got an easterly component on it. So it's drifting northeast. It's just a question of whether that southern end where we have our orange polygon at the very south end of it, whether that latches onto the boundary and does something with that. So we will see if that's the case. So let me zoom in here a little bit. There's our next scan, I believe. So give me 1 second. Yeah, so here's our next scan, 7:23 p.m. Let's take a look at there's some strong velocities on the south here. So definitely getting a little concerned about the southern end of this, interacting with that boundary. And I'll show you what this is. So I'm going to delete all the boxes. This is the boundary that I was talking about, and it's being ingested by the storm. And that is an area that has extra moisture and vorticity possibly, which can enhance those storms. So that's why we're paying attention to it. The north end of the storm, I am no longer concerned about as far as rotation is concerned. Also, the precipitation intensity has gone down. So bear with me for a second. I'm going to throw a box out in front of this. So we are along Highway 16. And in this general direction is where we're going to put this, just to see where this is headed. And let me zoom in here. This is right by Evansburg, back to the southwest. We are seeing some strong rotation signatures on it. Don't have a confirmation of anything at this point, but that southern end is trying to interact with that boundary. So it could be a problem moving forward. So we're just watching it. Yeah, so let me just take a look here. Just watching some more social media just to make sure that we're covering all that. So, okay, So we're good there. Again, this is west of Edmonton. We are saying in the orange polygon. That is where we are recommending shelter at this point. And it is moving. It is moving a little bit north, but that southern end has reached out for the boundary and is trying to latch onto it. So it could continue eastward at this point. So again, still not definitive on the whole direction of everything. The meat of the storm back to the northwest does have a northerly component on it. So we'll watch that and see as this progresses. We are still currently, if I stop the scanning and I bring out our measurement from Edmonton, I'll give you a distance roughly from downtown. This is still 108, 110 kilometers away roughly at this point. That is to downtown, obviously a little shorter to the outskirts on the west side of Edmonton, but that is our gap at this point. When we started earlier, we were about 160 kilometers. So that's where we are at 7:27 p.m. currently out in Alberta. And I'm just going to take a look down here to the south. Nothing concerning to the south, folks. We just have some minor showers. And then I'm just going to look to the north here. Again, nothing severe warned other than this storm, and it is still tornado warned. So northern portion of the storm, which I will highlight, which is this kind of chunk of the storm up here, that is heavy precipitation. There is some winds in there, and that's why you have the yellow box to the north for this severe warning. And then the southern end, we're concerned about along Highway 16. That is the other area for rotation and where our continued tornado warning from Environment Canada is. And we are narrowing it down to the orange polygon where you see right along Highway 16. So Maggie, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. I really appreciate that. So again, this is by 16 and 22 at Evansburg. The storm is back to the southwest, moving east, northeast at this point. So I'll show you how that's all unfolding at this time. Yeah. Okay, we have a lake lot on the west end of Wabamun Lake. Weather this year has been so chaotic. Evansburg has been through a lot. Yes, there, like I said, there's already been 3 storms through the region, even through Edmonton, I should say, as well. And we live stream all of those coverage for all of them. I'm hoping this is not a 4th one that's going to try and go into Edmonton. So we'll see what happens here, but it's definitely, it has weakened significantly. It's just the southern portion at this point that we're paying attention to. What else? Seeing some comments. I didn't think Reed was up here. I thought he was down in the LA for the premiere of his movie, Never Stop Chasing. That I thought he was going to a premiere this weekend for that. He was chasing Minnesota the other day and then was going down to LA for the premiere of his movie. So I don't know if Reed is up here. I'm just seeing comments in the chat, but it's possible, I guess. But like I said, I thought he was down there for the premiere of his movie. So yeah, definitely seeing the comments about the Jelly Roll and Post Malone concert. I definitely, obviously a lot of people in a tight area, not a good thing with severe weather. I'm hoping this drifts north and misses Edmonton or weakens before it gets to Edmonton. So definitely what we're hoping for at this point. So we're waiting for another scan here, 7:23. We're 7 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, so we should have a new one here very shortly on that. So let me just double check a couple things before we get our next scan. Still not seeing anything new as far as photos or videos or anything like that. So here is our next scan, and that southern end has picked up intensity. Unfortunately, you can see some hail making its way back in, which means the storm is breathing really well. You can see that by these brighter winds in the area associated with some reds. These are going to be 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. You can see that just south of Highway 16. So Daza, thank you for sending out 5 of the Sunshine Club memberships. Really appreciate that. So you can see 80 or 90 kilometer hour winds. This is a little off the surface. So storm is trying to do something here, breathing in really well. We now have hail across Highway 16 again. So that hail core to the west of Evansburg. This is going to be ping pong ball, or sorry, loony sized to toonie sized hail roughly out of it based on this scan currently. Let me take a look to the stuff to the north. Our storm to the north here by Mayerthorpe, southwest of there. Heavy precipitation in there with some lightning. Winds are not strong in this at all at this time based on the scan. So the northern portion of this storm is losing that intensity, but the southern end of it along Highway 16 has re-intensified and is moving essentially. I just want to see what it's done on the last couple of scans. It is marching eastward, folks, which is not good news, and it continues to move east from there. So they've pushed out the severe warning box. They've made it much larger. That's what's flashing on here. So that is again to do with this storm. And hail is back on the board as far as being a component that we need to pay attention to. Hinton storm still severe warned. It has 1 or 2 pixels here down by what it looks like Highway 40. Right now, heavy precipitation as it's still in the foothills. But right now, let me just take a look at velocities. No winds in there that are concerning right now. And this is moving northeast. I believe it's still moving northeast. Yes, so it continues to move northeast as well. So as it's in the foothills, Rocky Mountain House, a bit of a rainstorm there right now, but that is it. We are on the right radar here, so that is good news. So again, just a rainstorm, no real lightning associated with that. So let's take a look at anything around Calgary, but no, we have non-existent rain showers, basically. Barely anything to talk about down there in southern Alberta. So it's very easy to see where our intense precipitation and storm is. Those dark oranges, reds, pinks, purples, that's how you know where your storm is bad. And again, I'll show you what's unfolded here. So we are moving eastward at this point. What else? Edmonton is not cooked yet, as somebody just mentioned in the chat. It is heading eastward. It's still over 100 kilometers away, and there's a lot that can happen between now and then. Edmonton needs to be weather aware and needs to be paying attention because you guys are in a severe thunderstorm watch, meaning that bad weather is possible. Right now, this is your early warning that you need to have your plan in place, and hopefully you don't need it, but the possibility is there. That's exactly how that will unfold this evening. We will walk you through it as it starts to get closer. If it does get closer to Edmonton, we will be able to get, be able to be more certain of that kind of stuff. So what else? Yeah, definitely. There's no guarantees of anything happening. I'm just reading some of the comments in here. This is definitely, the smoke has definitely kept things from getting out of control. Again, just if you're joining us, yesterday, Environment Canada put out a stronger outlook for today. This morning, it downtrended, and it's because of all the smoke that is in play in Alberta today. And it's actually in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, all over the place. And I can show you that again. We've got kind of darkness heading this way because it's now 7:35. I'm in Eastern Ontario, so it's definitely dark where I'm at. But let me show you the satellite map from today, and you can see right now how much smoke is in play. You start to lose almost complete visibility of the ground through the satellite imagery. So again, I believe smoke is in play here, keeping things a little bit lower intensity than they could have been. Even though this has been a tornado warned storm, it is the only one that has gone to that level at this point. So, but there is nothing as far as any confirmed tornado at all today. We have not seen that on social media or from Environment Canada, but we are continuing to monitor it just to see what's going on here. So just reading some commentary here, folks, so bear with me for a second. I've got a look on the storm, nothing underneath it right now based on social media posts, but still a very strong storm, very impactful at this time. So that is why we've got our orange polygon out there. We are recommending shelter in that orange polygon. That narrows it down from the big red box, and we'll see if they continue to push this forward. So let me see what our latest scan is. We are 7:35. This is our latest scan. Hail has picked up on this storm, so we are now getting into brighter pinks again. This is all kind of just north of Highway 16, along 22. There's hail stretching to the north. There are some strong winds in here. This does look somewhat outflowy, but again, just with the history with this storm, I'm going to stick with calling for shelter on this one in our orange polygon. It is moving due east. It's coming through Evansburg. You guys need to be ready because there's some hail associated with this, very heavy precipitation and strong winds. Again, these are just above the surface, but we're now reading 93 kilometers an hour. That's the highest number I'm seeing right now. So on the surface, 80 to 90 kilometers an hour roughly, because this is, again, the way the radar reads with the curvature of the earth, it will read higher and higher up in the storm. We do have our radar here just to Carvel. That's where our radar is located. That's why you see these circles here. So it is coming at the radar, and as we get closer, the readings are going to be down further in the lower into the storm, which is good news. But we've got some social media posts here that we're monitoring as well. Okay. Just watching here. Connor's back to driving, so he's no longer in the chat, as they say, but we'll keep at this with you guys. Again, just bear with me. It's just myself. So I think Melissa might still be here, and if she is, great. If not, not the end of the world, but we'll work through it. So yeah, definitely no confirmed tornado, folks. There's nothing confirmed on this storm as far as any kind of tornado at this point. So again, we continue to monitor the storm. It is a strong storm. It does still pack a punch, but especially with the hail going up on it, and it looks like it's ingesting some good air just because we have that hail core. That indicates a very strong updraft. So definitely still strong and still needs to be paid attention to. And again, just to the west of Edmonton at this point, I'll tell you distance wise, roughly from Edmonton, we are probably just under 100 kilometers roughly from the storm that is along Highway 16 Yellowhead at this point. So that gap when we originally started talking distance was about 160 or 170 kilometers. So we'll see whether this can kind of weaken as it moves eastward. The northern portion of this storm definitely still very heavy precipitation in it, but it is not windy, and I'm not concerned about rotation to the north, nor is Environment Canada, because they have not extended the tornado warning. Just looking at this tornado warning, it is still here. And I'm going to wait for our next scan, which is another 2 to 3 minutes out. So right now we are talking very heavy precip, large hail in this, all along Highway 16 and 22 area, right by Evansburg. And this is over top of Evansburg at this point because the scan was 5 minutes ago. So like I said, it does look, based on what I'm seeing on the social media. It does look like it's possibly gone outflow, but not 100% sure on that just yet. So I'm going to just stick with things and we'll update as we can here. So, and it's the only area that we are kind of paying attention to. We do have a thunderstorm here northeast of Red Deer, east of Lacombe, but that's just a regular thunderstorm at this point. And they just updated something, so bear with me when I get those beeps. Oh, that's for, what is this? Thunderstorm warning. Oh, they've got a storm somewhere in Manitoba that's got a warning on it. Small little bean here by Grand Rapids, it looks like. Way up northern Manitoba by Cedar Lake. There's a little bit of hail here along Highway 60. I can just update you guys while we're waiting for... this is moving southeast somewhat, but again, near Grand Rapids, kind of west of Highway 6. This is way northwest of Winnipeg, just so people know. I just double check when I get those beeps because that tells me it's a new watch or sorry, a new warning going out. Okay, we are isolated on this storm west of Edmonton at this point, and I'll keep Edmonton on the right-hand side so you can see that southern end just continues to drift eastward, folks. Hopefully the next scan, well, we'll see what the next scan shows here. So we are 1 minute out from our next scan as far as this goes. Flying kites with keys on the end. Yeah, you would definitely figure out electricity again. Okay. So I think our latest scan just came in. 7:41. So yes, this is our latest scan. Let's take a look at it. Definitely some strong winds right down here by Evansburg, just to the south. We've got over 100-kilometer-hour straight line winds packed in behind this as it's moving eastward. So this has now got straight line winds that are going to be an issue. It seems to be a common theme along Highway 16. The last time we did a stream for this area, we had very strong straight line winds coming along that highway. So right now, just looking at this, let me see here. So still calling for shelter in our orange polygon. Outside of that, you're okay. And the tornado warning here on the next scan should expire. We've got 8 minutes till our next scan. There's still quite a bit of hail in this. It is a little bit less kind of organized, but we still north of Highway 16 along 22. There's your tornado warning box is still there. They've just expanded the severe warning out front of the southern portion of the storm. So they've extended that all the way to just past Carvel's Spring Lake area. And that is because this storm has obviously got some strong winds in it. It has hail in it and heavy precipitation. And they've gone red with this thunderstorm warning. So let me read that out to you folks. Environment Canada at 7:43 p.m. are tracking a severe thunderstorm. Where is it here? Tracking an extremely dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, baseball-sized hail or greater, and heavy rain. So again, we are worried about the hail, we're worried about the wind and the precipitation out of this storm. So right now, the tornado warning has been dropped off this storm, so no longer need to be in shelter from the tornado aspect. They have dropped that. We are now looking at straight line winds in this, a little bit looking outflowy based on, again, what we were seeing on social media. So it is... strong winds, large hail possible in this storm, and continuing to move eastward, unfortunately. So we continue to move closer and closer to the Edmonton area, and there is an appendage to the south of Highway 16 now, so more updrafts initiating behind or southwest of the initial line. So that's not good news for it moving north. You can see that on the last scan. Several little updrafts going back to the southwest of this along Highway 16, moving towards Edmonton, folks. So just keep that in mind. So straight line winds definitely can cause damage. It's not how hard the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing. And things flying at a high rate of speed can cause damage even if they are typically not dangerous. So there is no tornado down at this point anywhere, folks. We have not had a confirmation of a tornado. The tornado warning has dropped off this storm. Environment Canada has pulled it. The rotation has subsided on this storm. It does look more outflow dominant than anything. So no tornado has been confirmed anywhere along the lines. I have not seen it. Environment Canada, all of their wording on the warnings were possibly producing a tornado. I am monitoring some social media channels and just making sure here as well. So I'm not sure about this. Give me a sec here. Bear with me. Just looking at something here. Yeah, people are talking about the red warning for this severe thunderstorm warning just because of the size of the hail that they're calling for. And again, it is moving east along Highway 16 at this point. So again, that window between Edmonton and the storm is starting to shrink. So again, heads up, Edmonton. There's possibly severe weather headed your way. Again, as it gets closer, I do know we have a big concert in place. People might have to take shelter. I don't know if it's an outdoor concert or if it's in the arena. I have no idea about that. If you guys do, then maybe throw it in the chat. But it is definitely a possibility that people will have to start taking shelter as far as this storm moving in there. The wording from Environment Canada, I'm going to bring it up here. It's a red warning, which is the highest that they have as far as threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning. They are tracking an extremely dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, baseball-sized hail or greater, and heavy rain. So this is your heads up. If you are in front of this storm, it is moving east at this point, and you need to be in shelter for anything that you don't want damaged. So yourself, along with vehicles, farm equipment, pets, livestock, whatever it is. Right now, it looks like this is going to track eastward along Highway 16. So again, this is your early warning. Anybody out in front of this, it can be definitely, even with straight line winds, this can blow stuff around. Straight line winds mean that there's not rotating winds in the storm. And let's just take a look. Here's our latest scan. Boy, what is going on back here? I don't like this. 130 kilometers an hour. What is going on back here? This is very strong. This is only 1,700 feet off the ground, which is about 600 meters. So we are seeing extremely strong winds just south of 16 at this point on radar velocities. And I'm just trying to see if this is some kind of... So weird. Let me flip over here. Sorry, bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to analyze what's happening here because that is very strong winds in there. I'm only seeing a couple of pixels of red, which is what's got my attention. So we're missing some data in here. You got these pockets of nothing, but these winds are only about 20 kilometers an hour. So we're going to have to monitor this area. If this gets more red pixels on it, then we may have a problem. But right now you still have a problem from just 130 kilometer hour winds just off the surface. This is well over 100 on the surface, moving eastward along Highway 16. And it is It did drop a little bit southeast, but let's just say east at this point. You definitely need to be paying attention to this. Also, very large hail in it, and you can see that the pinks are back into this storm. There's dark red in this storm, so the southern portion has picked up. This is where the storm started to break apart, and now we're picking up hail again throughout this storm. So very weak here. You had yellows and oranges with some reds, and then now we're picked up all that pink again, and some strong winds along Highway 16 here in a tight pocket. So that is an area that we need to pay attention to. Like I said, I don't like these red pixels up here, but they are only indicating very small velocity speeds, 23 kilometers an hour, 9 kilometers an hour. If those were, for example, 70, 80 kilometers an hour, that would be indicative of strong rotation. So right now it does look like just straight line winds, meaning not rotating tightly or strongly, and moving along Highway 16 here and moving east essentially. So again, anybody out in front of this storm, you need to be taking shelter from this. You don't want to be outside with 130 kilometer hour winds. That will blow stuff around and cause damage. So Entwistle Rodeo is currently going on. Well, hopefully that's just where it went through, I want to say, or is over top. Isn't that right here? Yeah, those people definitely need to be in shelter and heating that, because there's very, very strong winds right now on the backside of this. So as it's pushing through. So anyways, it is definitely a concerning area. So just looking here. Yeah, you definitely need to take cover if you're in front of this storm. Seeing these comments in the chat here. Again, moving east along Highway 16. I'm just going to take a look, just getting a question about British Columbia, but there's nothing in British Columbia, folks. That these are just showers at this point. Nothing severe in British Columbia for anybody asking. I know there was a comment or two. So no storms in British Columbia that are concerning. I'm going to take a look south in Alberta, just towards Calgary. Again, nothing happening to the south. We do have a small storm by Bowden and Innisfail, southwest of Red Deer. This has a little bit of hail on it, pea-sized to grape-sized hail. This is moving, I believe, northeast. Bear with me for 1 second. And then we'll get back to our storm that is marching on Highway 16. Yes, so these storms are moving northeast, will come probably to the east of Red Deer, but that has a little bit of hail, heavy rain in it along Highway 2 again by Innisfail area, and small little thunder shower by Ponoka. Again, not even severe warned at this point. Our big storm is the one west of Edmonton with all this hail packed into it. It does have a red warning from Environment Canada. And let me just take a look here. I've got a post here from Braden. So let me bring this up and you guys can see what this storm looks like as it's approaching you. So bear with me for a sec. This is Braden Morrisseau, obviously with a green Jeep, and this is the storm as it's approaching. You can see that this is a serious thunderstorm still marching eastward. This will cause damage with hail, with the strong winds in behind it and that heavy precipitation. So again, heads up, Edmonton, you may have a problem on your hands. Hopefully you don't, but we are definitely closing that gap. If I look at, where's this? This is 216. That's the ring road or whatever, however you guys refer to it. We are now 77 kilometers away from that outer edge 216 highway. So just a heads up on that. So let's just take a look here. The winds have subsided a little bit on the backside. We're still seeing some 110 kilometer hours, just shy or south of 16. This is east of Evansburg. And so they have gone down a little bit, but these are very strong winds regardless. We just dropped from that 130 mark down to 110 roughly. Still very large hail in this. You can see that with all the pinks, and heading eastward at this point. So this is the progress over the last little bit. What else? It's definitely a very huge storm. It is definitely heading eastward at this point. We are less than, we were what, 75, 77 kilometers away from the 216 ring road around Edmonton, roughly. So this is definitely one of those situations that we need to be paying attention to. So Edmonton, this is your heads up. There's a strong storm to your west, and it's continuing to pick up intensity, and it is continuing to head in your direction. So if you do know people at the Post Malone concert, or Jelly Roll is there as well, any of the people at the concert, I would start giving them a heads up that this could be a possibility that this is going to come into town. So it's always better to know ahead of time than not know and get run over by this thing. So again, Edmonton has had 3 bad storms in the last several weeks. This could be number 4, unfortunately. I'm hoping it's not the case, but we were talking 160 kilometers away, and now we're down to 70 roughly. So it's definitely getting much closer at this point. So strong winds. Lots of stuff going on, so definitely strong and concerning. So I got a question about South Dakota. Guys, we only cover Canada. I don't go into the US. Max Velocity is the channel I recommend for people in the US. He does a phenomenal job of covering weather. We just concentrate on Canadian stuff. I can't be bouncing between Edmonton and South Dakota and Minnesota and all over the place. We just don't have the manpower for that. So it's me, myself, and I in the studio at this point, and I've got, I believe, Melissa helping me out in the chat. And that's it. So again, bear with me, but we are only on we only cover Canadian weather, just so you guys know. So so this is what's unfolding around the Edmonton area, and you can see due west of Edmonton is where that strong storm is, with those bright colors. When you do see yellows, greens, blues, even some orange, a little bit of orange, that is on the light end of the precipitation scale. So it is definitely a strong storm. Like I said, we've been saying that all day. This was the tornado warned storm earlier, and we're watching to see if there's any other stuff being posted here. So seeing a ping pong ball to golf ball sized hail being posted out of this storm along Highway 16 not long ago. This was about 5 minutes ago. So significant hail in this storm as well. So folks, you need to pay attention to this. Again, they don't put out red warnings very often. It's one of those things that there's a reason it's red warned at this point. This is a very strong storm, and it continues to get closer to Edmonton, unfortunately. I wish I had a way to push it somewhere else where, you know, nobody's at, but that's not the case at this point. So getting a question about Fort Saskatchewan. This stuff is to your west. And if this storm does come through to Fort Saskatchewan, this is a strong storm. This would be considered crazy. It is red warning. So the thunderstorm warning that is out currently, the yellow box with the thick yellow line, that is the warning that was put out by Environment Canada, and they have gone as high as they can on this storm for severity. So you definitely need to take this seriously, folks. There's no messing about with this one. And I'm not here to try and scare you. That's just the reality of what is being put out and where we are at this point. So we did have some very strong winds tucked into the back here. And as this pushes towards the radar, we are seeing 100+ kilometer-hour winds just south of Highway 16 and some significant hail. So it is one of those things that you do have to take this seriously. There's no way, two ways about it. So no, red warning is the severity of the warning. So in Canada, give me a sec here. Where is this? In Canada, we have 3 levels. You've got yellow, orange, and red, but that can be applied to any kind of warning that goes out, essentially, it's your severity level. But right now, we are talking severe thunderstorm warning. We are not talking tornado. So again, it is the highest severity level that Environment Canada can put out. So let's just take a look. We just got an update here. So let me see what's happening. Still a bit of strong winds to the south of 16. These look like they're under 100, but barely. Upper 90-kilometer winds, so this is not far off the surface. And we're talking, it's a small pocket, but it is still definitely very windy in this storm. But it is chucking a ton of hail on the backside south of Highway 16, out front north of it, and along Highway 16 Yellowhead. And it is continuing to move eastward, folks. This is coming towards Edmonton. So again, if you know anybody that's at the concert, I would be giving them a heads up. If you're watching this, spread the word. Hit the like button on this, please, because it gets it into the YouTube algorithm, and those people who need to see it have a better chance of seeing it. It's free, it doesn't cost anything, and it takes 1 second to do. So it helps us out, and it helps get people the information out as far as this is concerned. So severe thunderstorm warnings are very rare. I've seen only a handful of those. And I mean very small amount of those. So okay, what's going on here? Just getting a question here. I'm just trying to find it. Bear with me for a second. Bear with me. I'm just trying to find this, but I think it's gone too far. Question was that I'm confused. You said west side of Edmonton, but then you said it was going to hit Fort Sask, which is east. So it's going to hit, it's coming from the west, heading through east side of Edmonton, and then Fort Saskatchewan's on the opposite side. You can see the motion of this storm. So it is coming from west to east. So anybody that is in the path of this needs to be paying attention. And you can see that it is moving eastward at this point. Hopefully it dies out, but it can hit St. Albert, Edmonton, Stony Plain, Leduc, Fort Saskatchewan, and then continue on from there. This is a storm that is just marching eastward at this point. So all of those, these are your early heads up warnings for people in these areas that this storm is coming, and it has the potential packing a very strong punch. And again, Environment Canada putting out a red warning, which is extremely rare. So I can't stress that enough. Okay, so let me see here. No updates on photos or anything, but we are still continuing to see this march eastward. Our last scan on our storm here is at 7:59 p.m. 4 minutes ago. I believe we've already looked at this, so I'm waiting for another 4 minutes. We have one storm here south by Red Deer that has gone severe warned. Let me pull that up. So this is over Innisfail Highway 2. Don't see any pixels of pink in this right now by Red Deer. This is very heavy rain in here. Let's see what the severe warnings went out for here. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm at 7:54 p.m. 10 minutes ago, capable of producing damaging winds, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. It is located near Innisfail and is moving to the northeast at 45 kilometers an hour. So let's just go back a scan. There was hail right here. There was pink in it, so that's why it got severe warned. It did come out of it on the last scan or two, so it is weakened on the last two scans, but this is around the Red Deer area along Highway 2. That is your only other severe warned storm at this point. And nothing else is in play, folks. I'm just going to take a look around Calgary. These storms struggling to get anything going, so we're good. This is all just west of Edmonton. Obviously, right now, east of Evansburg is where the leading edge of the storm is along that Highway 16 Yellowhead. And then there's a bunch of hail southwest of Evansburg. So again, multiple areas of concern on this storm with heavy precipitation, a large hail, and some winds as well. So We should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes. No. Guys, you got to really pay attention here, folks. I've said Edmonton needs to be paying attention, heavily concerned about what's coming from the west. This is all marching towards Edmonton at this point. This is your warning that this is coming that way. I hope it dies off. I hope it veers off, but right now it does not look like that's the case, and it's continuing to pick up intensity. So everybody in Edmonton and surrounding areas, you need to be paying attention because this is coming in that direction. And again, chucking very large hail and lots of precipitation. We are 1 minute out from our next scan here, so I'm going to stay on this and go from there. Yeah, we should have 1 minute here. Jelly roll is going to get soggy. Yeah, along with everybody else at that. I don't, again, maybe I missed it. There may be comments in there, whether it's an indoor concert or whether it's an outdoor concert. Obviously, if it's outdoor, heads up, give people definitely give them a heads up that this is coming. So this is our latest scan, 8:05 p.m. 1 minute ago. What I do want to indicate is look at the hail on this. It has gone and weakened. We had quite a bit of hail here, and now we're down to a broken up hail core, so this could be a good sign. The winds are also weakening a little bit on this. They've gone below the 100-kilometer mark, which is good news as well. Still have 2 pockets of hail right by 633 by Southview. That is going to be loonies to toonies. And then just south of Evansburg, that hail core shrunk. Less bright pink pixels in there. So again, loony to toonie sized hail. So that is a good sign. On the last scan, it weakened a little bit. We need to see several scans of it weakening. Then we can start saying, hey, this storm is maybe kind of losing its intensity. But thunderstorms or supercells have this cycle effect where they will weaken and then re-intensify. They pulse, or cycle is another way that you can say it. But on this last scan, it definitely lost some intensity. So that is good news. And I'm seeing a little bit of hail here on 764. This is going to be grapes or smaller by Chair Hill. To the north of there, 43, and then a north on 764, you see a bit of pink up there. So the rest of this, again, heading towards Edmonton at this point. It did lose a little intensity on that last scan, so that is good news. Getting Barb saying, hail here now in Lake Isle, totally pitch black. It's an outdoor concert. Thank you, Joe, for updating. So yes, if you know people that are at this concert, man, I'm not joking. I'd rather they know about it than not know about it. That many people trying to leave a confined area and all together. You definitely don't want to be caught outside with this, especially if it remains intense. Right now, it did lose 1 scan where it weakened. So let's hope that continues to be the case. It's still going to be, regardless of what happens, it's still going to be a heavy rainmaker one way or the other. So, yeah. Nothing has been confirmed as far as any kind of tornado today. I haven't seen anything on social media. I haven't seen Environment Canada making any comments. What's going out here? So we've got another video here from Braden Morriso again. So he's out in front of this storm. This is a mean looking storm. Let me share it with you folks. So this is the storm. He's obviously on Yellowhead Highway 16 there. That is a nasty, nasty looking storm. So packing a very strong punch at this point. I think he posted another video here saying a lowering west of Silver Sands. So let me pull this up. I'm just going to have a look at this. Bit of rotation on the front of this, so we'll see what's going on. But right now, it is still, again, a very strong storm. Anything committed or confirmed on any of this. This so far has just been an extremely strong, severe thunderstorm. So Definitely anybody you know at events. I'm just seeing something about a baseball game, possibly. Uh, what's going on here? Riverhawks are playing baseball tonight. Might be, yeah, you definitely want to let them know that this is coming that way, because being outside with this, I hope they, that they take caution and they call the game, because this coming over is the issue, definitely. So, again, I'm just going to read. I'm getting questions about the red warning. You can see that here. I'm going full screen. Thunderstorm warning, color red. And this is the warning that they put out at 7:43 p.m. So this was 28 minutes ago. And the comment was, Environment Canada is tracking a extremely dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, baseball-sized or greater hail, and heavy rain. So that is what we are talking about right now as this moves eastward towards Edmonton. And there's your warning that they've just updated. So let's see what they've done here and why it's flashing on the screen. They have downtrended it to orange. So we are now in a thunderstorm warning that is orange, because that last scan was weaker. So they're calling golf ball to tennis ball sized hail. So the hail size has gone down, and we are now in an orange severe thunderstorm warning that you see in the center of the screen here, this yellow box. Tetris piece or whatever. It's not a box, it's a polygon, but that is where we're at. It has now been downgraded to orange. And let's take a look here. 8:05 p.m. We're about 1 minute from our next scan. So we'll see if the hail does subside on this storm again for a second scan in a row. So let me see that. Oh, my laptop battery is dying. Bear with me for a second. Okay, let's see what the next scan is. I'm always waiting for this. So, again, I appreciate everybody's comments. I'm trying to get the info out as quickly and efficiently as possible. This is a strong storm, not to be messed with or just disregarded. This is definitely a strong storm again. So I'm hoping on this next scan that it does weaken. There we go. We're 1 minute out. So the leading portion, the hail has basically come out of the leading portion of the storm for a second scan in a row. And I'll show you that. We had a bunch of pink in here. You can see that right now along 16. Then there was only one pocket up there by 6:33, and now it has all disappeared out of there. So that has cycled down for 2 scans in a row. So that may be good news. However, the hail has picked up here to the south of Evansburg, east of 22, south of Highway 16. That hail core has picked up. That's going to be ping pong ball or smaller hail on that. And this does continue to move east along here. So just stuff to consider as far as heading towards Edmonton. I am still saying I'm hoping that this does weaken on the next scan as well, and it may end up just being a very heavy rainmaker, which still can cause problems in Edmonton. We've seen the roads flood there, especially with these storms that dump a ton of rain. So again, all sorts of stuff involved with this storm and impactful towards Edmonton. So just be prepared now rather than later. That's all I'm saying. What is Post Malone? That is a music concert. It's a singer, basically. So, and then Jelly Roll is also another singer. So it's a music concert that's going on. So you definitely need to be paying attention. And if you do know anybody that is at this concert, I would be giving them the heads up. I don't know exactly what part of Edmonton it's in. It doesn't really matter, because this storm looks to impact all of Edmonton unless something drastic changes in the next short little bit here. So Yeah, just getting, I saw some questions, or one of my moderators is asking about somebody saying that there's 3 tornado warned storms on MSN. I wouldn't get my weather from MSN. That's all I'm going to say. They don't have a clue. There's no tornado warned storms ongoing. We haven't had one in quite some time, and we only had at any given time one storm that was tornado warned. I don't know if they're referring to the tornado warnings, which went out at different times, but that's the problem. The way they're wording it is very confusing by the sounds of it. So again, no tornado warned storms right now. This is just a very strong, severe thunderstorm. Our hail right now primarily south of 16, east of 22 by Evansburg, and it is moving eastward. Still a lot of precipitation on the northern part of this, and we do have a little bit of hail here by 764, still showing just north of Cher Hill on north of 43. So that's the only other area that I'm seeing anything concerning. Let me just take a look down here by Red Deer. I'm going to just pop in and look at those storms. These storms are non-severe storms at this point, not even seeing any hail in them. A little bit of wind, but these are just regular thunderstorms at this point. No real major hail in those at all. So let's just take a look back up here towards Edmonton. And that's going to be the area that we're paying attention to. So we've literally been tracking this cluster of storms, started back here by Hinton, just northwest of there around 40, and that's where it came off and got tornado warned, and then has tracked along Highway 16. And again, we are now getting much closer to Edmonton at this point. The 216 and is it 216 and 16 interchange? You're only 60 kilometers away from there with this storm currently. So the gap again is getting shorter and shorter, and it has just been tracking east at this point. Hopefully something changes, but that's hard to predict, folks. So, okay. Love some of the comments about Post Malone. Anyways, what else have we got here? Commonwealth Stadium is where this concert is in North Edmonton. So again, if it's outdoors, like I said, give people the heads up so they know that that things are possibly on the doorstep to the west. I hope that over the next couple of scans things continue to downtrend, and that would be really good as far as obviously everybody's concerned in front of this storm. Our last scan did show the leading edge of this weakening somewhat. We need a couple more scans to see if that trend continues. We are 1 minute out from our next scan, so we will see whether the hail back, which is all that pink here along 16, whether that subsides a little bit, and whether the leading edge continues to subside as well. So that will kind of tell us the story of what we're dealing with right now. So I'm just looking at some more social media stuff. Yeah, definitely looks very outflowy, but obviously still packing quite a bit of precipitation in there. So Deborah, thank you for gifting 10 memberships to our Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. Helps support us a lot. So the front part of the storm, so this is kind of by Lakeview, Point Allison. You are seeing far less pink in this storm, which is good news. There are some stronger winds in here, but it is getting very close to our radar, which is right by Carvel. So that storm will, the radar is blind over top of it, so the storm will start to look a little weird as it goes over the radar. Southeast of Evansburg, east of 22, south of 16, that hail core is still there. However, it is kind of broken up, and the color brightness has gone down, so it is losing a bit of that hail core on the backside of this as well. So the last two scans have been showing signs of weakening. So that is good news, but it is still strong. And let's take a look to the north here, southwest of Barrhead. You definitely have some very heavy precipitation in here, possibly a little bit of hail as well, kind of between 764 and 33. That is the other area of very heavy precipits that you can see within this storm. But our biggest concern with the hail down by 16, the hail is starting to come down on it, and I'm hoping it continues to do that over the next few scans. It's still going to make it into Edmonton, and is my guess. It's just how strong it's going to be when it gets into Edmonton. So there really is nowhere to take cover but the inside concourse at that stadium. And that's why, like I said, having the heads up ahead of time means they can get out of there, at least maybe get to their vehicles, whatever the case may be. But I would not want to be trapped with thousands of people while a severe thunderstorm goes overhead. That's just asking for trouble. And then if everybody starts panicking and leaving, get trampled, whatever the case is, you hope none of that's going to happen. But like I said, this looks to come into Edmonton at this point. It's a question of how strong it'll be. That's where I'm at this point. So, and I'd love to be wrong that it goes somewhere else. Let's put it that way. Okay. Yeah, Joe's saying Carvel is where the weather station is. The radar is, just located outside of Carvel. So you can always tell where your radar is based on the initials. So CASCV for Carvel. That's how I know I'm connected to that radar. Daza, thank you very much for the donation. Oh, and we broke 21,000 members on the channel. That's amazing. Thank you guys for subscribing and supporting us. Really appreciate it. I can't believe, we just broke 10,000 2 months ago. Now we're up to 21K. So thank you again to everybody who's donated or supported us. We really do appreciate it. And I guess we're on our way to 30,000 is the next milestone. So what else is going on here? Just getting a photo here from Kevin Erickson. So this was by, where was this? Entwistle? Earlier. So yeah, this is by Entwistle. I'll share this up again. Mean looking storm, obviously quite a bit of precipitation in there, and depending where you are inside when you're crossing that storm, sometimes there's no hail, other times there'll be some heavy hail in that. So thank you for sending that in. What else? This one was from Marty, and I apologize. This is about 15 minutes ago. Let me show this photo. This is from Marty, starting right now about ½ inch with rain, and this is by Lake Isle Seba Beach. I'm probably butchering that, but this is the photo from there. You can see that blue coloration. So obviously a storm that needs to be taken seriously. Even at this point, it has weakened somewhat, but we are still dealing with torrential rain. So when you see those dark reds, that's torrential rain essentially. So it is like opening up a faucet and walking away. Even if there's no hail in this, and Edmonton, you do get a lot of flooding on those surface roads because the sewer system just can't handle that influx of heavy precipitation at this point. So, okay. Starting to get dark in Edmonton, and that would be from the anvil from the storms more than likely. Big Beer Belly Ben, earn my sub, sir. Great coverage. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Love the username as well. So welcome aboard to the Canadian Weather Live family. So question is how fast is it moving towards Edmonton? Unfortunately, Environment Canada, I don't think put out anything as far as travel speed. I I could calculate it, but I would have to, I can't do it on the stream by myself is basically what it boils down to. I believe roughly 40 kilometers to 50 kilometers an hour is what it's moving at right now. So it's not really fast, but it's not slow either. So right now, the leading edge still got no hail in it. There is very heavy rain in it, some winds as well, but you're going to start getting this circle look to the storm because it's coming over top of the Carvel radar, which is, let me zoom right in here. That's why we've got these circular beam looks, and you're starting to see the edge of that leading portion of the storm starting to look curved. Our hail has come out of that storm primarily on the front edge, and then right south of 16 by 759, what's to the west here? Sundance Coal is to the east of our hail core here. We definitely have some loony to toony sized hail in this storm, but overall the storm has continued to weaken on this scan as well, so that is good news. As this approaches Edmonton, it is looking far better than it did earlier. Again, it's going to more than likely make it into Edmonton at this point. It's just a question of how strong or weak it will be by the time it gets there. So what else? Angry skies. They definitely are. Right now, the straight line winds definitely were down on the last few scans. Let me double check that for you on this scan. We still have a little bit of straight line wind in it to the north of 43, north of Yellowstone, and along there to the north, there are some brighter spots, but they are, whoops, I thought I clicked on this. We're about 75 kilometers an hour to just under 80, but that is off the surface a little bit. So you're still going to have gusts of 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface, but the straight line winds are much better than they were at this point. Where was it? Right here. This was the strongest straight line winds I've seen in a long time. These were 130 kilometers an hour with these dark blues. 130 kilometers an hour is category 1 hurricane speeds. You know, you're getting into that territory. So the straight line winds have definitely come down on it. They're still gusty, but it's nothing like it was before. So overall, the picture is looking better for Edmonton and surrounding communities, including, like I said, St. Albert, Edmonton, Leduc to the south might just miss all of this, depending if the southern appendage here stretches out or not, whether it has any more updrafts initiate to the southwest. But probably Leduc and north is where this storm is going to move through, and it's a question, obviously on the opposite side, Fort Sask, Sherwood Park, and then heading east from there. We'll see if this continues to sustain any strength, but so far the last several scans, this storm has weakened, so that is great news for everybody in front of it at this point. So okay. Thank you to my moderators for helping out as well, folks. I mean, we try and keep it as civilized as possible in the chat. Getting a comment here, small hail and moderate winds just north of Wabamun. And again, hopefully I'm not butchering that too badly. So, yeah, you definitely need to be, if you're at this concert, like running it. I mean, this is definitely a storm you need to be watching. I don't know if they have anybody on that. So here's our new box, our severe thunderstorm warning that they have updated here. So let me click on it. It's why it's flashing. It's to the west side of Edmonton, and the warning has dropped to a yellow. So we are now in a yellow. We've gone from red to orange to yellow. So let me pull this up. Tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. So we are making our way down in terms of the severity because this has been downtrending over the last number of scans. I still don't want to take a ping pong ball sized hailstone in the head. So again, anybody outside in front of this, vehicles, all that kind of stuff. Even if I was at a concert, my vehicle, I'd want to get out of there just for the fact that I don't want my vehicle wrecked, but that's just me. So again, still calling for some significantly large hail with this possible, but everything is downtrending, which is fantastic news for everybody. What else? Perfect. Apparently I nailed the pronunciation. So, uh, lightning west of Spruce Grove right now. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, things are definitely looking better, folks. I love telling people they have less to worry about than they did before. That is my purpose, or that's what my hope is. So again, we'll continue to watch it as it comes through here. We've got 8:23 p.m. We're 1 minute from our next scan or less, and hopefully we see the purple coming out of it, the red coming out of it, and we're more into the orange, yellow, and green and blue. So still got hail, a little bit of hail. This is getting close to the radar, so it's going to kind of be a little misleading as far as the colors are concerned because of the way the radar reads the storm. It's cutting through it much more on an upper angle rather than straight through the storm. It's what else? So again, I'm not really sure how much hail would be here along 16. There may be grapes or smaller. We do still have a hail core here over 759. This is just southwest of Batula Beach, and this is going to be toonie size to probably ping pong ball possibly in this as it continues to move eastward. So there are pockets of this storm that have more severe risk than others, obviously. So that's the thing with this. You can't just take a brush and paint the whole storm with the same thing. So south of 16 right now is where our hail is. North of 16, we still have very heavy precipitation. Some winds look like they're picking up, but again, that is because we're getting close to radar. It is definitely windy and gusty in this, but I would venture to say 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface. Just south of Barhead on 654 and 33 is grape size or smaller hail. I just missed somebody joined the Sunshine Club. Thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. I can't recall the name, so I apologize for that. But that helps us out a lot. So again, heavy precip for the most part north of 16. This is mostly just very heavy rain with a small pocket of hail up here, bars 654 and 33. And south of there, we have one cluster of that hail that I pointed out, and that is south of 16. And this is now getting even closer to Edmonton. Let me just give you the 216 highway and 16. We're about 47 kilometers out from this storm impacting into Edmonton, and there's probably going to be winds out in front of it. So again, just because the actual precipitation isn't there yet, you're going to start experiencing the storm itself. So we are getting close, folks. So again, anybody at that concert, I would still give them the heads up because there is still hail in this storm. It hasn't died out enough to where I wouldn't be concerned. I'm going to just pull up something. So if the storm looked like this, where we had all this yellow, green, blue, even a little bit of orange, that's just rain. And it's moderate to light rain, then it's not as concerning. This definitely is far different. And again, pockets of large hail as well. So, okay. So yeah, so this is again much different story as far as storm intensity is concerned. Right now, non-severe thunderstorm over Leduc, stretching back to the southwest up towards Beaumont. This is on the southern end of Edmonton, so there is some rain in this. Obviously, pockets of heavier rain. You can see that right now firing up, and it is moving northeast. So that is going to move through the Edmonton area sooner. But right now, it's non-severe, so that is not anything compared to what we've got coming from the west, just in terms of scale and size here. And then I'm just going to take a look to the south. Sylvan Lake getting a very heavy downpour. This is torrential rain where those dark reds are. And then east of Springbrook and Penhold on Highway 2, there may be a tiny amount of hail in this as well. This is heavy downpour, but with probably grapes to pea-sized hail in that area. And you have a couple of severe warnings for those storms down there. Let me just take a look at anything else. And then Bluffton on Highway 20 here, you have a little bit of hail. This is why it's been severe warned. This will be grapes or smaller along the Bluffton area. And then we're back to our monster of a storm here that stretches. Essentially, I can measure this for you folks. Where those orange colors are down to the south is 85 kilometers across. So that's why I'm saying that this is not something you're going to avoid for the most part. And hopefully it just continues to weaken, which it has been over the last few scans. So we are getting close to our next one. We're about 2 minutes out from our next scan. And again, I hope that the hail starts to come out of this and the storm does weaken somewhat. So okay. I'm just going to see if there's any storms. There's nothing coming back behind this. So we are looking fairly good after this passes through. And I, again, continue to hope that this is going to continue dying off and weakening. So it looks a lot like this, where we've got yellow, greens, blues. That's just showers. And we're not dealing with, torrential rain and hail with also some wind in it. So thank you very much for this, for the kind words. Really appreciate that. Wind is now picking up in Spruce Grove, and I think we just got our latest scan. So let me jump back on in this. Again, you're going to see what looks like hail here by Lakeview and Point Allison. I believe that's just the close proximity to radar. If there's hail in this, I'm guessing grapes or smaller. The good news is here by Batula Beach, that is reduced in terms of the hail. Core has come down. There is still probably grapes to maybe loony-sized hail in there, but it has weakened, so that is another good sign. So still going to be an impactful storm, but it is losing some of its bite as it moves towards Edmonton at this point. Still going with dark reds up by Yellowstone, Sunset Point, north on 33 when you get south of Barhead. Still a bit of hail in there, probably grapes or smaller in a very small pocket, and torrential rain with that. Let me take a look at my winds. There are some pockets of stronger winds here north of Yellowstone on 33. This is off the surface, but about 70 plus kilometers an hour. So down at the surface, 60 to 70 probably is what you can expect. So gusty, but not to the point where it's going to be damaging things over 100 kilometers an hour or 90 kilometers an hour. So again, a few spots of those stronger winds, and they have severe warned our storms down by Leduc and Beaumont. So let me pull that up. Leduc, right now, you've got a bunch of hail over top of you. This is going to be grapes to maybe loony-sized hail at most, and it is moving northeast. That's why this severe thunderstorm warning was just put out. They're calling for thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So we are seeing that right over top of Leduc at this point. So lots of, and the airport is out there, so hail does not mix well with airplanes. So hopefully that avoids the airport. And again, moving northeast. So this has a little bit of a different track on it. You can see that. And more than likely, depending on the timing here, you may see these storms kind of collide with the storms coming from the west of Edmonton, and they continue to reach further south, I believe. I'm just watching here. So a little bit they are. So yeah, this is going to track through all of Edmonton at this point. I don't think you're going to miss it anywhere in Edmonton. Obviously along 16 and a little bit north looks to have that heavier precipitation at this point. So yeah, getting a comment of bringing your plants indoors. Definitely, if you don't want them wrecked by hail, that's a very good comment or suggestion. So what else have gone here? Thank you, Z06 Chris. Love your car. I've driven myself a Z06, so I can appreciate that vehicle, and thank you for the kind words. Really makes it worthwhile for what we do. We do spend a lot of time, even off stream, just getting these things put together and be able to, you know, put the information out. But this is why we do it, getting people the warnings well in advance, not when it's too late, and giving you guys the heads up. So 8:35 p.m. was our last scan about 5 minutes ago, so we're about 3 minutes from our next one. And anybody just jumping in here, you can see how these storms are drifting eastward at this point, and again will impact Edmonton. It's just a question of how strong it will be. We have been downtrending. For anybody that's just jumped in, we were at a red severe thunderstorm warning, we went to an orange, and now we're down to a yellow. So those are all good news. It doesn't mean that something can't intensify, but that has been the trend or the history over the last number of scans. So again, good news in that regards, and we'll see what it looks like when it comes to Edmonton, and we will walk you guys through it at this point. So it definitely is going to make it in there. It's just a question of how bad it's going to be. So apparently, oh, cool. Sky Kid YYC, planes are holding at the Leduc storm goes over Edmonton Airport. Yeah, like I said, hail and planes do not mix well together, or strong winds. So they know what they're doing down there. So thank you very much for that, Sky Kid. Curtis, yes, this storm is headed your way. If you're in West Edmonton, this is not far from you at this point. If you look on the radar screen, this is marching down Highway 16, heading eastward, and right now is still considered a yellow severe thunderstorm warning. This does have hail in it. It has very heavy torrential precipitation as well. So you definitely need to take this storm seriously. Let's take a look here. We're about 1 minute out, and I'm just going to check a couple channels here for social media to see if there's anything. Okay, I've got a view here from Braden as this is approaching. This is over west of Carvel. So let me bring this up. Bear with me for a second. Okay, so this is a view again of the storm west of Carvel. This is from Braden Morrisseau once again, and you can see that this is a giant shelf essentially, but very large storm with lots of precipitation in behind it over those canola fields. One of my favorite scenes as far as storm chasing goes. Love seeing them over the fields there. So again, just giving a shout out to Braden. If you guys don't follow him, Braden Morrisseau on X and on Facebook, he's a phenomenal chaser. I call him the Tornado Whisperer. He finds his way to those bad storms, but that is the view of it. Shelf cloud west of Carvel. We are showing, as we get close to this radar, like I said, it's going to show like there's hail in here. It is kind of misleading just because it looks more intense than it is. There is probably Probably grapes to loony-sized hail in this along 16 east of Lakeview, and this is kind of west of Carvel, still marching towards Edmonton at this point. So still showing dark reds areas, again, are torrential rainfall, essentially is the best way that I can describe it to you. And obviously the pink portions are where the hail is located. And I'm going to just stop our radar and show you the southern portion because I did not address that. This would be still a bunch of hail by Tomahawk. Love that town name for whatever reason, but east of Tomahawk, south of 627, you have probably toonie or loony-sized hail or smaller in that, and it is much further south of 16, but it is tracking eastward at this point. So. And you can see that now getting very close to Edmonton. Again, whoever's at that concert, you're going to get rained on, and it looks like you're going to get rained on a lot, possibly, depending whether this picks up any intensity or not. So, yeah, just checking all my channels and everything I've got that I can share with you guys. Let me just take a look here. Bear with me for 1 second. Okay. The good news is it is losing some intensity on a like scan by scan basis. So I'll check a couple of other things here. Okay, let me go back. Let's go take a look at some other storms. We have our storm down by Leduc. This is severe warned. However, on that last scan, you can see that the hail over Leduc right in this scan right here, pink at this point. And then if we go up to the next scan, all that pink is gone. There's still heavy rain. There is currently hail southwest of Leduc, right kind of west of Highway 2 between 795 and 2. That is moving northeast. And then we have a hail core down here by Crystal Springs, Grandview, Fallon. There is definitely toonie-sized or larger hail, and that's why the severe warning just went out. Let's take a look here. This is, they're saying quarter-size hail and heavy rain. I suspect this is going to be larger than quarter-size hail based on the bright pinks that we're seeing here on the scan. So that is moving northeast, kind of following the line of storms. I'll show you what that's doing over the last couple of scans. They're firing and heading northeast at this point. So definitely a decent sized hail core in here by Fallon. And down by Sylvan Lake, a little bit of hail in there. Let me switch radars because we're probably closer to Strathmore. Sylvan Lake northeast, there's some hail in there. This is going to be loony or smaller, probably grapes, between grapes and loony sized hail, just west of Highway 2 there. And let's take a look if there's anything else down here. Nothing really. And let's go north and take a look what's going on up there. That's it. We're just dealing with these kind of cluster of storms moving northeast to the south of Edmonton, and a couple of them having some larger hail cores. And then we have our line. Basically, at this point, it's just a very tall line here of this storm moving essentially eastward at this point. So like I said, not likely that Edmonton is going to miss this just because of the sheer scope of this storm and how much rain it has in it, but again has been weakening over the last number of scans. So that is the good news there. And 8:41, so we're about 2 minutes out from our next scan, folks, and we'll update you on that. It is 8:48 p.m. right now in Alberta, 10:48 p.m. here in Eastern Ontario. So we're about 2 hours ahead of you guys at this point. I just saw something here and I wanted to highlight it, but I'm losing the comments pretty quick. Why do I see that there? Oh, I legit ran out to the house to grab a couple of donaires for hubby and I before the clouds came in. Very smart move. Get that food, that way you don't have to worry about it when the storm comes through. Here's our next update. So some good news on this. Back southwest corner where we were seeing all that hail. This was near Tomahawk. Yeah, Tomahawk. We are down to just a few pixels of pink. So the hail core on that back southwest corner is going down. That is good news. There is a little bit of wind associated with this. Again, we are almost over top of our radar here by Carvel. So this looks worse on radar than it actually is with these pinks. And your wind speeds will also look that way just because it's close to the radar. So we will have to wait till it gets to the other side, but there is still definitely very heavy torrential rainfall in this storm all along it essentially. But I think the hail is mostly out of this storm at this point. And I'm not seeing any hail to the north by Barhead or south of there. So we are, again, this scan looks like the storm has weakened somewhat. So we are definitely good as the progression has gone along. We haven't picked up any intensity, and we've been dropping down in intensity as this heads towards Edmonton. It will be in Stony Plain here very shortly, just about over Carvel at this time, and then into Edmonton after that. So we are at 16 and 216. We are about 35 kilometers away, folks. So this is on the doorstep. Anybody at the concert's going to get absolutely rain soaked by the looks of this at this point. So Joe, happy to be the guy that steps up and allows you guys to get good weather coverage in Alberta. So again, Connor and myself run the platform, and we have lots of help from our moderators. We've got a really good team on that front, and we have a bunch of storm chasers across Canada as well that we work with. So thank you for being here. Started raining in Sherwood Park. Oh, yeah, that's the storms that just coming back from the southwest. So Sherwood Park is going to have kind of 2 rounds of storms, and I should have updated on that, and I apologize. Just getting a little sidetracked here. We do have that line that is forming kind of south of Edmonton, moving northeast. So those storms have progressed. Right now, you've got heavy downpour through parts of Sherwood Park with a little bit of lightning as well. Winds are not bad on most of this line by the looks of it. Hail back to the southwest of Leduc. That is still in there. That's going to be loony sized or smaller. And then east of Silver Beach, a little bit of hail in there as well, loony or smaller on that. And then right by 792 and Fallon, we have some more hail. This might be just slightly larger than loony sized at this point. And then we have regular storms still happening down by Red Deer. I'm just going to see if there's any hail in these. No pink indicated on these storms, so these are just very torrential downpours. I lied. There's 1 pixel of pink down here east of Penhold, but I would suspect at the surface that is melting before it gets down there. So again, more than likely no hail, just heavy downpour on all these storms around the Red Deer area and moving northeast from here. So that is the story on our storms to the south of Edmonton. And then we're going to just switch over and we can see these. So hail to the south of Edmonton, west of Highway 2 right now. We have 3 pockets of it, as you can see here on our radar. And that is west of Wetaskiwin. So we are a little bit of hail happening in these storms as they get going. They are moving northeast, and I suspect our storms from the west are going to slam into them at some point. So still quite a ways out because our storm from the west isn't moving that quickly, where our storms south of Edmonton are moving northeast at a higher speed anyways at this point. So okay, so that is I'm just going to zoom all the way out, make sure I'm not missing anything. Nothing has initiated around Calgary. No, we have nothing going on there. So right now our heavy rainstorm, and it is still considered severe. We are down to yellow again, according to Environment Canada at 8:28 p.m. That was 25 minutes ago. Looney to ping pong ball sized hail was the maximum possibility. It doesn't mean it's putting it out. It just means that's the maximum potential there. So when you get those warnings, that's the key. Just looking at some more stuff. Very shelf-like structure on this storm. If you get a chance and you like storms, I would be out in front of this taking some photos, because it is a photogenic storm from that aspect. But obviously, if you're not a fan of severe weather, you're not going to be going outside in front of it. But when it's approaching from the west, you're definitely going to have a decent view of it. And again, will be photogenic as it approaches. Very shelf-like structure on it. Yeah, I'm learning some of the pronunciations, folks. I'm doing my best to learn. I want to not butcher things, let's put it that way. But at the end of the day, as long as you guys know where I'm talking about, that's my biggest concern. And I'll get the pronunciations eventually, folks. Dragonfly. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I've had people reach out by email sending me on how to pronounce things. If I hear how it's pronounced, obviously that's easy. It's just trying to read it. And phonetically, some people put things differently. And so anyways, I have fun with it at the end of the day. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So give me a sec here. I'm going to try and find this comment. I've got one in here. Where am I seeing that? Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Kelvin Helmholtz wave ripples on the front of this. They call them KH waves. Those are pretty cool. Like I said, again, that photogenic style of thing. You have essentially two wind speeds, and it makes like waves. They legitimately sometimes look straight up like waves on water, and the environment is fluid dynamics at the end of the day. So that's something you don't see very often. So they call them KH waves. Again, if you're a storm enthusiast, I would be going out to take some pictures as this approaches. Just my 2 cents anyway. So okay. Allergies are going to be bad tomorrow, apparently. I guess this kind of stuff, brings in stuff as far as, dust, dirt, whatever, all sorts of things. So, Mountain Bike asking, how bad is this storm? The storm is definitely much better than it was. About an hour ago, we were at a red warning, whereas now we have gone down to a yellow severe thunderstorm warning. This is still torrential rain in here, and we do have possibly some hail. This is our latest scan at 8:53. All the hail has essentially moved out of the southwest quadrant, which is great news, weakening once again. And then over the radar, it does look like there's hail, but that is misleading just because of close proximity, the way the radar beams work. That is going to be torrential rain. It looks like that throughout the whole thing right now, we are just dealing with torrential rain. If we had any hail in this, it would be pea-sized to maybe grape-sized hail. Compared to what it was chucking earlier, this is great news. It is now, let me just give you a measurement, how far it is from that 216 west side of Edmonton. We are probably 32 kilometers away at this point. So it is on the doorstep. We do have storms. There is large hail back here to the southwest of Leduc. When we start seeing purples, that is getting into ping pong, golf ball, and even larger than that hail. I would probably say golf ball to hen egg on these storms southwest of Leduc. Hopefully that is not heading towards the airport. But you can see that there. Becky, thank you very much for the donation. Any chance of it moving southeast? No, right now it is moving eastward. There is a chance that the southern portion stretches out with an updraft kind of pushing off of it, but right now it just looks like it's moving due east at this point. And then we have our storms back to the south of Edmonton that fired, so I'll show you what's happening there, and I'll go full screen on this just so it's a little bigger for you guys. But you've got your storms from the west of Edmonton moving east, and then south of Edmonton they are moving northeast. And our big pocket right now of large hail is southwest of Leduc and southwest of the airport. So hopefully that hail does not end up going through the airport at this point. So oh, interesting. Just getting a comment, I guess, in the chat here that I guess they won't clear anybody out of the concert till the storm hits, which is an interesting tactic. I definitely would not recommend that, but I come from the severe weather side of things and understand what this can do. So again, you know, give people the heads up, their choice what they want to do. But at the end of the day, being outside with that many people with a severe storm, and you can see this hail just sometimes pops up and gets intense, and there's no warning on it. You can see this is a classic example right here. So small cluster of hail, and then boom, you've got purple in there. And that, again, you're talking hen egg sized hail to ping pong ball, golf ball sized hail. You take that in the noggin, it can do some damage. So again, warning people who are at the concert, regardless of whether they call it or not, I would definitely be going to shelter with this storm moving in. Lightning is the other problem, guys. When I storm chase, my biggest fear with storm chasing is lightning, because it's so unpredictable. It can be kilometers out ahead of a storm, and you get a lightning bolt out of the blue. So definitely outdoor concert. I wouldn't be out there at this point with this coming in. So, okay. Okay, just trying to, the comments are flying, guys. I'm trying to get into some of them. So, okay, here we go. Here's our next scan. So we do have some hail here north of 16. This is, where is this? Northeast of Sherwood Park. There's a little bit of hail in here. This continues to move northeast. Large core of hail southwest of Leduc. This is going to be toonie sized to ping pong ball sized hail at this point, and it's very large. So just so that people understand how big this hail core is, you're talking about 6 kilometers across, heading up towards Leduc and possibly the airport. Hopefully it'll miss it to the southeast, but again, very large hail core making its way up there, and you can see how that expanded. And that's what I'm talking about with these severe storms. When they intensify, you aren't going to get much of a warning. The line to the west of Edmonton right now just looks like heavy precipitation. The hail does not look like it's in there anymore. Again, if we were seeing anything, this would be pea-sized hail at most, just very heavy torrential rain with some winds in there, but the winds are not through the Edmonton area, are probably not going to be very strong based on this last scan. We have a pocket up here by Busby. Let's just take a look at this. 85 kilometers an hour off the surface maximum. So you're talking 60 to 75 kilometers an hour on the surface where you're seeing those bright greens. That's roughly what you can expect with this. And so again, it's on the doorstep of Edmonton. The southeast corner and east side of Edmonton's already getting some precipitation from other storms, but the main precipitation is still heading into Edmonton. It has weakened on every single scan, so now we are just, for the most part, dealing with rain, a little bit of wind, so that is good news for everybody that's in the Edmonton area, and hopefully this is all downtrending and it'll continue to do so and die off to where it's no longer severe warned and it's just a thunderstorm and it moves on and carries on with life. I hope that's the case anyway. So I guess this is up for interpretation. Is this going to be a better storm than last weekend? If you mean better as in less impactful, it does look that way. At this point, we are seeing just heavy precipitation, but a lot less hail, a lot less wind. And if you're looking from the storm chasing side of things, it's definitely not going to be better. It is weakening. It has a nice look to it. So again, if you are somebody who likes the structure on storms, it has a decent look to it. So just taking a look here to see if I've got anything else. Just seeing some photos here. Bear with me. Highway Fallis, Pietro Wilson. Whew. Okay, I'm sharing this. This picture came in Yellowhead Highway, Highway 16 at Fallis Turnoff, Alberta. This is from Pietro sending this in. So obviously a very menacing looking storm, but it is packing less of a punch. So this was earlier. Obviously, as the storm has moved eastward, it has reduced in terms of intensity. So it does look mean and still has a lot of precipitation in it, but for the most part, we are in a better place than we were. So Pietro, thank you for sending that in. That was about 6 minutes ago. So just bringing that up there, trying to keep up with comments. Becky, thank you very much. For the donation. Right now, the storms to the west are not building up. Right now, the trend on the last number of scans, probably the last 5 or 6 scans, has been weakening. So again, the purple is making its way out of the storm. So if I zoom out here and we go full screen on our radar, you can see all these areas where we had a pink, which is your hail, definitely a lot more of it back to the west. And now you can see that most of the pink is out of it, and we are getting even more yellows and oranges and greens and blues, which is on the lower end of the precipitation scale. So things are looking good in regards to the line coming from the west. Keisha Girl, thank you as always for the donation and the support. Really appreciate that. The one area I'm concerned about hail is southwest of Leduc, right by the airport. This is a very large core, about 6 kilometers across, and it is bright pink, which is going to be ping pong ball or smaller hail in that storm as this moves northeast, and we should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes or so. So again, things far better for Edmonton at this point than they were about half an hour to an hour ago. So Carmen, thank you very much as well. Appreciate the donation. Thank you from Connor and myself. Thanks. Rain coming down hard west of Stony Plain, and that is right over top of this storm. Again, any area that has dark red or red is torrential rainfall. When you get to light orange, yellow, green, and blue, that's on the lower end of the precipitation scale, just to give you an idea. And the colors have definitely been coming out of this line of the storm as it moves through. So that is fantastic news. Here's our latest scan, and we are definitely looking pretty good on this. Sandy Beach with very heavy torrential rainfall as it goes through. Might even be a little bit of hail in there, maybe pea-sized hail, but that is looking very good. The hail has subsided somewhat on the Leduc storm. That hail core went down. So again, it's those pulsing or cycling of the storms where they strengthen and weaken and then strengthen again. Very heavy rain over Edmonton Airport, and probably grape or smaller hail through the Leduc area. It may even, grape or smaller at this point as far as that's concerned. So we are looking much better right now. The edge of the precip is near Spruce Grove, Deer Park, and Parkland Village. A little cell has popped here at 16 and 216. That's initiating out in front of this. Sometimes you'll get that happening where the forcing of that storm as it approaches pops or initiates a storm out front. So right now, moderate to light rain on 16 and 216 on the west side of Edmonton. So again, Edmonton's getting soaked. It's just looking a lot better that you're having less of that precipitation, less hail, and less winds as well. So things are on the downtrend of intensity or severity at this point. All good news. Let's just take a look at things. I'm going to bring up our latest scan here and eastward here, always looking at our wind profiles. Again, nothing drastic in the winds here to the south. You've got all the, there's a lot of radar noise. So what I want to explain to folks, what I call radar noise is this Christmas confetti looking stuff. That is just corrupt data that ends up in the stream for velocities. It does make it hard for us to determine where there's rotation and where there isn't sometimes. But I've been reading radar for 12 years. So Busby area, again, we still have some stronger winds. These are straight line winds, meaning not rotating, but above the surface, mid 70s, so about 60 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more on the surface. That is the only area of really strong winds that are concerning. It's going to be gusty, but nothing on the severe. For it to be considered severe is 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts. So okay, so let's just take a look here. Checking comments. Just looking at social media. Definitely a very shelf-like cloud on this storm here. So a shelf, obviously outflow dominant storm, which obviously when you're talking severity of storms, outflow is better than a severe warning storm that's ingesting. That's usually one that you can have a big supercell that tries to rotate or give you a tornado. When they go outflow dominant, meaning the winds are pushing out, that is much better as far as storms are concerned from the severe aspect of things. So okay. Red Deer Lacombe area. I know we have some storms down here, folks. These are not severe storms. I know they did put severe warnings out for them, but let me just switch over to our radar. Again, you're talking moderate, heavy to light rain, and again, nothing concerning in these storms to the south of Edmonton at this point around Red Deer. These are just regular thunderstorms, nothing concerning in that regards. And the only intense part right now we have south of Edmonton is over the Leduc area on Highway 2. We'll see if that hail core does keep coming down. That is the other area of concern. And then our line just moving east as things come through here. So guys, bear with me. I mean, there's 1,900 of you in here asking questions and comments. If I can't get to them all, I don't want people complaining because I can't get to them all. So somebody's asking here about Jarvie Westlock area. So let me just see where that is. I don't recognize the name. Let me see here. No, you guys are good. This is just regular precipitation. You might have some lightning involved here, but along 44, Excuse me. This is just light rain, nothing to be concerned about. When you have these dark reds, that's where you start getting concerned about your precipitation or intensity. This is light to like moderate light to light rain at best, so nothing to be concerned about. This is all moving eastward at this point. So on that northern end, definitely not anything to be concerned about. The heavier rain, I'm going to give you guys a cutoff just so you can understand. By 18 Westlock area, anything south of there has that heavier precip. Anything north of 18 heading up 44 and anywhere in that Athabasca area, Swan Hills, that is just regular precipitation. Our heavier rain is all south of 18 down towards 16 and then around the airport area. So let's go take a look. Hopefully that helped answer your question. This is our latest scan. Things are looking better and better, folks. This is turning into just a very heavy rainstorm. There are pockets of heavy precip here by Sandy Beach. There's heavy precip, but that over the radar does look a little misleading. Like I said here, this is less intense than what it looks at on radar, those dark reds, but things are breaking up as this comes into Edmonton, so that's good news. The lightning is the biggest problem at this point other than the torrential rainfall. Obviously that lightning can strike anywhere without warning, and that's the biggest factor there. Over the airport, Leduc area, looks like most of the hail has come out of this. There is torrential rain at the Edmonton International Airport, and let's just take a look here just southeast of Fort Saskatchewan. Heavy precipitation with maybe pea-sized hail or less on this. So that's the other thing, and it's not severe warned, just so you know. So it does not meet the severe component just yet. If it does maintain some hail, they may throw a severe warning out for that storm. And going back down to Red Deer, we are definitely looking much better for everybody involved right now. These storms north of Lacombe, Ponoka, those are just thunder showers, and that's it. Some heavy pockets of precip, but most overall moderate to light precip. So things are definitely downtrending for most people in front of this storm at this point. Just in comparison, where you had all those dark reds, we are now mostly into a bunch of yellow, orange, and a little bit of red. So things are definitely looking good in that regards. They have pushed the severe warning further east. Let me just read that. You can see all the flashing yellow boxes. So severe thunderstorm warning, 9:14 p.m. Environment Canada tracking an area of severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball size hail. That's the maximum that it could be, and heavy rain. I do not see anything that is producing that kind of hail in any shape or form right now as it sits. So again, it looks like Edmonton is going to get a moderate thunderstorm at this point. The severe aspect has downtrended consistently over the last 40 minutes or so. We are looking much better for Edmonton at this point than it was a long time ago. So good news for everybody. T. Wilson, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. What else have we got in here? I really appreciate hearing that, S. Rider. Thank you. That's what we're here for, is to take the anxiety with storms and bring it down so you don't have to worry as much. So I'm glad that that's what's coming through, and that's why we're here, is to turn again, help people deal with storm anxiety. We know there's a lot of you out there, so just getting a comment here. Rain starting in northeast Edmonton, Belmont, Victoria Trail area. Thank you. Shelf clouds are not bad. They are good when you're talking about the severity of a storm, because it indicates an outflow dominant storm, and outflow dominant storms can be dangerous when there's strong straight line winds with them, and that's usually a dying storm that is pushing out big winds. We do not not have this in this case, but in overall, in terms of storm chasing, when you see a shelf, the severity of it is usually on the lower end. Lord Tenderloin, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Appreciate the support there. So, what else? So just finished watching a shelf cloud heading southeast over Spruce Grove. The wind and rain is hitting us now. And again, as this continues eastward. So thank you for that update. I always love hearing from people right on top of the storm or right at the surface because we can't see that on radar. So it helps us look at things. However, I just want to show you when the storm was back to the west, look how dark red, all the colors are in there. You've got some pinks, and look how the colors are changing, and we're now more orange and yellow than anything, which again is a good sign for everybody in front of this storm. We should have a new scan here in about a minute or less. So purple on the radar south of Bellet around midnight. Any danger there? Should I stay up and keep my eyes open? That sounds like you're looking at some kind of futurecast radar, which I hate that stuff because it's not properly shown to people that that is a model, because there's nothing that will tell you what color the storm is going to be at your place with any real accuracy. So if that's what you're looking at is a futurecast radar, that is simply one model trying to interpret what is they think is going to happen with storms. What we are looking at is live data from the radar. And so this is what's actually happening. And the problem with that is when we do forecasting, just so people know, I look at 5 different models because all 5 models have a different interpretation of what's going to happen with weather. Some are more accurate than others. So one model telling you what's going to happen, I would definitely look at multiple locations as far as that kind of futurecast radar. It's if they said it was a model, people would understand that better than futurecast radar. It just has a nicer sound to it. But that's all it is. It's a computer trying to interpret what's going to happen. So right now, again, where we're having storms, this is all marching east from here. And purple does not, I mean, purple, I don't know their color coding as well. Not necessarily everybody has the same color coding. But if they're talking purple, that could be hail. And again, I'm not on the platform, so I don't really know for sure what what they're saying. So that was a very long answer to your question. Right now, where you are in relation to these storms, this looks to be where the severity of the storms is going to be concentrated. I don't think there's going to be much after this. So if you are in front of this to the east and northeast, then you need to pay attention. Other than that, I think you're pretty good at this point. So right now, 9:17 p.m., we just got our scan here. East of Fort Saskatchewan, between there and Josephburg, a little bit of hail. This is going to be grapes or smaller with torrential rain. That is moving northeast. Down by Beaumont, Leduc, just some pockets of torrential rain. No hail in that. And then we do have some hail west of Devon here. Just kind of, what are we going to say here? This is going to be probably grapes to loony-sized hail out of the line as it moves through. And now we have our line of the meat of our big storm. The line basically approaching from the west is over Spruce Grove, Parkland Village, and going through Atchison and then onwards. It just looks like there's very heavy rain in this. Let me see the winds just to make sure we don't have anything too crazy in here. A little bit gusty on the southeast corner here. This would be southeast of Spruce Grove. A little gusty there, but it's close to the radar. So again, a little bit misleading in that regards. And then heavier rain just east of Sandy Beach over 642 and 44 by the Alexander First Nation. West of Morinville, you probably have probably grapes or smaller in terms of hail and torrential rain. And that's basically the only areas to point out at this point. So we are looking fairly good on the intensity of this storm. Again, this is coming through Edmonton. It's going to be heavy rain for the most part. Not a ton of wind, but heavy rain at this point. So okay, good. I just got a Linda saying we are just outside of Stony Plain, hit there right now. Heavy rain, some hail, wind, lightning near Chickacoo walking trails. Thank you very much for that update. So a little bit of hail still in this storm as far as things are going in this direction at this point. So Skyview area has got some rain in Edmonton area. Yes, torrential rain is definitely lots of rain. That's what I'm talking about. When those dark red areas, that is as heavy the rain gets. You don't get any higher on the radar velocities. So it's just a question of where you are in reference to these dark red areas. And again, this would be a very heavy precipitation core going through that pocketed area, but other areas are going to have far less. So again, it's definitely... depends where you are in relation to this line, because it's probably 70, 80 kilometers long. So, okay. Very heavy rain in Spruce Grove, getting that from Dragonfly. Thank you for confirming that. What else? St. Albert and Edmonton area, this is coming right on the doorstep. Again, you're talking heavy rain to light rain at most. There is maybe a tiny amount of hail in this. Right now over St. Albert area, you do have some initiation happening in front of the line as it's pushing through. That's just that forcing action from the storms. Storms from the southwest starting to interact with this whole line as it comes through. So bit of initiation happening in that area, but this is, again, when you see those dark reds, that's that torrential rain. Obviously you get into yellows and oranges, that is moderate rain. So anything in between there, you can kind of judge from there what you're going to get. Lots of lightning with this storm. As you can see, there's quite a few lightning bolts all over our software, and here's our latest scan. So let's take a look where we have Kalmar, very heavy torrential rain. Devon, same thing, going through Spruce Grove, maybe a little bit of hail on the east side of Spruce Grove. This is coming into the outer edges of West Edmonton along 216. Just very heavy rain. Some winds in there, folks. So it is definitely some wind here by 60 and 627 Parkland Airport. I think I saw that Parkland Airport just to the west. So there are some stronger winds. I'll tell you how fast. These are 80-kilometer-hour winds just off the surface. So this is on the about to come through the Grange and Riverview area. So going to be gusty down there a little bit with these brighter reds. Maybe a little bit of hail in that as well. And then on the south end, where Highway 2 and 216 in Edmonton area, I would say torrential downpour with maybe grapes to pea-sized hail roughly as this moves in. And then Fort Saskatchewan to the northeast side of there on Highway 15, we've probably got loony-sized or smaller hail along Highway 15 with some very heavy precipitation in that area as well. So overall, things are much better than they were. I will say that. We still have a little bit of a pocket of stronger winds on the north side here by Legal and Busby, just to the south of there, 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface roughly as this moves through. And that's all we're looking at this point. So Edmonton's about to get very wet at this point. So south of the Heyday, it is raining pretty hard with lots of lightning and pretty loud out. That's from G3. Thank you for that update. Northeast Edmonton, One Joy just saying just rain right now, no hail yet. The bigger stuff is still back to your west in terms of the precipitation, but you guys can see how this is all starting to circle around Edmonton at this point. So definitely some rain coming in for everybody. So yeah, strong winds in West Edmonton now. So Cupper just saying we're getting some strong winds on the west side of Edmonton as this line approaches. What else? Tons of lightning in Leduc, south of Edmonton. So again, this is much less intense storm that you guys have seen overall in the last three that I have live streamed over the last 2 or 3 weeks. This one is the weaker out of all of them. So being the fourth to come in, this is the weaker of all of those storms at this point. So it's definitely much better than it was earlier again. So black clouds in Edmonton, definitely. These are definitely going to be dark, clouds. Especially it's 9:30 now, so we're talking sunset. So visibility is definitely going to be down as far as that's concerned. It's going to be a lightning show, but we'll see whether our next scan shows things weakening or whether this will just sustain kind of a moderate level. But overall, again, I'm seeing for the most part that this line has been consistently weakening down bit by bit. So I'm just going to actually check one of my other platforms here. Okay. This is a while ago, 11 minutes ago, but I'll share it. This is from Braden Morso. So let me bring this up. This is again 11 minutes ago. Shelf cloud west of Edmonton, and let me pull it up so you guys can see. And you can see that stack. Tons of lightning in this over those canola fields. Like I said, from a storm chasing perspective, very picturesque or pretty storm. If you don't like severe weather, obviously this does look menacing, but the good news is this is less intense than it could have been. So that is the good news on that. And I always, bear with me for a second here. I'm just going to repost that to our X account. So let's see here. 9:23 p.m. We're 1 minute out from our next update for scan on radar. Environment Canada just put out a new thunderstorm warning. I believe they pushed it further east. They're just tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, a loony to ping pong ball size hail, and heavy rain. And again, this is on the yellow warning. So we were red originally west of Edmonton, down to orange, down to yellow. So again, pockets of heavy rain, but for the most part, it is breaking down somewhat. So that is the good news, because the whole entire storm was looking much worse earlier. So hail northeast of Fort Sask, and Josephburg is now just heavy rain kind of west of Bruderheim. So that is that hail has come out of that storm. We do have hail on the south end right now going through Enoch, Cree Nation, and kind of into the Grange, Riverview, and then over 216 and where Highway 2 and 216 meet. So there is some hail in that, probably, I'm going to guess, loony sized or smaller at this point, heading eastward with this line. So obviously associated with heavy precipitation as well. So Kalmar, still lots of heavy precip, but no hail down by there, coming towards Leduc and the Edmonton International Airport. West of Edmonton on 16, there is some heavy rain within this as it continues to move eastward. Let's look at our winds. Some gusty winds here along 16. Let me just So we're probably 70 kilometers an hour on the surface, roughly, based on these wind speeds, or just west side and southwest side of Edmonton. So a little windy as this comes through. Still heavy downpour north portion of this storm by Morinville. Heavy downpour with maybe pea-sized hail within that. And along 44, just dark red, heavy downpour in that area where you're seeing those dark reds. Little bit of wind. It's subsiding here still by southwest of Legal. Let me just take a look at that. We're down to about 70 kilometers an hour above the surface, so 50 to 60 on the surface, so that's good news. Losing a little bit of that intensity on the north side of the storm. And then we have rain showers on the east side of Edmonton. These are kind of popping out ahead of it. And then a little bit of hail here. Let me just see where this is moving northeast more than likely. I'm just backing it up a scan. I'm zoomed in a little too much. Yeah, so coming up into Wetaskiwin, we have a little bit of hail. This is going to be grapes or smaller, with obviously some heavy rain associated with that. But overall, doing pretty well, folks. This could have been much worse than it is. The one area right now, just to the west of 216, where we're seeing that hail indicated on our radar scan. And obviously, downpours, heavy rain coming into Edmonton. You aren't dodging this. It's going to get all of the Edmonton area and surroundings. So just highlighting that hail core, because obviously that's a little more impactful than the rain itself. So what else? Lori saying thank you for moving us through these storms. Glad to do that. Really appreciate it. Picture coming into my Gmail. Let me see here. I've got a bunch of them, folks. Sorry. Let me see here. So this is, bear with me for 1 second. This is from Jesse, sending this North Edmonton pictures, so you can see as this shelf approaches. Keisha girl, thank you very much for the donation. I'll answer your question there 1 second. So this is, you can see the shelf coming in, lining from left side to right side of this picture. So again, Jesse, thanks for sending that. And then right now, we have just regular showers down here. Again, the hail is moving up to the northeast. So Musquasis, and I'm mispronouncing that. I know for sure I am. And I'm trying to remember how to pronounce it. But anyways, nothing happening there as far as any severity for storms at this point. We do have a few pockets of torrential rain, kind of southwest near Ponoka, but that right now is on the lower end of severe, if anything, at this point. And they have not extended the severe warning to the north. So our big intense areas on the southern side of Edmonton, where we've got all these darker colors, that is where our heaviest precipitation is located. So Keisha girl, you should be okay if you're down in that area. You guys are welcome. I'm seeing a lot of people saying thanks. I'm glad that we can help you guys out with this. Yes, mainstream media definitely doesn't do this, and we come from it as a storm chasing perspective. Again, seeing a lot of things in my storm chasing 12 years. I've seen some serious craziness, but reading radar for 12 years, I definitely have a good grasp on most of what's going on. Not perfect. I will make mistakes, but at the end of the day, we do our best and we learn from those mistakes as well. So I didn't get the notification for the live stream, so I've just been tracking this for the last 3 hours. sending out my warnings to the kids' camps, and then I'll stop to look here, and you are live after all. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't always send out the notifications for the lives, which is definitely frustrating from our end. Obviously, we want to get the information out to as many people as possible. So by hitting that like button, it helps get into the YouTube algorithm. So, oh yeah, Musquatcheese. Yeah, I knew it was something like that, and again, just too many names, folks. I'll get them all eventually, but thank you. Just getting decent hail in East Edmonton now. That is interesting that the east side of Edmonton is getting a bunch of hail. Supreme Canadian, thank you very much for the donation. Definitely not many streamers in Alberta, that's for sure. But we're covering as much of Canada as we can. I expect to be covering Manitoba possibly tomorrow, depending on how the smoke plays out at this point. But we'll see what unfolds there. So let me just double check a couple things here. Supreme Canadian, we are based out of Eastern Ontario, just south of Ottawa. I've grown up around this area, and so, but I've storm chased across all of North America, and definitely my passion. And Connor, who's generally on the stream with us, he's actually driving out west to chase tomorrow possibly, so he's going to be out in Manitoba and chasing across the prairies over the next few days. So we are both from the chasing side of things as far as things go. So, okay, what else going on here? Sherwood Park, whether you're going to get hail, I would count on small hail at least. I'm getting reports on the eastern side of Edmonton getting some hail, so it is definitely possible. Here is our latest scan on the west side of Edmonton along 216. There is hail within all these pink pixels, so you are stretching all through here. This is all hail. Again, I would guess that you're probably talking loony-sized, maybe slightly larger within this hail course. So the southern end of Edmonton, south of downtown, looks to get more hail than the north side based on this scan. So very heavy torrential rain associated with that as far as those dark reds are concerned. So south side looks like you're going to get a little more of an impact than the north side at this point. Some hail building back into the storm to the north by Morinville. We do have two little pockets here of hail. That's probably loony size or smaller as far as the hail is concerned. Let's just take a look here through to the south. Just heavy downpours with maybe pea-sized hail as we move south through the line here. And I wouldn't expect too large of a hail on any of this, just very heavy pockets of precipitation with those dark red colors. So the area to highlight right now, again, would be right here along 216 on the southwest corner of Edmonton, zoomed in here by Windermere, Riverview, West Jasper Place, The Grange, Lewis Farms. That is where your hail is tucked in right now as the scan came out. And this is moving primarily eastward, and I'm saying the southern end of Edmonton is going to see more hail at this point than the north end based on this scan. So it is headed your way on the south side of Edmonton through to Sherwood Park and then on from there. So, but overall, we are looking pretty good. Again, sunset probably happening here very shortly. Trying to see what time sunset is in Edmonton. Bear with me, I can check it pretty quick. (9:42). I knew it was right. We're in a minute from sunset. So as the sun goes over the horizon, Getting tons of hail in Morinville. Yeah, so we were just talking about that. That's up here. You had two little hail cores pop up on this last scan by Cardiff, Morinville. So again, just getting confirmation. Thank you, Josh, for that. And again, on the southwest end of Edmonton, moving eastward, we're expecting hail throughout. That just popped on the last few scans here, so that has picked up a little intensity. You can see that, and it is moving northeast, maybe actually a little bit, so it'll come through Edmonton. It may clip more of the north end than I was thinking at this point, so we'll see if that continues to be on the next scan at this time. So what I was saying about the sun going over the horizon, when the sun sets, you lose diurnal heating, and what that is that's an extra energy available for storms to sustain. When they lose that, it helps to weaken them over once the darkness comes around. So that does help to weaken storms. We'll see over the next few scans what happens here. Obviously, sunset probably 20 minutes to 30 minutes before it's completely pitch dark. As far as the storms are concerned, I can actually take a look on satellite here. This is satellite imagery. And you can see that big mushroom cloud in the middle that exploded. This is what we've been tracking. That is the storm. And you can see darkness is starting to roll in from right to left. And Alberta, obviously dead center in our satellite imagery right here. So as that darkness comes in, we definitely get less potential for the storms, less energy for them, and hopefully that helps to kill them off. Wow! So this hail core from Carbondale through Cardiff and Morinville, you're definitely getting a bunch of hail out of this. That has expanded on the last scan. You can see how there was no hail here, and now we've got a bunch of hail. So this is heading northeast, eastward towards Bonaccord and Gibbons. So potentially kind of loony size, maybe a little bit bigger in terms of hail. Let's take a look on that southwest corner of Edmonton. And we do have hail kind of on the southwest side by West Jasper Place. We've got a decent amount of hail still within this precipitation core. As this continues, it is moving eastward, but slightly northeast. So this may get into downtown and come out the other side at this point. So those are our two big pockets of hail at this point. Down to the south, we are losing most of our hail. This is, where is this? East of Millet. There might be, or Millet, maybe. There may be probably grapes to pea-sized hail in this as it continues northeast. But those are our biggest pockets of the hail that we were just talking about. So from Carbondale up through Morinville, east side of Edmonton, south of Lamont, that is just very heavy torrential rain in that dark red area. And then northwest of Bruderheim, that is moderate, heavy to light rain from there. So our big intense precipitation is tucked in just on the west side of Edmonton, moving northward at this point. So a lot of heavy rain coming through Edmonton area. This won't last long. It's moving fairly quick. So hopefully it does not stick around for long, because I know, again, we have flooding that happens within the streets of Edmonton. So let's hope this moves through fairly quick at this point. So Supreme Canadian, thank you. Just saying lost power near the Coliseum. So thank you for that update. You had another question and I missed it. I apologize. Just so many comments jumping in here. They move so fast. I can't keep up with them. But thanks, Supreme Canadian. Appreciate the donation. Hopefully your power doesn't last, doesn't take too long to come back on. Let me just do this. Power's back already. There's the power of wishful thinking or whatever, or positive thinking. So let me just highlight, this is very heavy rain and lightning, hail in there. And then up here to the north of Edmonton, that is our other very heavy precipitation areas that we're talking about right now. I'm going to switch over here and take a look to see if there's anything else being posted. Just got marble-sized hail in Morinville. Just seeing that on social media. Checking if there's anything else I can find here. So that looks pretty good. Just some oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry. Let me mute that. Yeah, definitely very heavy rain, lots of hail embedded in this. So the intensity did pick up, unfortunately, just as it's coming into Edmonton, which obviously is not what we were hoping for. But I'm definitely seeing a lot of hail and heavy precipitation coming through Edmonton at this point. So not what we wanted to see. Like I said, the southern end seems to be getting more of that precip. The north end, you can see yellows and oranges. More than those dark reds and pinks. So that's definitely not good for the southern portion. South of 16 through Edmonton is where we're getting that larger hail and heavy rain. And then again through Morinville down to Carbondale and Cardiff area, lots of hail in that. So that was 6 minutes ago. We've got 2 more minutes before our next scan. I'll walk you guys through it as far as where this hail is going. But in the Edmonton area, and this is what I was talking about at the concert, waiting till the storm is there is the wrong call. Anytime you're dealing with any outdoor event, this picked up intensity over the last 2 scans or so, and now people are dealing with hail and getting lightning. I hope they got people out of that concert sooner than later, but waiting till a storm is there is the wrong call as far as I'm concerned, if that's what they did. So there is nothing in BC at this point for any kind of rotation. There's not even, I don't even think there's severe storms. There's no severe storms in BC, guys. So wind, let me take a look at wind, actually. Good point there. Stronger winds in Edmonton right now. This last scan, that picked up as well. Let me just see here. Yeah, they pushed through pretty hard right now. We've got 2 scans, so a little windy in Edmonton right now as this is moving through. So it did pick up that intensity just as it rolled into town. Now most of the core of Edmonton has very heavy precipitation through it. We do have hail embedded throughout many areas, basically within the 216 ring road. You have lots of precip, lots of hail in pockets. Probably loony or smaller. And then on the northeast side, there's a pocket of strong winds up by, it looks like Beverly, Yellowhead corridor, and we're seeing some strong winds, 110 kilometers an hour off the surface, so very gusty. That's probably 90 to 100 on the surface as this storm is now blowing through. So again, did pick up intensity as this is coming through. Supreme Canadian saying hail starting here. I'm like 2 minutes from K-Days. So again, this did pick up in terms of severity as it's moving through. So still got this hail core to the north. It is now east of Morinville and down to Carbondale, still heading eastward towards Bon Accord and Gibbons. So be on the alert. There is hail headed your way. Hopefully that does subside out, but you can see where our heaviest of precipitation is right around Edmonton. And let me just draw. This is where all your heavy precip is. Right in this kind of bean-shaped area, encompassing Edmonton from the south side, 216 and Highway 2, all the way north through Edmonton, and then up to almost legal kind of Bon Accord, Morinville, Carbondale. That's where your heaviest of precip is right now, tucked in with this storm. The rest of it, there is a storm by Lamont that is heavy rain, but does not look to have hail in it. And let's just take a look. And then we do have some stronger winds moving through portions of Edmonton at this point. So that is the main area where I've got that orange bean-shaped kind of drawing. that is where we have the most severity as far as winds, precipitation, and hail at this point. And it is luckily moving fairly quick through Edmonton, so hopefully it doesn't do a lot of flooding, but it did pick up intensity just as it was coming into Edmonton. Storms to the south, these are just regular thunderstorms, folks. Then there's no, doesn't look like there's any real significant hail, if anything. Let me switch over to Calgary radar. Bear with me. Nothing happening to the south. Our severe watches are shrinking back, so you can see these light yellow boxes with the thin yellow lines. As this line is moving through, the boxes are moving or being shrunk back because this is essentially the last of the severe weather I would expect this evening, and we've now got it isolated down to this area in the kidney bean look. So unfortunately, Edmonton's taking another kicking from storms, which is the fourth one at this point, which is it sucks. I'm sorry that that's what's happening, because again, we have a bunch of bunch of people getting impacted by these storms again in the Edmonton area, and this is the fourth one that I've been live streaming for over the last 3 weeks or so. And so it's definitely I'm sorry, I'm just seeing comments about sirens. Okay, there's maybe for strong winds, that would be the only thing. There's nothing as far as a tornado warning is concerned at this time. So I'm not sure why the sirens were going, but I don't know the Edmonton emergency system, so I don't know where they put those out. But if sirens are going off, I would think the only thing that would jump out at me is these strong straight line winds that we did point out here by Highway 16 on the northeast side of Edmonton. Definitely some strong straight line winds, but that's the only reason. And I'm seeing a lot of people commenting about sirens, so I'm not sure, again, not familiar with how the Edmonton siren system works. I'll definitely have to look into that, because that's the first time I've heard about it. So and hopefully that's well, sorry, not hopefully. I'm maybe confusing things. Scully, thank you very much for the donation. I will definitely have dinner after this. Thanks, Shannon. Really appreciate that donation as well. Thanks for being on the channel. I will grab some dinner after I'm done this live stream, even though it's almost midnight here. We'll stick with this. I'm hoping that we're getting towards the tail end of this, and I hope this doesn't continue to pick up intensity as it moves eastward, but I'll stick with you guys as long as I can. Even if this goes for another couple hours, but hopefully that's not the case. I'm seeing the rest of it weakening, so hopefully that bean-shaped area is going to weaken as well. So we should have a new scan here within about a minute or less. So yeah, it's 9:54 p.m. now, but I'm in Eastern Ontario, so I'm 2 hours ahead of you guys. Okay. Oh, good. Pink has come out of this, so it has weakened on this last scan. So let me delete my drawing here. And let's look at things. So we have lost a lot of the purple out of this. There's still some small pixels of purple, and those dark reds are still going to be very heavy rain. This is continuing to move eastward. So let me just highlight where we've got our heavier rains right now. There are going to be some winds. I'm going to check that as well. And this is kind of the extent where our heaviest of precip is right now. So just on the southern end of Edmonton through the core of Edmonton itself, heavy rainfall with some hail in there. Grapes are smaller, more than likely. Moving up through Carbondale, Bon Accord, Gibbons, and then moving a little bit northeast from there. Let me check my winds. East side of Edmonton, Sherwood Park, you've got some strong wind gusts, straight line winds coming through there. And that is the area right now where you see these kind of bright flesh tone colors. That would be close to 90-kilometer-an-hour winds on the surface roughly. And again, this is continuing to move eastward. We did lose most of the purple in this, which is good. I will come back one frame so you can see where we had a big hail core to the north of Edmonton, west of Bon Accord. That was a very large hail core, and then we had some through Edmonton itself. On our next scan, basically only a few pixels here and there of that pink, which is good news. That means it's lost a little bit of intensity. Let's hope it continues to do that on the next scan. And east side of Edmonton has some strong straight line winds, and this is all moving eastward at this point. Just looking at the rest of the storms around the area, and our heaviest precip is east out in front of this. But again, I don't think there's any hail in this. It's just heavy rain. Not seeing any dangerous winds in that as well. So I can play the radar and you can see how this has transpired over the last hour and a half. So so I guess the sirens that people were talking about were not tornado sirens or emergency sirens as far as in the city. Those are emergency first responders more than likely. So thank you for updating me. Who was that? That was Highways to Heavens. So I didn't think any city had any tornado sirens, but I guess I mistook the emergency responders from there. Get out of the chat with tornado confirmed. If you've got something to say about that, put it in the chat where you've seen that, because I hate people who come in here and do that crap. Just looking here to see if there's anything. There's no tornado warning from Environment Canada. There's no velocity scans on here. So give me one sec. I'm going to double check everything. But that is the problem when people come in here and do that. It makes us guess everything. We're going to deal with that pretty quickly. I'm sick of people coming in here and putting fake stuff out. It just causes so many issues. We have chasers. We have all sorts of stuff on the ground. If you have a confirmed situation, first of all, don't just come in here yelling that stuff. So anyways, obviously very severe weather going through Edmonton, but the good news is somewhat dying down on this last scan. I just hope it's going to continue to do that. So oh, cool. They're running the live feed from the baseball stadium. So you can take a look at that kind of stuff. It's definitely heavy precipitation with some hail, but at the end of the day, again, no tornado confirmed anywhere. I hate that I have to come in and say that, but it just ruins everything for everybody, unfortunately. So, okay. Yeah. It's frustrating. Problem solved. That's the quickest way to get kicked out of our channel, is putting in fake information. So anyways, we're going to wait for the next scan. We are 9:53 p.m. on the last one, 2 minutes out from our next scan. Again, where I have the orange highlighted, that is where the heaviest of precipitation is located. East side of Edmonton has some strong straight line wind gusts. And again, hopefully this is going to move through the city fairly quickly at this point. So I'm trying to jump into questions as well. No tornado has touched down today. We've had no confirmation of anything like that. You know, we try and monitor as many channels as we can, but again, not seeing anything from Environment Canada, not seeing anything on velocities that would have had us concerned about a tornado on the ground. And it is definitely possible that something happens that we don't see, but again, right now we can't confirm anything as far as any kind of touchdown at this point. So, okay. Oh, wow, this is awesome. Kevin, thank you very much. Just Kevin Erickson saying we drove through this storm coming back from BC, hammered us through Evansburg and Entwistle. You were on speaker while we drove, and you had fantastic updates and nailed it. Keep up the great work. This is why we do what we do. I love hearing that kind of stuff and helping people out through these storms. This looks like our next scan, possibly. Yeah. So let me analyze this scan, and I'll come back to the chat as quick as I can here. So let's delete our drawing. And so the good news is we're seeing a lot more orange in this storm, a lot less red. There is still areas where we're going to have hail kind of south of Bon Accord, east of Carbondale. There's going to be grapes to smaller hail, but overall it looks like things are weakening, and the storms to the south for the most part look like they're, just regular showers. There are the odd little pocket where you might have pea-sized or grape-sized hail where you see these little purple, pixels, but overall things are on the downtrend because, again, we've had the sun go over the horizon. We're losing a little bit, or we're losing that diurnal heating, so that does tend to weaken storms. Let me take a look at winds. Strong pocket of wind right here north of Ardrossan on Highway 16. There is a small pocket up here where we're getting over 100 kilometers an hour. That is above the surface, so 80 to 90 on the surface, roughly, maybe a little bit more. So very windy on that eastern side of Edmonton, or and through Sherwood Park a little bit. So definitely breezy, but hopefully that does subside a little bit here. So let me just take a look at a couple of things where we've got these winds. Okay. So yeah, this is right now our last of our kind of heavy precip. I'm just going to highlight it here. We are up into this area and kind of around here. So that's the last of the heavy rain where there's possibly a little bit of hail in here. Again, northeast corner of Edmonton, moving north, and then northeast towards Redwater. What highway is that? That is 28 and 28A. It's kind of following that corridor as far as that highway is concerned, up towards Redwater. And hopefully on the next scan, it does weaken again somewhat, and that area starts to shrink down, which again indicates a storm dying off or weakening or getting better as far as not having that intensity in it. So okay. Power has been flickering in and out, kind of Edmonton area. Else here, just found out. No reason to be terrified, folks. These are, again, for the most part, this is not as high end as it could have been. Yes, it's definitely intense, but you're not dealing with rotating winds. The only area with strong winds right now, again, north of Highway 16, where you see these flesh colored tones. This is by 8:30 north of Highway 16 on the northeast side of Edmonton. There are some stronger wind gusts in there, but overall, you're not dealing with any rotating winds, and the precipitation is going down. The hail on it is going down. So again, the severe threat is dropping somewhat on this storm, and we are starting to see possibly the kind of the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, so getting some strong wind in Fort Sask right now, which is where these bright winds were located. This was 6 minutes ago, so we'll have to see what the next scan shows. We have about 2 minutes till our next scan. So the most you're dealing with is stronger winds and heavier precipitation within this orange bean shape that I've drawn out as this continues to move east northeast at this point. So that's unfortunate. Just seeing a big chunk of my tree. Oops, comments are going so fast I can't even click on them. Big chunk of my big chunk of my tree fell down and took a chunk of my fence, East Edmonton. Sorry to hear about that. Obviously, winds are definitely still going to be an issue, and it's definitely not fun. But you guys are, like I said, it could have been much worse than this. There are some strong pockets of winds at this point, but hoping on the next scan that we have this precipitation start to weaken even more. And then mostly what we're dealing with right now is some stronger winds that are straight line winds on the east side of Edmonton, moving through Highway 16, Antler Lake, Half Moon Lake, Cooking Lake, kind of eastward from there. You can see those brighter colors. That is the obvious highlight for where those stronger straight line winds are. So just going to see what our next scan looks like here in, oh, there we go. So let me delete out my drawing and do this. So where we've got our heaviest of precipitation, again, those darker reds through Sherwood Park. Let's take a look at our winds first. I'm just going to look at that. So right now, just south of Josephburg, we have some strong winds along 830 here. These are a little over 100 kilometers an hour, so between 80 and 90 on the surface, roughly, and this continues to move. Let's see if it's northeast. Bear with me for a second. Yeah, that is moving northeast, these strong winds, and obviously east side as well. Becky, thank you very much for the donation, and glad I'm helping to keep you calm. East side Highway 16, you're still getting gusty winds. These are going to be 60 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface, roughly. The one area that stands out is obviously just south of Josephburg on 830. Those bright flesh tone colors, that is a pocket of strong winds moving northeast at this point. Flipping over right by Redwater, we do have some hail embedded in this storm. We still kind of very heavy precip through Redwater, torrential rain, and you're probably talking loony sized or smaller in terms of the hail moving northeast from there. Back to the west, you can see Bon Accord still in that moderate heavy rain, but almost out of it at this point. Once you get into those oranges and yellows and then greens and blues, that's on the much lighter end of the scale. Fort Sask about to see possibly some small hail, grape-sized or smaller as this moves through, and those dark red colors, just torrential rain at this point. So it is continuing to move eastward. It is still severe warned. We'll continue to monitor it as things go on here. Let me just take a look to the south. These are just isolated storms, barely. These would be non-severe. Let me just double check. There's no winds in there, but most of the coloration in here is just, you've got a few pockets of dark red. The rest of it is just moderate to light rain. So south of Edmonton, you guys are good. Let me just look around Calgary, see if anything is trying to happen. Nothing is trying to happen there. Let's just kind of scan around here. So, yep. That is it. Around the Edmonton area to the northeast of Edmonton is where our heaviest of precipitation is, and we have that one pocket of strong winds just south of Josephburg. That's where things are really windy at this point. So that is the area. It is moving northeast, and I'll show you guys how that's unfolding here. So there was no touchdown whatsoever as far as tornado is concerned that we have seen any confirmation from anybody. We haven't had a tornado warning from Environment Canada for hours at this point. Oh, God. I just saw a picture from the concert, and that is absolutely insane. I wish I could share this. This is not my photo to share. I hope they got everybody out of there before it hit, because that it looks horrific as far as being at that concert. I would not want to be in that. So anyways, if you go on social media and search X, hashtag AB Storm, you'll see what I'm looking at. Again, I don't share photos that don't belong to me or us, or that we don't have permission to, but that Post Malone concert definitely got washed out, would be a word for it. So let's just take a look here. So again, this is moving on from Edmonton at this point, going through Fort Saskatchewan, and moving slightly north. It looks like it's going to pull up over Highway 16 and kind of head northeast from there. So we'll see if this continues to sustain that heavy core, or whether we're going to lose that out and it'll start to weaken off and we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So heaviest hail, or largest hail right now by Redwater, Highway 28, that again is probably loony sized, maybe slightly bigger than that, moving northeast. And then where we've got all this rain through Bon Accord, Fort Sask, and on the northeast side of Edmonton, that's what we're dealing with. So what else? Yeah, the concert would have been brutal. I definitely, like I said, wouldn't have been like, again, I hope they called it long before that storm. So guys, don't just come in here and put nonsense in the chat. It's just so, anyways, childish. So anyways, got rid of some people just spewing nonsense. Doesn't help anybody at all. 10:05 p.m. We're 1 minute out from the next the next scan. I apologize. We're gonna see what these winds are doing. Actually, okay, there's our next scan. Okay, a lot less red involved in here. So in Fort Saskatchewan, or Fort Sask as you guys call it, heavy precipitation with a little bit of hail in that. Our strong winds are just south of Josephburg, and again 80 to 90 kilometers an hour probably on the surface along 830 there. And then our precip is definitely starting to thin out here. We've got a lot more orange in the storm than we do red, and still around Redwater and northeast, heavy precip with some hail in that. Grapes are smaller, and that extends up along 28, as you can see here in that dark red area. But things look like they're starting to break up through this storm. I'm going to stick with it and get things going from there. So this is moving away from Edmonton. Most of Edmonton is out of it at this point. You're down to light showers to nothing on the southwest end. So it did move through quickly. Hopefully didn't cause a lot of flooding, but it did put down a lot of precipitation. Wow. As I say that, I'm seeing a video of a sewer spewing like a water fountain. So definitely some areas not handling the water like you would want, but yeah, not good for the sewer system. Let's put it that way. Let's just take a look. I'm going to double check our thunderstorm warning. They bumped it back to orange somewhat, and they were calling for loony to ping pong ball sized hail. This was 9:57 p.m. from Environment Canada. And again, we're seeing a lot of the red make its way out of the storm. Here we had a ton of red, dark reds around Edmonton. And as we're moving further on, you're starting to see that a lot more orange, a lot more yellow, and those reds are going away. So that is all good signs. So I'm hoping over the next two scans that most of the red will make its way out of the storm and things will start to subside at this point. Kelly, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. So Yeah, we do have more mods, folks. It's a Saturday night. Normally we have more people in here. There's 4 mods that work this channel. It's just one of those nights. Connor is on the road. I'm by myself, and I don't even know if I have any mods left in the channel. I apologize that there's a bunch of people causing problems in here, but it's one of those situations that it's, you know, people have lives outside of our live stream, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, that's the wrong word. It happens that people have lives outside of the live stream, and you end up with nonsense coming into there. So anyways, if I see anything, I try and pull it out, but obviously I can't cover everybody. So yeah, okay. This is one of them that's going bye-bye. And I'm just blocking people at this point. There's no point. I think I just banned Diesel, but I'm not 100% sure. Some stupid comments coming out, so I wish we didn't have to deal with it, but we do. If you guys are out west and you guys want to help out with moderating, that might be the next move here. Definitely send us an email at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. It's definitely makes it difficult, but there is definitely nothing here as far as any kind of tornado or anything like that. But if you do want to be a moderator, email us and we'll chat. So it only takes one person to ruin things. So I'm just trying to keep up with things as far as things go on here. So okay, give me 1 second here. Let's see what our next scan is. 10:11. We're about 2 minutes out from our next scan. And again, I'm hoping that things are going to improve. The colors are coming down again, not as much red in there. It sucks that I have to moderate a chat for children, but it is what it is at this point. So it's definitely getting close to the end, especially if you're in Edmonton. The next scan, I suspect all the precipitation is going to be out of the Edmonton area. Fort Saskatchewan's still going to have some, and I'm hoping that those, again, the precipitation is going to go down. I'm just going to watch for those straight line winds as well. So just crazy how fast the comments are going. Okay, here we go. So Fort Saskatchewan. So Edmonton itself, you are basically out of all of the precipitation. There's very light rain on the northeast end of Edmonton. Fort Saskatchewan, you've got some hail, and more importantly, Elk Island National Park, there are some straight line winds, and to the southeast of Josephburg, 80 to 90 kilometer hour winds. The hail right now is isolated right by Fort Sask, and we are talking in this area right here. That is going to be loony-sized or smaller hail. That is the last area of very intense precipitation for near the Edmonton area. And then back up here, I'm going to Waska to know, oh God, I'm going to mispronounce. I'm going to butcher that as well. East of Radway, there's some hail. This is going to be loony or smaller with very heavy torrential rain heading northeast along that 28 corridor. That is the last area of very heavy rain as well. With some hail in it. And then here by Andrew, again, some of those reds heavy precipits along 45, but that is the most that you're getting out of it. Our strong, intense area of weather right now by Fort Saskatchewan for hail. With very heavy torrential rain, and then our stronger winds here by Elk Island National Park, again 80 to 90 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more where you're seeing those flesh tone colors at this point. So to the south of there, for the most part, we're looking good. Again, you're seeing mostly yellows, oranges. Those are all on the moderate to light rain side of the scale. Yeah, this definitely blew through Klondike days, unfortunately, based on some of the stuff that I'm seeing as well. So, anyways, to the south, like I said, one area southeast of Camrose, you have a little bit of hail here, maybe grapes or smaller, and then heavy precipitation. That is the last of it down to the south at this point. And then we're still talking about our storm here to the north, east of Edmonton at this point. But again, you'll see that the colors, a lot of yellow and orange making its way into this storm, which is less precipitation. So that's the good news. It is definitely improving. So appreciate everybody sticking around, and I think we're getting towards the end of it. It's still going to take a little bit of time, but as you can see here, this is a scan where everything was dark red, purples, and you can see how that's breaking up. We do have isolated pockets of heavy precip that we've highlighted by Fort Sask, and then to the north, and we have some strong winds here southeast of Josephburg, and those are straight line winds, meaning they're blowing out as they approach. So that's the last of it essentially at this point. So hopefully again we are getting to the end of it at this point. So okay, what else have we going here? Okay, anyways, I'm trying to keep up with some of the comments. Yeah, definitely don't keep politics. If there's politics in here, I'm tossing you very quickly. And again, we're not a channel looking for likes and clicks and subscribers. That's not our purpose. We want to keep this about the weather. And if you're going to do any of that, it's quick and easy for me. So appreciate all the compliments and people thanking in the chat. I mean, again, they're flying at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but I really appreciate it. Again, I'm hoping that 90% of the people in here are getting the information that they need, and we are getting the message across for the most part. So thank you. Again, there's nothing in BC that's even severe warned, guys. Still nothing happening. The only severe warning storms right now are all where we're looking at. Everything else, if you have any kind of weather, there's nothing, no yellow boxes anywhere for any severe warnings across the prairies or anywhere. So our severe weather is isolated to this small area at this point, northeast of Edmonton, and it's I'm hoping it's dying as this moves northeast. It is showing signs that it is breaking up, but it will take some time for this to kind of wind down. So again, there have been no tornadoes. I don't know who's talking about tornadoes. That is absolutely wrong, but we can only do so much. Yeah, definitely lots of wind and rain, that's for sure. Let's switch over here. So far, all we're seeing is just straight line winds for the most part, folks. So again, we're sitting in a pretty good place. There's our next scan. Let's take a look at this. Let me delete my drawing out, and then we'll take a look and go from there. So Still a lot of straight line winds here. This is south of Lamont on what highway? 831 Elk Island National Park. There are some a pocket of straight line winds. These are going to be 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface as this continues to move east northeast at this point. Up by Fort Sask. Let me just take a look here. Josephburg, we've got some hail there. Heavy precipitation as well. It is moving east northeast. At this point, this is going to be loony-sized hail or smaller. At this point, that is the last of the hail. Look at to the north. There's a lot of yellow, a lot of orange. That is very good news. And that is the end of the severe side of things. The precipitation is definitely on the downtrend, and we have just very small pockets of hail at this point. So again, along 28, we do have loony to toony size hail, possibly with heavy precipitation as this continues to move northeast. But our heavy precip is breaking up at this point. So one small area of straight line winds, that is the one area for wind velocities that's concerning. And then hail over Josephburg, that is basically where we're getting a little bit of hail, loony or smaller. And then to the northeast of there, along 28, we've got loony to toony sized hail at most. So that's the good news. This is starting to look a lot more broken up. So the storm is widened out, a lot more areas of less rain, where if we go back, just so you know, as it's approaching Edmonton, you can see how narrow the storm is and how tight or where that heavy precip is located. And now it's all kind of starting to break up, and you can see that very clearly on this. So I suspect we'll be out of the worst of it in the next half an hour, maybe a little bit longer than that, depending if this continues to downtrend, which it looks like it's doing. So definitely a lot going on, but we're getting towards the end at this point. So, okay. Thanks, Janet. Really appreciate the kind words. Yeah, definitely. Again, we try to have as many moderators in here as possible, but everybody has a life outside of our live stream. So it's one of those times where it happens, not the end of the world. But again, if you are looking to help moderate on the west side of the country, obviously that's later for us, but if you're looking to moderate, send us an email and we'll follow up after the live stream, and we'll talk in the next couple of days. We always do a chat before we throw somebody as a moderator on here, just so that we're all on the same page. Okay, so they've updated the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me just see what they're doing. They've continued with the orange thunderstorm warning at Environment Canada at 9:57 p.m. Wait a minute. They must have adjusted the size of the box. What's going on here? That was updated 31 minutes ago. Okay, this is the one to the south. By Camrose, that's the hail that they're talking about here. So again, this is southeast of Camrose, south of 26, north of 13. We just have a bit of a hail core in here. This is going to be loony to toony sized at maximum in terms of size or smaller. And then the rest of it is just mostly basic rain. And to the north by Athabasca, that is moderate to light rain as that moves through. And then we have our kind of pocket of intense precipitation with some winds in here, and we'll update that on the next scan, which is in about 2 minutes. Interesting question. Would I ever work for Environment Canada? I don't know. I've always run my own businesses, and I've always primarily been my own boss. So that would be a tough one. I don't know if I could do that. It's an interesting question, though. So, what else have we got on here? Still more, so they're updating this severe warning. That's why the box, that's for the hail southeast of Camrose. So they're just re-updating that. And we'll wait for our next scan. And again, hopefully this is all breaking up. So streets are flooding again in Edmonton by the sounds of it. So it's, yeah, tough. I hate to hear that. And again, based on what I'm seeing from some of the photos on social media, the sewer system definitely can't handle it. K-Days definitely got hit hard. And the Post Malone and Jelly Roll concert got hit hard as well. So hopefully nobody getting, hurt or anything worse than that. So let's take a look here. The storm is breaking up. It's still severe, but it is breaking up. The winds are going down. So you can see the pocket of winds has subsided here, where we had a much larger pocket of it, and we're down to less intensity as well. So let me just take a look at that. This is east of Elk Island. We're now showing sub 94 km/h winds off the surface. So 75 to 85 on the surface roughly. That is the last area of really strong winds. Let me take a look here. So hail has made it out of the storm at this scan through Josephburgs to the east and around Lamont. You can see dark red, which is obviously torrential rain, but you have a lot of yellow and orange. And then north of Warspite, Smoky Lake, there's a bit of hail in here. This is going to be loony sized or smaller with that torrential rain. Those are the last two areas of very intense precipitation overall. They just updated this warning box, I believe. So let me just take a look. 10:31 p.m. Environment tracking a thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, loony to ping pong ball size hail, and heavy rain. And that is an orange level thunderstorm warning at this point. And let's take a look. And to the south, the only area to point out is east of Camrose on 26 and 854. We do have some hail still in that area of the storm. That is going to be let's say loony sized to toony sized hail moving northeast at this point. The rest of the storms are pretty mild overall. Again, when you're seeing orange, yellow, green, and blue, that is on the low end of the precipitation scale. So things are starting to really break up here with our storm as it moves northeast from Edmonton. You can see that line, and here it's breaking up. So mostly orange and yellow at this point with a couple of pockets of that darker red. So that is good news for everybody. As far as that's still in the path of this. And we have that one area of those stronger winds, which again, they are subsiding somewhat here by Elk Island. So hopefully that goes on down on the next scan and everything is just kind of coming down, and let's hope that's the case. So very heavy rain making its way through Edmonton earlier, but you guys are out of it at this point. There's no precipitation essentially in the Edmonton area. If there is, it's very, very light. And there's nothing back to the west coming, so that is good news. This is the last of that severe potential at this point. So thank you. Before, we had a lot of people on here. I really appreciate anybody who's donated, anybody who became a member of the Sunshine Club. Thank you for that. If you did subscribe to the channel, thank you very much for subscribing. Make sure you turn on notifications so you do know when we go live. It doesn't always work, but we do post to Facebook and YouTube, and we live stream to both of them. So we do a simulcast broadcast on both platforms, depending which one you like to watch it on. So again, thanks for everybody, all the comments, and anybody who has helped out, thank you. What else? Yeah, definitely a crazy live stream, that's for sure. Out of power here in Edmonton, north side. Hopefully, Jade, that comes back. It doesn't last too long, but I suspect some of this did create some damage, trees being knocked down onto power lines. So hopefully, again, I hope that most people got out of K-Days and the concerts without getting hurt. Just a lot of crowd and obviously a lot of precipitation and wind as well. So okay, perfect. I'm just caught up on some comments here. They just updated, I think, the severe thunderstorm warning, possibly updated 1 minute ago. Environment Canada tracking an area of dangerous thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. This was at 10:01 p.m. It is still an orange threat level. And that is for this severe thunderstorm. But again, you can see we are looking at far more yellow than we were back when this went through Edmonton, where it was all red, pinks, purples, and now it's breaking up. So I suspect, again, storms are going to continue through the night, but for the most part, these are far less severe than they were, and it's losing that intensity, and it will slowly die overnight. This is heading up towards St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake area. Let me just see where else it's heading through. Vegreville a little bit, but much milder down in that area. And this will continue northeast, tracking towards the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. And again, I suspect over the next little bit, this is going to subside dramatically in the next half an hour to an hour, roughly. So, yeah, we definitely kicked out. I've kicked out a number of people that came in here. Appreciate everybody saying thanks on here. I would thank you all personally as well. Without you guys, we obviously don't have the channel. We need the support. And again, we're only just over a year old as far as the channel is concerned, or the platform, I should say. So you know, we've got big ideas, big plans for eventually going across Canada as far as coverage for a lot of things. But we're only, right now, we're a very small group, so we're doing our best. But yeah, this is the fourth storm out of the last month that Edmonton's had a bad storm come through there. So I started 6 hours ago when this one storm went tornado warned, which is what basically started this whole entire process. It was back northwest of Hinton along 40, and it has just tracked along 16 through Edson and then making its way to where it is through Edmonton, and now on the northeast side of Edmonton at this point. So definitely been a long day, a lot of talking, but glad that we could at least get the information out ahead and, you know, give people the heads up. And that's what I was talking about when we were looking at that concert. It did look like it was going to end up in Edmonton, and it unfortunately strengthened just before it got to Edmonton. It was dying off, and then suddenly it pulsed back up, and it was nasty in Edmonton. So yeah, not good for those people. Like I said, hopefully everybody's okay. Let me see here. This looks like our next scan. So I'm talking and I've missed that. So a little bit of wind still here to the southeast of Lamont, but that pocket is dying down or losing its intensity. A little bit of heavy precip through southwest of Lamont. Still maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail to grapes. And that is the last of it in that area. And then north of Smoky Lake, 1 pixel of pink. So this is more than likely just very heavy torrential rain with that dark red area. But things are breaking up for the most part. So that is the good news. We are seeing this downtrending, folks. East of Camrose on 26 and 854, probably grapes or smaller torrential rain as that continues to move northeast as well. I'll just show you the path of that. You can see how that's moving through. But the hail coming slowing down on the last several scans. We're now almost an hour after sunset. So that's when we start to see that effect of darkness starting to weaken the storms somewhat slowly but surely. And again, these are going to continue through the night. I think they're going to be non-severe within the next hour or so. So just make sure if you are northeast of this again is going up towards St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake area, and then towards the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. Have a way of getting your warnings. If you do get anything at night, obviously take it seriously. I will stay here for as long as I can at this point. It's now almost, what time is it? It's almost 12:40 a.m. Eastern time. You guys are obviously 2 hours behind, so almost 11 p.m. there. But like I said, the overall things are looking on the downtrend at this point, so it's all good news in terms of the severity side of things. So, Andy, thank you very much for the kind words, and I appreciate it. And that's what we're here for. We definitely trying to keep everybody as calm as possible. Obviously, with some of these storms, they are strong. So, Rick, thank you as always for donating 5 memberships. Sorry, to the Sunshine Club. Brain is starting to short circuit a little bit, and being late and all that, but. Cat has come out of the closet, so that's always a good sign. Always trust your pets. That's all I'm going to say. They have another sense that we don't, so it's definitely one of those situations where you trust your pets. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you. My daughter was at the concert in Edmonton. I've been sending her your info. Sent her way home to Beaumont now. I'm in Quebec watching her drive GPS. Mama Bear can sleep now. And that's what I love hearing. Thank you for giving us that information and making sure people are aware of what's happening and at least can kind of avoid or dodge the severity of things when they're happening. So, what else? Hearing about some transformers blowing as well in Edmonton. I wouldn't be surprised at that, just with how things are going. That definitely would not be fun. Just the next scan came in, folks. You can very easily see that this storm is almost done and over with. We've got mostly yellow, greens, and blues. There's just very little pockets left of that orange or darker red. So things are definitely looking good at this point for the storm itself. So let me just zoom in here. Still a little bit of a pocket here by Elk Island National Park to the east of it, or kind of southeast of Lamont, west of Mundare, tucked between 16 and 15. There's some stronger winds in there. That is the last really gusty area. Let me just zoom in here, take a look. And Bruderheim, Lamont, heavy precipitation sitting in that area. Might be a little bit of overland flooding, but Fort Sask is now outside of the precipitation essentially, and this continues to move northeast. So again, we are tailing off here. Things are definitely getting far better. You're still going to get rained on if you are northeast of this. You might have a little bit of wind. There's lots of lightning associated with this, and just a few pockets of that heavy precipitation. The rest of it is moderate to light rain essentially. So yeah, definitely looking good. I'm just scanning everything here. A little bit of hail still east of Camrose on 26. That's going to be grapes or smaller at this point. So okay. Well, this is good news, Janet. I know you piped in earlier about your daughter volunteering there. It sounds like they everybody was good, but they're soaked. And yeah, based on the photos I was seeing, that was a ton of rain coming through there. So not good as far as that's concerned. So glad, like I said, overall, she was good. So ton of comments just fired in here. So things jumped literally a whole page. Uh, Okay, perfect. I think we're catching up here. I can kind of get a breather. Um, yeah, I don't blame this comment. I swear the weather just hates Edmonton. And based on the last 4 live streams I've done through Edmonton area over the last month, those storms have all not been fun at all. So I feel for everybody in Edmonton and surrounding areas. It's not just Edmonton, but, you know, obviously that's the most populated area. But you guys have had some bad storms, some flooding, all sorts of issues. So what else? Yeah, definitely smoke played a part in today. It, you know, I don't know to what extent, but smoke tends to keep storms from happening. I think there could have been a lot more storms today. Just the smoke kept things from getting really out of control, even though this was a bad storm going through Edmonton. The potential was much higher. So the smoke definitely kept things on a bit of a lower end of severe, even though this was a strong storm again through the Edmonton area. Tomorrow we'll see. I have to look at models after I get off of here and then take a look at what's going to happen tomorrow. We will probably be live streaming again tomorrow, but I don't Alberta won't be on the target. It'll be east, probably in Manitoba, but we'll see what's going on there. So Dave Brown, happy to do it. Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words as always. Thank you. I know a lot of people are saying thank you in there, and I'm happy to do it, folks. That's what we're here for. So roads around the stadium are flooded. That's no fun. That's in Edmonton, obviously. Somebody just discovered our emojis. So if you're a member of the Sunshine Club, just so we're clear here, I'll bring it up. Where is my Sunshine Club? So if you become a member of the Sunshine Club, you get a badge next to your name in the chat. Obviously, the longer you're a member, the more rare the colors, but you get access to a bunch of custom weather emojis, a happy tornado, excited lightning bolt, sad rain cloud, cold snowball, cold hailstone, and an angry red barn. I think the angry red barn's my favorite, or the happy tornado. But anyways, that you get access to that. If you type in happy, you end up with the emoji in there. So switch over to this one. But yes, you do have custom emojis as part of the Sunshine Club. So what else? Yeah, getting mega arms saying that was crazy going through Fort Sask, insane wind rate, rain and lightning, and it definitely was. 10:41 p.m. We're about a minute out, but we are looking really good, folks. I don't expect them. I don't think the severe thunderstorm warning is going to get expanded very far if it does, because right now it's looking pretty decent at this point. So I'm just waiting for the next scan. There it is. So the back end is breaking up. We have no more hail here. A lot more red gone out of the storm. It's mostly oranges and yellows. So we are definitely looking good. They just expanded the severe up to the northeast because of this hail. Where is this? Northeast of Smoky Lake. There's a little bit of hail, heavy precipitation in that, and that's why they've moved that thunderstorm warning off to the northeast, except there's no info in here, so I'll wait till that updates. That could be just a software glitch. Let's take a look east of Camrose down to the south here on 26. A little bit of hail just still showing in there, but that's going to be grapes or smaller. Mostly most of the area with this yellow rain. This is just moderate light rain at best. And then east of Lamont on 29, couple of dark red pockets of that very heavy precipitation. No hail indicated on there at this time on the scan. So again, we are definitely looking good, folks. Things are much, much better than they were. I'm just zooming out of the whole picture because when you can see that tight little line with pinks and purples and reds and dark or orange, that's where you get all that precipitation and intensity from. Now it's kind of spread out. So again, we are looking fairly good, folks. Things are improving as this moves northeast, and over the next few scans, I think we'll be pretty much out of it at this point. So and this is heading towards the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, up towards St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake area. You can see it stretches pretty far to the south, so this is all moving towards Saskatchewan, but it is losing that intensity. When you're seeing all that yellow, that is good news. Orange, yellow, green, and blue are good news for you. It's just regular rain for the most part. You may have some lightning, you may have some smaller pockets of wind, but overall this is far less intense than it was before. So we still have one little pocket here over 15 northwest of Mundare where we've got some stronger straight line winds. These are now probably 93 above the surface, so 70 to 80 kilometers an hour roughly on the surface itself. So that's the one last gusty area that's left as far as these storms are concerned. So, and I think it'll be about another 2-3 flying trampoline emoji. That's a good one, actually. I'm going to mark that down, see if I can come up with a flying trampoline. I just saw that in the chat. We can add some of them, so yeah, I'll definitely get on that. But the flying trampoline is like the Oklahoma State bird or something like that. They make fun of it because their storms just blow their trampolines all over the place. What else is going on here? Yeah, just getting a comment from one of my moderators. Okay. Yeah, being wet is definitely not the end of the world at the all things considered. So I'm glad that was, you know, the worst of it is if you're getting wet, then you're doing pretty well. So. Yeah, Manitoba is the next possibility tomorrow for a live stream. We'll have to see what the smoke does because it's definitely an issue. And if that smoke does perpetuate out into Manitoba, that does kind of kill storms or the potential for storms as things go. So what else have I got here? I was just reading a comment. Yeah, that's one of the comments I get. Yeah, if the smoke saves us, then bring on the smoke. It's a kind of a two-headed animal because, you know, the smoke's bad for breathing and, you know, all sorts of different other things. And obviously because of the fires ongoing, but it does kill off storms for the most part. So at least it's like it reinforces the cap, which is kind of a lid on storms from keeping them from going. So, oh no, yeah, I'm so looking forward to the new mosquito army tomorrow. I don't blame you. I hate mosquitoes. They love me way too much. If you want to have a party and you want to have it mosquito free, invite me because they'll hang out with me and leave everybody else alone. So, so question here, do I know how strong the winds got around the downtown area? I basically saw some wind profiles where we were kind of just over 100 kilometers an hour over the surface. I can take a look here and play it back. So I would say through Edmonton, right about here, we were, so I can zoom in a little more. You would have been on the surface 80 to 90 kilometers an hour, roughly, where you see those flesh tone colors as it went through Edmonton around 9:35, 9:40, and leaving there. So, yeah, thank you very much for the donation. Again, 80 to 90 kilometers an hour through Edmonton, maybe a little bit stronger than that in a few areas, but overall, that's what I was looking at. So, what else? Yeah, 100%, Randy. That's what I mean. The flip side of the coin with the fires is that people have to worry about their homes or wildlife or animals and that kind of stuff. So again, it's kind of a two-sided coin, as I always say. So, uh, right now, Dave's asking, is there going to be much severe wind or heavy rain between Camrose and Vegreville? So a little bit, but let me just see here. Doesn't the wind profiles don't look too bad, and the rain is very light through that area for the most part. So not much to worry about there, Dave. Thank you very much for sending out that membership to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate it. Todd, good to see you in the chat as always. We're getting to the tail end here. I think we're almost out of the worst of it. So I'm going to wait for another scan here. Let me see what the winds look like. They are dying to the north. Where are we here? Mundare. Those straight line winds are still there a little bit, but the precipitation has gone down significantly. We barely have any red left in this storm. It's mostly yellows and oranges as far as the colors are concerned. And then up here by 36, what are we north of a town here? Bellis, Vilna. Kind of to the north on 36, there's heavy precipitation with a little bit of hail in there. Maybe grapes are smaller. That is by the Whitefish Lake area along 36. That is the last of the heavy rain, folks. So we are definitely looking good at this point, and things are breaking up. They still have the severe warnings on this storm just because of the history of it. But when we look back to the west of Edmonton here, that is what it looked like. All that red, pink, and very tight and narrow. So that is completely different than what it looks like now. Now it is completely widened out, much less heavy precipitation concentrated together. So we are, again, looking very good at this point. So what are we doing here? The Edmonton is out of it at this point. It's done and over with. There's nothing really, maybe the odd little shower, but they are basically at this point. I'm just going to see the thunderstorm watch expires in 2 minutes, folks. Around Edmonton area, there may be showers overnight, but the severe component is done for the night based on what we're seeing and how things are unfolding. So it is definitely. We're on the back end of everything, and as this line moves through again, the severity has died down significantly on this at this point. So Edmonton is in the clear. The severe watch is going to drop here. Let me just see here. They're still kind of to the north. They have one for 3 hours, and they pushed out a severe on the Saskatchewan side. Let me just see here. Thunderstorm watch for 3 hours, and that's for this line as it's approaching, just to be safe. So it is definitely good in that regards. So Good question here, Train Spotter, but the weather radio system in Canada has been pulled. They pulled the public alert weather broadcast system here in Canada, and that is now no longer functional. So there's actually a petition on our page because we feel that that is a major misstep. It's not a luxury item. That is a necessity for getting alerts for people that don't have cell service or who are remote, or if you're out in provincial parks, wherever it happens to be. We have so many areas of Canada that are remote, and that weather alert system was one of the only ways that people could get them. And so buying a weather radio right now in Canada is pointless because they killed that system. But if you want to help with that, go to our Facebook page, which is Canadian Weather Live. Obviously, you can see that here. This is our contact card. If you go to our Facebook page, that was put up maybe 2 or 3 days ago. You can go and find it, sign the petition. There's only another 5 or 6 days left for people to be able to sign it. The more that do, the better it is. The chances that somebody can get something done. There's an MP from Alberta actually trying to get that into Parliament to reestablish the system, and we feel very strongly about it. Harrington, Quebec, they don't have warnings up there. They had a tornado 4 days ago, and people got run over by this thing and had no clue it was coming because they don't get cell alerts. So that's a prime example of where you could have a weather radio. If you have a power outage, the weather radio works on a battery. Like I said, I don't understand why that was pulled at all. That to me was a huge misstep, and I will die on that hill as far as things are concerned. So, okay, folks, things are looking good. The winds are dying down here in the south around Mundare. Still breezy, but things are looking better. We have all basically orange colors in this storm with a little bit of red. So things are on the better side of things compared to about an hour ago. Still going to have heavy rain throughout the night, and some pockets of it here. This is by Whitefish Lake. We may have a little bit of hail still left in that, but this is now moving northeast, and each scan is slowly dying off, as you can see that. So again, this looks to be much weaker storm as it approaches the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, and definitely going to be raining overnight, definitely going to have some lightning and a little bit of wind, but it is on the very low end of severe at this point. So that's the good news. So I'm going to be pulling the stream here very shortly. It's 1 a.m. now where I'm at. And I still have to do work before I can go back to bed, or go to bed, I mean. So again, I appreciate everybody who's tuned in tonight. I'm going to look through a few things here. Just make sure that there's nothing I'm missing. But again, you will have pockets of these reds and oranges, but heavy rains. But that's it at this point. Most of it is going to be moderate to light rain as this system moves through. And again, people out in front of it, you're in a good place. So I'm just going to quickly scan through the questions and comments here. Okay. Mosquitoes are savage. Yes, they are. Like I said, I'm not friends with mosquitoes. Good night, Colin. Appreciate it. What else is going on here? Yeah, it's 1 o'clock where I'm in Eastern Ontario. Jordan, you are probably in Manitoba or somewhere in that area where it's 12, but I'm 2 hours ahead of you guys out in Alberta. So, okay. Anyways, so things are going to progress. This storm is going to move east, but this is on the very low end. I suspect the severe warnings are going to be dropped here and not extended much further, because we are seeing a light to moderate rain at most. There are a few pockets of the heavier rain, but they are breaking apart and coming apart. The winds are dying down. So everything is looking good at this point. So again, we're going to be live streaming tomorrow. so I've got another long day ahead of me there, but it looks like it's going to be in Manitoba. I appreciate everybody who's tuned into the stream today. My moderators for helping. Rick was in here, Melissa was in here, but sometimes it doesn't work out. But again, we've had a few people say they're willing to volunteer for moderating. So if you are canadianweatherlive@gmail.com, just email us and we'll reach out and try and establish some communication that way. So thank you to everybody who donated, anybody who became a member of the Sunshine Club. And if you subscribe to the channel, thank you very much. Hope you hit the notification icon so you do know when we go live. And yeah, that's basically it at this point. So again, appreciate everybody. We just crossed 6.5 hours almost on the live stream. So I'm going to try and get some sleep tonight. We'll be back covering for Manitoba and going from there. So thank you. Have a good night, everybody. Hopefully you can sleep a little better, and just make sure you have a way to get your warnings overnight just in case. But I suspect all of this is going to weaken as this progresses through the night if you're still out ahead of it. So good night, everybody. Have a good one.